Chapter 1: An Unexpected Affair. I never thought I would do something to betray my husband. Just an hour ago, I had an unexpected affair with a delivery boy. My name is Gao Weiwei, I'm 28 years old, not particularly stunning looking, but the type that gets better the more you look at her. Fortunately, I have a near-perfect figure. 3 years ago, after being pursued by my husband Liu Hao, I married him, and we settled down in Binhai. I thought that married life would be even happier, but I never imagined that less than a month after the wedding, my husband was sent on a business trip abroad by his company. What's more, I never imagined that he would be gone for 3 years, and now he is stationed there for an extended period of time due to special circumstances. 3 years is a long time, but it's also a short time. Because my husband is away for long periods of time, I am always on the minds of the lecherous men at the company. They often flirted with me with all kinds of ambiguous language, and always looked at me with lecherous eyes. Their goal was simple: to seduce me into bed. Today is my husband's birthday, but I'm too busy at work and he's abroad, so I didn't get him a present. I thought about giving him a video message with my blessings. After pressing the send button twice, my husband finally answered. I didn't expect that at the moment he was only wearing a pair of pajamas, and the curtains in the hotel he was renting were still drawn. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, suddenly I heard a gentle female voice over the video, "Brother Hao, your tuxedo is ready." Hearing this, my husband immediately turned his head, smiled, and stood up. At that moment, the screen suddenly started shaking, and I faintly heard the sound of a man and a woman playing around. Then the screen went completely black. At first I thought my phone had broken, and I kept waiting until a few minutes later when the screen lit up. At that moment, I saw that Liu Hao seemed to have sweat beads on his forehead and body. "Sorry, Vicky, my assistant Xiao Qian just brought the tuxedo, I'm trying it on." Liu Hao explained with a slight embarrassment. "Okay, Vicky, I'm going to the dinner now, I'll talk to you later." My husband Liu Hao was about to hang up the video, but at that moment, the girl named Xiao Qian immediately appeared in the video, smiling sweetly and waving her hand, saying, "Hello, Vicky, I'm Liu's assistant Xiao Qian." To be honest, seeing such a pretty face standing behind my husband, I immediately felt jealous. But at the moment, she was so polite, and I am also a highly educated person. Out of politeness, I reluctantly squeezed out a smile and waved at her. After that, Xiao Qian disappeared from the camera, and then my husband hung up the video call. But what puzzled me was that at the moment my husband hung up the video, I seemed to hear Xiao Qian's coquettish voice, "Brother Hao, don't be in such a hurry." As a woman's sixth sense, I had a bad feeling that the relationship between this Xiao Qian and my husband seemed to be not quite normal, only that right now I didn't have any evidence. Binhai, the weather in May has already started to heat up, and the temperature is very high at this time. In the short time it took, I had sweated a lot, and I was a little hungry. Seeing that my colleague had ordered takeaway crayfish for lunch, I opened the takeaway app and ordered some too. After ordering the takeaway, I went to take a shower. As I was showering, I couldn't help thinking about the lively sounds of Xiaoxian and Liu Hao playing around, which made me feel a little worried. After I finished showering, I looked at the bottle of red wine sitting on the top of the living room cupboard and couldn't help taking it down and opening it to drink alone. I wanted to relax a little with a drink, but the more I drank, the worse I felt. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Looking through the peephole, I saw that the delivery had arrived. In the past, I would have just let them leave the food at the door, but this time, for some reason, I opened the door. Maybe it was because the delivery boy looked kind of handsome. After I opened the door, he gave a spirited smile and said, "Miss Gao, your takeaway is here." I said thank you, looked at him, smiled and then turned to leave. Just as I was about to close the door, he suddenly called out to me from behind, "Miss Gao, do you have any rubbish at home that you need me to take out for you?" He said this so enthusiastically that I subconsciously looked at the rubbish bin in the living room and saw that it was full. I said gratefully, "Yes, thank you, just a moment." Ah! Just as I was about to get the trash can, suddenly, from underneath it, 2 very large cockroaches emerged and quickly crawled past my feet. I immediately screamed in fear. At the same time, my feet couldn't help but stomp around. My actions and screams immediately attracted the attention of the delivery boy outside the door. Because the door was not closed at this time, he instinctively rushed in as well. "Miss Gao, what's wrong?" When he came in and saw 2 big cockroaches crawling on the floor, he immediately understood what I was afraid of. So he took a few quick steps over to me, and with a swift movement, he stepped on the 2 cockroaches and killed them instantly. "Okay, Miss Gao, the cockroaches have been killed by me," he said with a smile, and helped me take the trash out of the trash can, preparing to walk outside. Just as he was about to leave with the trash, I suddenly saw that his hands seemed to be stained with the oil in the trash bag. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Sorry, I've stained your hands. Why don't you go inside and wash your hands?" "Oh, okay." Hearing my words, he smiled awkwardly, then awkwardly put down the garbage bag and walked in the direction of the bathroom as I pointed. Just as he went to the bathroom to wash his hands, I tidied up the trash can a bit and then walked over to the refrigerator, thinking that it was hot and that the person had helped me. I took a bottle of Red Bull in my hand and was going to give it to him later. Soon, after he came out, when I looked at him, I noticed that his face had obviously turned red, and his eyes seemed to be afraid to meet mine. Seeing his expression, I suddenly realized something, because at the moment, I was just wearing a long nightgown and no underwear, and the black underwear had just been placed next to the sink in the bathroom. Thinking about this, my cheeks turned red. It was really embarrassing. I didn't expect that a strange man would know that I wasn't wearing underwear at the moment, and that he had seen the color of my underwear. I was so embarrassed that I wanted to go straight in and change, but then I thought, he has to leave soon, so I picked up the Red Bull on the table, said thank you and signaled for him to leave. He seemed touched by my Red Bull, a few tears flashed in the corner of his eyes, and he kept saying thank you and other things to me. It was obvious that he was a person who especially understood gratitude. Just as I was about to show him the door, he suddenly turned around and said, "Miss Gao, can I hug you?" Hearing this, I was stunned on the spot, and even doubted if I had heard it correctly. What? Suddenly, he threw away the garbage bag in his hand, turned sharply behind me, and strangled me. I was so scared that I screamed, "What are you doing?" But before I could finish my sentence, he directly covered my mouth with his hand, and at the same time, he closed the door with his foot, and dragged me to the sofa next to him. At this moment, I was terrified by his sudden actions and wanted to keep shouting, but at the moment my mouth was tightly covered by him. I couldn't scream at all, and my body was also tightly strangled by him, unable to move at all. At the moment, he seemed to have gone a little crazy. "I'm sorry, Miss Gao, you are really very beautiful, with a good figure. What's more, you are really very gentle and polite to me, and treat me even better than my girlfriend shall we? My girlfriend, Fan shall we, is a bitch. Just because I don't have a house or a car, and I'm a delivery guy, she's fallen for an old man in his 50s. She's a bitch. Tell me, don't you women like money?" At the moment, I was afraid that he would, in a fit of rage, mistake me for his girlfriend and kill me outright. So at that moment, I was also terrified. Seeing him in this crazy state, I even lost my resistance, like a lamb about to be slaughtered. Finally, he saw that I was lying on the sofa with my eyes closed and obediently. Finally, he pounced on me like a hungry wolf. Chapter 2, My Worries. After being tortured by him for half an hour, he was finally done. Afterwards, he seemed to realize his mistake, and he suddenly knelt down. "Miss Gao, I'm sorry, I was wrong, please don't call the police, I don't want to go to jail. I'm sorry. I just mistook you for my girlfriend shall we, I'm sorry." He saw me getting dressed while ignoring him in silence. At this time, he was obviously also scared that I would call the police. Suddenly, he rushed to the coffee table and took the fruit knife on it in his hands. Seeing him like this, I was scared again. "What are you going to do?" "Miss Gao, please don't call the police, okay? If you want to call the police, then just kill me now, I don't want to live anyway." As he said this, he slowly put the fruit knife to his neck. Seeing that he had lost control of his emotions at that moment, I was also completely terrified, afraid that if he got excited, he would kill me directly. For a moment, I didn't know what to do, and could only instinctively comfort him and say, "There, whatever it is, just put the knife down first, okay?" Hearing me speak at last, he thought I had forgiven him and immediately looked up at me with surprise, saying, "Miss Gao, you really forgive me? You put down the knife first, okay?" I still felt a little scared as I said this. Hearing this, he looked at the fruit knife in his hand, suddenly as if he had seen a murder weapon, and in fear, he threw it directly to the ground, his expression terrified, saying, "Miss Gao, thank you for not calling the police, but you must never call the police, otherwise, I will definitely kill you, I will definitely." After saying this, he quickly turned around and immediately rushed out the front door. I thought he had just left, but suddenly he turned around and rushed back, which scared me again. However, this time, he came back to pick up the bag of garbage and quickly left in a hurry. When he left, he didn't forget to help me close the door tightly on purpose. After he left, I suddenly woke up from my dream and quickly locked the door. It wasn't until much later that I slowly regained my composure. Thinking about the crazy scene just now, I felt very broken inside. I never thought that I would be forced by a delivery boy. Painful tears flowed down my cheeks. I picked up my phone and wanted to call the police, but I hesitated and couldn't make up my mind, especially when I thought about the boy's painful expression and tears streaming down his face. I actually felt some sympathy for him. After struggling for a long time, the phone's alarm call was dialed several times, but before it was answered, I quickly hung up again. I was scared and nervous, and at the same time worried that if I really called the police, it would bring all kinds of scandals and negative effects. After some thought, I decided to give up calling the police. Thinking about the scene just now, when the young man was pinned on the sofa, I suddenly felt a little fluctuation in my heart, because I haven't had this kind of feeling of man and woman in love for a long time. After thinking about it, I quickly went to the bathroom, grabbed the shower head, and frantically washed myself. After washing for a long time, I was worried that my body was still dirty, so I showered again for a long time. I then changed into some casual clothes and put them on. After I came out, my thoughts were still very chaotic. The crayfish I had ordered earlier were already cold, and I no longer had the mood to eat them. I threw them away in the trash can, poured a glass of red wine I had opened earlier, and continued drinking. After a while of just staring blankly, I seemed to realize something was wrong. Thinking back to the scene just now, I couldn't help but feel a little scared, because I was worried that I had suddenly and unexpectedly become pregnant. So, in my casual clothes, I hurried downstairs, wanting to go to the pharmacy to buy an emergency contraceptive. Worried about running into acquaintances, I deliberately went out of the residential area and came to a private pharmacy in a relatively remote location. At first, I saw a middle-aged woman inside and thought that she was the owner, so I walked in without any precautions. Just as I was about to speak, suddenly, from behind me, came the voice of a middle-aged man. "Hello, beautiful, what would you like to buy?" Hearing this voice, I turned around and smiled awkwardly. It turned out that the woman who had just been here was also here to buy medicine, and she was not the owner of the place. The middle-aged man in front of me was the owner of the pharmacy. "Excuse me, boss, do you sell that contraceptive pill here?" Although I was embarrassed at this point, I mustered up the courage to ask when I noticed that there was no one else in the store. At the moment, I could feel my cheeks burning. "Yes, this one, what kind do you want?" "There are short-term, long-term, and emergency ones. You can come and have a look." The male boss looked to be in his 40s, a little overweight, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and his hair was beginning to go bald. But his voice was pleasant, and his mannerisms seemed warm and welcoming, especially the slight smile that made him seem approachable. I let out a small "oh" and followed the direction of his finger, then quietly looked at the family planning products. "Mr. Yang, give me 2 boxes of ultra-thin condoms, and also a box of the imported medicine you introduced last time. My wife said it really works quite well." Just as I picked up a box of medicine on the shelf and was looking at it, suddenly, a young man rushed in through the door, looking a bit wretched. Hearing this voice, I was so scared that I quickly put down the Uding in my hand and deliberately turned to another shelf. Okay. Boss Yang greeted the young man warmly and quickly prepared what he needed to buy. After the young man paid, he continued to laugh there, saying, "You're amazing, Boss Yang. I didn't expect it, but it's really quite good." While saying this, the young man suddenly looked at me subconsciously. Perhaps he noticed my presence, and couldn't help but look at me a few more times, especially those eyes, which couldn't help but sweep all over my body. Seeing that he kept looking at me twice, I obviously felt a little guilty as a thief, and my face turned even redder. After he had looked at me twice, he saw that I was a little embarrassed, so he smiled and greeted Mr. Yang, then quickly walked out of the store. After he had gone out, he deliberately turned his head and looked at me through the floor-to-ceiling glass. From the shape of his mouth and the look in his eyes, it seemed that he was saying, "Wow, this beauty has a super body, she's really too pretty." It wasn't until he had disappeared that I turned my head and looked at the shelf. "Boss, I want a box of these." After taking a pack of Uding, I was about to hurry to the cashier, because I was worried that if I met another male customer, it would embarrass me again. However, as I was about to leave from this corner and head to the cashier, in the corner of the shelf, I saw a sex toy, the kind that is used by single women to satisfy their needs. Just one glance, and my eyes were captivated. Chapter 3, My Best Friend's Invitation. "Beauty, do you want a set of this product you're looking at? This has just been imported from abroad." Mr. Yang saw me fixating on something and asked with a warm smile. Hearing what Mr. Yang said, I blushed instantly and wanted to find a hole to burrow into. It was really embarrassing. I hastily said with a guilty heart, "Oh, no, I'll just buy this box of medicine." "How much is this?" "Okay, scan the QR code to pay here." "That's 28 yuan. Mr. Yang still said with a smile, and the whole person looked like a warm and attentive man. Just as I was about to take out my phone to scan the QR code to pay, I suddenly realized that I had forgotten to bring my phone when I rushed out of the house. I felt in my pocket and realized that I had also forgotten to bring any cash. I immediately said awkwardly, "Boss, I'm sorry, I was in a hurry when I left the house, I forgot my phone, and I don't have any cash on me." Before I could finish speaking, Mr. Yang still said with a smile, "It's okay, beautiful, just bring it by next time you're in the neighborhood." After Mr. Yang finished laughing, he took a black plastic bag and carefully helped me put the box of Uding in it. "Oh, that's right, I'm so embarrassed, why don't I come back down and get it for you?" Hearing what Mr. Yang said, I still felt very embarrassed. After all, I'm the kind of person who never takes advantage of others. "It's okay, beautiful girl, it doesn't matter if you give me this small amount of money or not." Mr. Yang laughed, handed it to me after helping me put it in. The more I heard him say this, the more embarrassed I felt. After thinking for a moment, I said, "Boss, how about this, you give me your WeChat ID, and I'll add you and transfer it to you later." Mr. Yang thought for a moment and said, "Well, okay." After he said that, he directly picked up the pen and paper on the table and wrote down a phone number for me. I glanced at it and was surprised to see that the words of a middle-aged bald man in his 40s were actually quite beautiful. I said thank you and then awkwardly left the pharmacy and hurried home. It wasn't until I had returned home and closed the door that I dared to let out a long, relieved breath. I felt as if I had just done something shameful, and I was afraid that I might run into someone I knew. After a long breath and a while of sitting, I slowly regained my composure, then took the medicine, read the instructions, and then swallowed it quickly with peace of mind. After taking the medicine, after a while, I remembered that I had just bought the medicine and had not yet paid the owner, Yang, so I quickly took out the handwritten note from the bag and found the phone to add him as a friend. To my surprise, I had just added him, and I didn't expect that he would quickly pass the verification, and at the same time, he greeted me, "Hello." The end of the message also had a smiley face. To confirm the identity, I asked, "Hello, are you Boss Yang from Kwankong Pharmacy?" "Yes, hello." After getting a positive response, I immediately transferred the 28 yuan I just spent on medicine directly, and also said thank you. Unexpectedly, he did not accept it immediately, but politely said, "Hello, there's no need to be in such a hurry, you're too polite." The message ended with a big smiley face, which seemed a bit exaggerated. This quickly reminded me of his slightly overweight body and balding head. I could not believe that such a middle-aged man could seem so warm and humorous. I thought that after the transfer, there would be no more trouble between us. Just as I put down my phone and ignored him, suddenly he sent me a message again. "Hello, beautiful, as an older brother, I have something to say that I shouldn't say. I still suggest that you tell your husband, for your health, the next time you do something, you should suggest that your husband use a condom. This is very good for your health. That emergency contraceptive, if taken too much, can cause a lot of harm to your body. In severe cases, you may not be able to have children in the future." This is a sudden thought I had after talking to some patients. I hope you understand if I offended you. After reading his message, my heart skipped a beat. I never thought that the owner of a pharmacy could be so attentive. After reading it, I said thank you and then threw my phone aside. After that, I sat on the sofa alone for a long time, lost in thought. At that moment, I couldn't help but think of the video chat with my husband Liu Hao today, especially the beautiful assistant Xiao Qian. I felt a vague sense of unease. Then I thought of the delivery boy from before, and my thoughts once again began to become confused. It wasn't until a sudden ring of my phone that I woke up from my daze. It was my good friend Lin Xiaoya calling. Listening to the urgent ringtone, I looked at the time and realized it was already past 11 p.m. I wondered what urgent matter she could have at this late hour. After a moment's thought, I picked up the phone. "What are you doing, Weiwei?" "Out for a drink." Hearing Lin Xiaoya's cheerful voice on the phone, I was a little puzzled. "Drinking? Aren't you afraid your boyfriend will scold you? He's been on a business trip for a few days, and I don't think he'll be back for a few more days. Oh, by the way, today is Wang Su's birthday, you know him too. He asked me to invite you to come over and keep me company. It's a bit late now, I'm not feeling well today, maybe next time." I was about to refuse, but just as I finished speaking, Lin Xiaoya smiled softly and said, "Vivi, you're not going to be bored at home alone, it's not easy to get out and have some fun, so why not come out and relax, and expand your business while you're at it? Maybe I can even introduce you to a few more clients." I have to say, Lin Xiaoya is really good at talking, and when she put it that way, I, for some reason, agreed. But the main thing is, I was really feeling down tonight, and I did want to go out and relax. After hanging up the phone, I went inside and changed my clothes. After trying on different outfits, I finally decided to wear a long white dress and a pair of white sneakers. I looked quite youthful and pretty. I was worried that I would inevitably drink some wine at the bar later, so I didn't choose to drive there, but instead took a taxi. When I arrived downstairs, I turned on my phone to check the location of the bar that Lin Xiaoya had sent to me. After reading it, I found that there was actually a message from the owner of the pharmacy on WeChat. By the way, beautiful lady, if you have any issues regarding health and wellness in the future, you can consult me at any time. I'll answer your questions for free. You should know that I studied medicine in college. Also, if you need to buy any medicine or other adult products at night, I can deliver them to your door for free. By the way, if I may ask, do you need me to send a set of the women-only products you just peeked at to your home right now? Chapter 4, Let's Have a Drink. At the end of his message, he left a big smiley face, looking very happy. Seeing these few lines of message, I was angry at the time. What did this boss Yang mean? Just a glance, does he think I'm that kind of lonely and open woman? I wasn't going to respond to him, but after thinking about it, I doubted if I was overthinking it. In the end, out of politeness, I still replied, no thanks. I originally thought that at this time, he should already be asleep. But I didn't expect that as soon as I sent the message, he immediately replied, as if he was always by Weishin's side 24 hours a day. Ha, beautiful girl, you're still awake at this late hour? By the way, after you finish taking that medicine, remember not to drink alcohol for the next 2 days, so as not to affect the effect. Seeing this reminder, I was shocked. At the moment, I was sitting in a taxi on my way to a bar. Could I really hold back from drinking alcohol for a while? But I already had 2 or 3 glasses of red wine at home today, right? What should I do? But at this time, when I was worried, I did not reply to this Mr. Yang's message again. I felt that his concern for me seemed to exceed the attitude towards normal customers, and it seemed that there was an ulterior motive. Soon, the taxi arrived at the Soho bar. Just as I was about to get out of the taxi, Lin Xiaoya called again. Vicky, have you arrived yet? I answered while paying the fare and answering the phone. I'm here. At this time, Lin Xiaoya was smiling and walking out from inside, standing outside the door and waving at me. I looked at the time, and it was already 12 o'clock at night. At this time, the bar had already started to get lively, with groups of people starting to go inside one after the other, while outside the bar, there were countless luxury cars parked. Wow, Vicky, you look very pure in this dress today. I wonder how many handsome guys you'll charm later. Lin Xiaoya couldn't help smiling and teasing me as soon as she saw me. Looking at her ambiguous smile, I suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After entering the bar, Lin Xiaoya led me to a corner table. At that moment, I saw Wang Su and his friends there. Among the dozen young people, there were 7 or 8 beautiful women, all dressed sexy and beautiful, and the atmosphere was very high. Sister Weiwei, you finally come over and sit down, come over and sit down. After seeing me come over, Wang Su immediately greeted me with a smile on his face, while grinning at his group of good friends and saying, Friends, let me introduce you formally. Sister Weiwei is the #1 goddess of Jiamei media. Come and look, Sister Weiwei has this face, this body, isn't there a guy who wouldn't like her? Like. His friends were obviously drunk at the moment and were cooperating with Wang Su. I was sitting down when I was suddenly greeted with such enthusiasm, which made me feel embarrassed. Especially their cheers immediately attracted the attention of many men looking at me. Seeing everyone looking at me like a hungry wolf, I felt uncomfortable, always feeling like they were going to look at me all over. Lin Xiaoya probably also sensed my embarrassment and quickly came over to help me out, which slowly eased the awkwardness. After all, today was Wang Su's birthday, so I took the initiative to toast him, and after that, Wang Su and his group of male and female friends played games while drinking. The game they played was very crazy. They drank while guessing the sieve, and whoever lost had to take off an article of clothing. Although this game seemed very old, they played it with great excitement. During this time, Wang Su asked me with a smile if I wanted to participate, and I laughed awkwardly and quickly refused. After that, I just sat there, drinking alone, watching them play. During that time, I saw a man at a table in the distance, looking over at me from time to time. This man was wearing a white suit and had a fashionable haircut. He looked very sunny and handsome. Seeing that he kept staring at me, I immediately understood what he was thinking, which made me feel a little embarrassed. I turned my head to look at him, and he was just staring at me. He saw that I was looking at him, and he smiled, picked up a glass of wine, raised it, and signaled to clink glasses with me across the room. I wasn't going to bother with this kind of person. After all, there are really too many men like this who like to initiate conversations with others in places like bars. But seeing him keep smiling and staring at me from time to time made me feel a little embarrassed. Maybe it was because I saw the sincere smile on his face. In the end, I politely raised my glass and took a small sip towards him. After seeing this, he nodded very happily and gave me a thumbs up at the same time. After that, he gestured for me to come over to his table and sit down, but I waved my hand to decline. Seeing that I had declined, he also tactfully did not invite me to sit at his table again. Later, I saw him and his 2 or 3 friends drinking together, and then occasionally making phone calls, looking very gentlemanly. After that, the highlight of the bar was the blacklight dance, where everyone came together to the venue downstairs and danced together to all kinds of exciting dances. Paired with the exciting music and the sounds of the various disc jockeys screaming, most people would find it very exciting. I originally just wanted to stay in place, but unexpectedly, Lin Xiaoya dragged me over and sat beside her, and I went crazy dancing with her. During this time, I was groped a few times by a few boys, intentionally or unintentionally, which made me feel very uncomfortable. But at the same time, I don't know if it was because of the stimulation of alcohol, I actually felt a little excited. Wang Su and the other boys were playing even crazier, not only hugging and cuddling with the beautiful women next to them, but even kissing in public. Seeing this, I couldn't help blushing, because they were really bold. During this period, there was a young boy with dyed yellow hair who wanted to take advantage of me. I realized something was wrong and hid behind Lin Xiaoya. Who knew that this yellow-haired guy cheekily came up to me and said with a lewd smile, "Beauty, how much is the night rate?" Hearing this, I was not only angry, but also immediately blushed with shame. Damn, I never thought that as an honest woman, she would actually treat me like a prostitute. "I'll pay for your sister or your mother, believe it or not, I'll castrate you now." The guy was a little intimidated by Lin Xiaoya's yell, and with a dispirited and sneering face, he slipped away slightly embarrassed. After jumping around like this for a while, I think I had drunk too much tonight, and I wanted to go to the bathroom. I was probably a little scared by myself, so I asked Lin Xiaoya to go to the bathroom with me. What I didn't expect was that when I came out of the ladies' room, I found a man hugging a sexy woman on top of the sink in the ladies' room. The two of them were so eager that they couldn't wait to kiss each other. Seeing such a shocking scene, my face flushed immediately and I wanted to pretend that I hadn't seen anything and quickly escape. But unexpectedly, the boy quickly noticed me and immediately mocked, "Hey, beautiful, since we ran into each other, let's have some fun, come here." He let go of the girl and immediately reached out a hand and grabbed my arm. Chapter 5, In Trouble. Ah! I was shocked by his sudden move and immediately screamed in fear, instinctively breaking free of his arm. What I didn't expect was that this boy was the yellow-haired kid who had just tried to molest me while dancing. At this time, Lin Xiaoya, who was waiting for me outside the bathroom, heard my scream and was so scared that she rushed into the women's bathroom. At this moment, this yellow-haired guy, with a smile on his face, said, "Hey, beautiful girl, let's have some fun together, don't scream so loud, otherwise I will get even more excited." "Yes, beautiful girl, let's the 3 of us play house together." At this moment, the beautiful woman sitting on the sink seemed to have drunk too much, and she was also excited to follow him and join in the fun. Hearing her words, I was also shocked, and I wondered what was wrong with young people nowadays. Seeing that the yellow-haired guy actually wanted to come forward and grab me, I was so scared that I was about to turn around and run. Fortunately, just as he was about to grab me, Lin Xiaoya rushed in from outside. "You rascal, you pervert, get away from me." After Lin Xiaoya came in, she saw that I had almost been grabbed by this yellow hair, and immediately picked up the small bag in her hand and smashed it violently at this yellow hair. The yellow hair, who had drunk too much, was also startled by this sudden attack, so in an instant, Lin Xiaoya grabbed me and quickly fled from here. After returning to our table, Lin Xiaoya saw that I was distracted and immediately angrily said to Wang Su, "Brother Su, look, just now in the ladies' bathroom, I encountered a sicko. If I hadn't appeared in time, he would have taken advantage of Sister Weiwei." Hearing this, Wang Su, who was still drunk, and his friends immediately flew into a rage. "Sister Weiwei, there are still people who dare to bully you in this bar. Let's go, take me with you, I'll teach him a lesson." Wang Su was acting like the big brother at this moment, insisting on standing up for me. I said a little embarrassed, "Forget it, it's nothing." "Sister Weiwei, what are you afraid of? You've been bullied, and you don't want someone to take revenge for you," Lin Xiaoya said, dragging me directly, indicating that I should follow Wang Su and the others and go back together to settle scores with that yellow-haired guy. Soon, our group returned to the women's bathroom. At that time, the yellow-haired guy and the drunk beauty were about to start a fight. When I arrived, I saw the scene and immediately blushed. I pointed at the yellow-haired guy. "Sue, that's the yellow-haired guy, he's the one who just bullied Weiwei." Lin Xiaoya spoke up first and pointed him out. At that moment, Wang Su, who had already drunk too much, immediately walked over and punched the yellow-haired guy directly. The yellow-haired man was startled by this sudden punch and screamed, "Damn it, who hit me, who?" The beautiful woman next to him saw so many people gathering around and immediately sobered up. She blushed with embarrassment and quickly slipped away from the group. At this moment, Wang Su's other brother directly kicked Huang Mao in the stomach, angrily shouting, "Kid, you've got some nerve. How dare you bully our goddess sister? You must be tired of living, right?" With this kick, Huang Mao collapsed directly onto the ground, and blood also flowed from his nose, which had just been punched by Wang Su. He touched his nose and angrily said, You actually dared to hit me. Kneel down and kowtow and admit your fault, hurry up, or else." Wang Su, who had drunk too much, definitely wanted to show off in front of me and his brothers. Huang Mao was naturally scared when he saw Wang Su preparing to hit him with his fists again. "Well, don't hit me, I apologize, can't I apologize?" He then knelt down and apologized to them. "Not to us, but to our goddess sister, hurry up." Wang Su grabbed him by the collar and signaled for him to turn around and apologize to me. "I'm sorry, goddess sister, I was wrong. I really was wrong." At this point, seeing that his nose was bleeding and seeing how drunk he looked, I suddenly felt a little soft-hearted and said, "Wang Su, forget it, since he has apologized, let's go." Wang Su saw that this yellow-haired guy was actually so weak, and he was subdued in a few seconds. Naturally, he also felt uninteresting. At my suggestion, we quickly returned to the VIP room and continued drinking. To express my gratitude to Wang Su and his brother for their help just now, I poured a glass of wine especially to toast them. When they saw that I took the initiative to toast them, they immediately started to make noise and couldn't stop smiling. The man in the white suit, I noticed, was still sitting there, still looking very gentlemanly, and raised a glass of foreign wine to toast me from across the room. This kind of behavior made me feel a little embarrassed. After drinking 2 or 3 glasses of wine with Wang Su and the others, I noticed that my head was starting to feel a little dizzy. But just then, trouble suddenly came knocking. "Brother Biao, it was them who just beat me up and forced me to kneel down and apologize." At this time, the yellow-haired man who had been beaten before walked over with a group of people, led by a bald man wearing a thick necklace around his neck and tattoos on his arms. The people behind him were all tall and fierce, looking vicious. When they saw Huang Mao leading the group, Lin Xiaoya and I immediately panicked. "Which son of a bitch just hit my brother? Step forward." After this guy called Biao Gu came over, he was full of murderous intent and looked like a troublemaker. Wang Su and the others were also immediately scared white when they saw this situation. Wang Su walked over with an embarrassed smile, grinning and saying, "Yo, brother, I'm sorry, misunderstanding." Before Wang Su could finish speaking, Brother Biao slapped him hard in the face, and angrily said, "Damn it, a misunderstanding? Now I slap you in the face, and you say it's a misunderstanding?" Wang Su was suddenly stunned by this unexpected slap in the face, instinctively covering his face with his hands, too scared to say a word. "Hey, how can you just hit people? If you hit anyone else, we'll call the police." Seeing Wang Su being beaten, a female companion behind him stood up unwillingly at this time to speak for Wang Su. "Damn it, bitch! I'm talking here, when did it become your turn to speak? Do you want to be sold into a brothel?" Biao Gu roared, and the 2 men next to him directly went over and dragged the beauty out, right up to Biao Ji's face. She wanted to struggle, but her 2 arms were being held by the 2 men and she couldn't move at all. Biao looked at the drinks on the table and suddenly picked up a bottle of red wine, mixed it with a bottle of foreign wine, some beer and the like, and made a big glassful. Then he said proudly to her, "Drink this." Chapter 6, Let Her Go. "What are you doing? Let me go, let me go." The woman's companion was obviously terrified at this point, tears beginning to well up in her eyes. But after Wang Su had been slapped twice, the men behind him were obviously all cowed by the situation, and no one dared to step forward. When the man saw that the woman was not drinking, he gave a direct gesture to his subordinate, "Pour it into her mouth." After Biao said this, the previously beaten Huang Mao took the initiative to lift the glass of mixed drink and, with the help of the 2 henchmen, directly poured it into the woman's mouth. Seeing this scene, Biao and his henchmen, as well as Huang Mao, were all beaming with joy. After drinking, the 2 henchmen let go of the woman, who then collapsed to the ground and began to vomit uncontrollably. Xiaoling, are you okay? Lin Xiaoya was very worried when she saw her vomiting frantically, so she went over to comfort her. By the way, who just hit my buddy? Biao Gu said, while pointing his finger at Huang Mao next to him. As soon as Biao Gu said this, all the men who had just participated in the fight trembled with fear. They looked at each other, their faces full of fear. Xiaoluzi, who just hit you? Go and hit them back. Brother Biao was very happy to see that these men were all too scared to say a word. He directly told Huang Mao, also known as Xiaoluzi, to go up to them and punch and kick them on the spot. Pop. Ah. Puff. With Brother Biao's backing, Xiaoluzi didn't seem to hold back, and directly went up to the men and started punching and kicking them, while also slapping them. The men were immediately intimidated. Brother Biao, Brother Xiaolu, we were wrong, we really were wrong, so please let us go. At this moment, seeing his friends being beaten, Wang Su, as the initiator of tonight's gathering, was naturally also very embarrassed. There was no other way but to beg for mercy with a stiff upper lip. Good, it's good that you admit you were wrong. In that case, I'll give you two choices. First, you just beat up my brother Xiaolu, so compensate 200,000 yuan for medical expenses and let's just forget about it. Second, pay us 20,000 yuan in compensation and incidentals, and by the way, let these beauties spend the night with us properly tonight. Brother Biao spoke with interest, but at this moment, his eyes couldn't help but sweep over Lin Xiaoya and me, and in the end, his greedy gaze rested on me. Xiaoluzi, you said tonight that you saw a peerless beauty of the century, and you were talking about this one, right? When Biao said this, he deliberately called Xiaoluzi over. The two of them were now looking at me with such greedy eyes, as if they were admiring a work of art. Seeing their expression and what they had said, I began to tremble, and I could feel my fear rising. What are you doing? This is robbery. If you don't go, I'll call the police. Lin Xiaoya immediately stood up in protest when she heard Biao's words, and at the same time took out her mobile phone, ready to call the police. Ha ha. Call the police? Don't you know that the captain of the security brigade is my cousin? Besides, you can call now and see if you can call faster than my men can act. After Biao finished speaking, he gave Lin Xiaoya a fierce glare. Hearing his threatening words, Lin Xiaoya immediately became a little scared. However, at that moment, her phone was snatched away by Xiaoluzi on the spot, and she was also scolded. At this moment, perhaps the noise from our table was a bit too loud, and it alerted the security guards at the bar. The security manager came over with 5 or 6 security guards. We originally thought that these security guards had come to help us out of the situation, but we soon became desperate. Sir, this is Soho Bar. Could you please don't make trouble here? The bar security manager came over and immediately said politely. At this moment, he had not yet seen the front of Brother Biao. Manager Yang, I'm here drinking with some friends, do I need to report to you? When Brother Biao heard this, he turned his head sharply. When the security manager and the security guard saw that this person was Brother Biao, their expressions obviously changed instantly. The security manager was also very embarrassed at the moment and said with a smile, I'm sorry, it turns out to be Brother Biao, I'm very much honored. After the security manager finished speaking, he immediately gave a few of his subordinates a sign, and they immediately left in a hurry. Seeing this scene, our original hopes were instantly dashed, and it seemed that we were really in big trouble tonight. So what do you say? Little brother, which of the two conditions I just mentioned are you considering? Brother Biao looked at Wang Su with interest, and then looked at me with a smile. Seeing his eyes fixed on me, it suddenly made my whole body goosebumpy. Brother Biao, I'm sorry, but we really don't have that much money. Wang Su said helplessly at this time. No money? Are you fucking kidding me? Can't you swipe a credit card or transfer money with WeChat? Brother Biao said angrily, and then slapped Wang Su again on the back of his hand, this time directly causing Wang Su's mouth to bleed. Okay, you probably can't come up with 200,000 yuan. How about this, pay 20,000 yuan in compensation, and tonight, let these pretty girls come with us. After Biao finished speaking, he walked over to me with a smile on his face. Seeing his actions and his eyes, I was instantly terrified, and muttered, what do you want? Don't come over. Before I could finish speaking, Biao suddenly reached out a hand and grabbed my wrist, while at the same time pulling my body over to his side. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me quickly, let go of me. At this moment, many guests in the bar gathered around like they were watching a show. Wang Su and the other men were all bowing their heads and not daring to make a sound after being beaten. At this moment, I was also desperate. He was holding my wrist, which was hurting, and I was so scared that tears were about to fall. At this moment, tears kept spinning in my eyes. I never thought that I would encounter such a thing tonight. At this moment, my gaze instinctively looked over to the man in the white suit from before, and at the moment, he was still sitting there quietly looking at me. At this time, when he saw my eyes, he obviously felt that I was asking for help from him, but he seemed indifferent. Stop, let her go. Chapter 7, I'll take you home. Just when I was desperate and about to be grabbed by Brother Biao, suddenly, I heard a very magnetic voice coming over. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and to their surprise, the person who came was the handsome guy in the white suit. Damn, who are you? How dare you tell our Brother Biao to stop? Xia Luzi saw someone coming over to stick up for me, and immediately wanted to go over and stop the man in the white suit, but when the man got closer, Brother Biao and the others suddenly went dumb. Wang Xiao. After seeing the man approaching, Brother Biao's expression of superiority changed instantly. He was so scared that he quickly let go of my hand, revealing an embarrassed expression as he greeted the approaching man. This young lady, she is my friend, what? You want to bully even my friends? After this young master came over, he came directly to my side and pointed at me, saying that I was his good friend. I dare not, young master, we were wrong, we didn't think that they were all your friends, it was a misunderstanding, huh? Brother Biao and the others were obviously very scared when they saw Wang Xiao. His subordinates were also all cowed at this point, and everyone came behind Brother Biao, bowing their heads as if they were children who had done something wrong. You hurry up and apologize to this young lady and her friends, quickly. Wang Xiao said directly to Brother Biao and the others in an imperious tone. Sorry, beautiful, we were wrong, we really were wrong, we won't dare to do it again. As soon as Wang Xiao finished speaking, Biao and the others immediately bowed their heads and began apologizing to us, looking nervous and scared. What? Is this how you apologize? Seeing that their apology didn't seem to be sincere, Wang Xiao immediately angrily scolded them. I'm sorry, beautiful, we were wrong, please let us off. With a thud, Biao directly fell to his knees in fear. After Biao fell to his knees, all of the thugs behind him also fell to their knees. Seeing this scene, I was suddenly dumbfounded. I didn't expect that this Wang Xiao had really quite a lot of energy, and he actually made these ruffians so scared. Hello, beautiful lady, my name is Wang Tianheng. These ruffians were inconsiderate and offended you just now. Please forgive them. Wang Xiao's original name was Wang Tianheng. After seeing them kneel down and apologize sincerely, Wang Tianheng came over and introduced himself, while politely extending his hand to shake mine. I smiled politely and said, thank you. But at this time, I did not reach out to shake his hand. Maybe I was shocked at the moment, or maybe I was not used to shaking hands with men. Thank you, Mr. Wang, my surname is Gao. Since there is nothing else, let them go, otherwise it will not look good if they keep kneeling here. Seeing this scene, I felt that I should let Wang Tianheng and the gang of rascals leave, because they were here, and everyone felt very nervous and uneasy. It's fine, Miss Gao has already forgiven you, so why don't you get lost? Wang Tianheng nodded with a smile, then turned around and yelled at them again. Thank you, Miss Gao, thank you, Miss Gao. After Biao and the others finished speaking, they stood up and then exchanged greetings with Wang Tianheng. The group of people then left the bar in disgrace. After they left, the atmosphere in the bar returned to its previous calm. Some onlookers couldn't help but join in the commotion, and many people came over specifically to propose a toast to Wang Tianheng. In particular, some beautiful women dressed in sexy outfits actually wanted to approach Wang Tianheng on their own initiative, but since Wang Tianheng didn't seem to like them, they quickly left tactfully. Miss Gao, do you want to come to my table and have a drink with me? I'm a bit bored drinking alone tonight. Wang Tianheng smiled as he walked over to our table after the beautiful women who had tried to chat him up had left. Sorry, I'm not very good at drinking, so how about I toast you? To thank you for your help just now. Hearing Wang Tianheng's gentlemanly request, I of course felt a little embarrassed. However, when Wang Tianheng saw that I could take the initiative to toast him, he quickly revealed a satisfied smile on his face. He accepted my toast with a smile and had a drink with me. At this moment, seeing the handsome and wealthy Wang Tianheng come over to toast, Lin Xiaoya naturally smiled happily and immediately shouted that she would drink with Wang Tianheng. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaoya could also drink quite a lot. In a short while, she had already had 3 drinks with Wang Tianheng. After they had drunk too much, they dragged me into drinking with them. There was no way out, and in the end I gave in to them and drank 2 more glasses of wine with them. While drinking, I just noticed that when Lin Xiaoya yelled and called the police, her arm was hurt by Brother Biao. At this time, there was already a red mark on her right arm, which was slightly swollen and looked very painful. Xiaoya, your hand is hurt? Why don't I take you home now? Seeing that Xiaoya was injured, naturally I was in no mood to continue playing at the moment. Plus, it was already past 1 a.m. at the scene, and we still had to go to work in the morning. In that case, guys, my car is parked just outside the bar, so how about I give you a ride home? Wang Tianheng suggested with a smile when he saw that I was prepared to give Lin Xiaoya a ride home. No, Mr. Wang, I don't want to trouble you. Besides, you've had quite a bit to drink. Let's take a taxi home. Hearing Wang Tianheng offer to take us home, I immediately refused. Yes, let's let Mr. Wang take us home. Can't you see that Mr. Wang is handsome and such a nice guy? Lin Xiaoya had obviously had a bit too much to drink, and her speech was beginning to sound incoherent. Moreover, the way he was looking at Wang Tianheng had obviously become a bit amorous. No, Mr. Wang, we'd better take a taxi home. With that, I took Lin Xiaoya's hand and walked straight out of the bar. Unexpectedly, while we were waiting for a taxi, a Porsche pulled up. The window on the passenger side rolled down quickly, and to our surprise, it was Wang Tianheng. Get in, you two beauties, it's hard to get a taxi here. Wang Tianheng said as he got out of the passenger's seat and helped us open the back door, motioning for us to get in. I didn't plan to get in the car, but when Lin Xiaoya saw the handsome guy, she seemed to be stuck to him. Coupled with the effect of alcohol, she insisted with a smile that she wanted to go back in Wang Tianheng's car. Puff. Ooh. Just as Lin Xiaoya was forcibly getting into the car, suddenly, she couldn't hold back anymore and vomited directly, immediately piling up vomit, which was directly vomited inside the car. Chapter 8, An Unexpected Embarrassment. I was immediately terrified, and quickly helped Lin Xiaoya back inside, where the vomit also stained my clothes. Lin Xiaoya's sudden move made me very embarrassed, but Wang Tianheng, who was standing nearby, smiled very gentlemanly and said, it's okay, I'll just have the driver wash the car when we get there. Seeing this embarrassing scene, at this moment I really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Just then, a taxi pulled up. I awkwardly dragged Lin Xiaoya and got straight into the taxi, then awkwardly said goodbye to Wang Tianheng. It wasn't until the taxi had driven off that my heart, which had been hanging in the balance, eased a little, because the scene that had just happened was indeed very embarrassing. Over here, until our taxi disappeared from Wang Tianheng's view. Before that, the Biao brother and Xiaoluzi they met at the bar immediately smiled and slipped out from the side. Wang Xiao, what do you think? How was our acting just now? Wang Xiao's heroic rescue was truly superb, but unfortunately, that exquisite beauty didn't seem to be interested. Brother Biao and Xiaoluzi came over to Wang Tianheng and started nagging at once. What do you know? With a beauty like this, what you do is play the long game and wait for the big catch. After you're tired of playing with gold-digging women, suddenly, you fall in love with this kind of virtuous woman. Don't worry, she'll be my prey sooner or later. As Wang Tianheng said these words, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, and his face carried an obvious look of smugness and arrogance. He had already made his plans in his heart. After arriving at Lin Xiaoya's place, I just helped her inside the house. Suddenly, I felt extremely uncomfortable in my stomach. I couldn't help but go to the bathroom and started vomiting. Oh, it's so hot, my head hurts, let's take a hot shower first. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoya stumbled in, and as soon as she came in, she started taking off her clothes in front of me, which startled me. Lin Xiaoya said wickedly with a smile, Vicky, do you want to take a bath together? Seeing the flirtatiousness of Lin Xiaoya after she had drunk too much, I was startled at once, and instantly blushed. I have to say, Lin Xiaoya's figure is really not bad, although of course it is still a little worse than mine. While I was waiting for her to take a bath, my head started to hurt more and more. Later, I just laid down directly on Lin Xiaoya's big bed and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, I suddenly felt someone touching me. At first I thought it was Lin Xiaoya, who had drunk too much and was sleeping next to me, and she had accidentally touched me. Stop it, go to sleep, I'm so sleepy. I pushed Xiaoya away reluctantly, but I found that I didn't have the strength to push her away. What's more, when I touched her hand, I realized that it was obviously rougher than an average woman's hand, but rather like a man's hand. I immediately sobered up, and desperately pushed him away, while yelling, Who are you? What do you want? Lin Xiaoya also sat up in shock after hearing my yelling. This person probably also realized that something was wrong. In my panic, I quickly turned on the bedside lamp. I was shocked to see that it was a man. I was about to get something to hit him with, but Xiaoya next to me stopped me immediately. Sister Weiwei, he is my boyfriend Wang Yu. After she reminded me, I looked at him more closely and finally recognized him. The very flustered and embarrassed man in front of me was indeed Lin Xiaoya's boyfriend Wang Yu. At the moment, he was also full of embarrassment and surprise. Sister Weiwei, I'm sorry, because I came back from a business trip very late and was afraid of disturbing Xiaoya, so I came in without turning on the light. I just thought you were Xiaoya. Wang Yu, who was standing in front of us in his underwear and with his shirt off, explained awkwardly, while I was obviously shocked by what I saw. Wang Yu, what are you still standing here for? Can't you see that Vicky is still here? Are you a pervert? Seeing that I was a bit lost, Lin Xiaoya was also very embarrassed and shouted at her boyfriend Wang Yu. Upon hearing Xiaoya's words, Wang Yu, who had come to his senses, also felt even more embarrassed. He blushed and hurriedly rushed out of the bedroom. After rushing out, he probably forgot to close the bedroom door, so he hurriedly turned back to close it. After seeing Wang Yu go out, I lifted the quilt to look at myself. When I found that I was only wearing my underwear, an ominous and embarrassed expression immediately flooded my mind. It was obvious that Wang Yu had indeed taken advantage of me just now. This Wang Yu, this pervert, actually dared to bully Sister Weiwei. I'll go out and fix him. Lin Xiaoya embarrassedly smiled at me, then immediately threw on a jacket and walked out of the bedroom, going into the hall and starting to argue with Wang Yu. Why didn't you come back and say hello in advance? You actually tried to take advantage of Sister Weiwei just now. Tell me, did you have your eye on her? I didn't, but who knew you would bring someone to our house, and the two of you women actually slept in the same bed? After Lin Xiaoya left, the two of them started arguing, which made me feel a little bad. After all, Xiaoya's family is not big, with only one room and one living room, so when I come to their house, it can only lead to her boyfriend Wang Yu having to live outside. So I wanted to get dressed and prepare to go home in the middle of the night, even though I had drunk too much and my head was hurting a little. But Lin Xiaoya heard that I wanted to go home so late and resolutely refused to let me go back. She took it upon herself to let me sleep in their bedroom, and she and her boyfriend would sleep in the living room outside. Seeing that it was really late, and now that my head hurts and I really don't want to move, I said awkwardly, "Will your boyfriend Wang Yu have a problem with this? If he dares to have an opinion, I will break his legs, hee hee." Lin Xiaoya laughed, then gestured for me to go to sleep quickly. Soon, she closed the door and went out to sleep in the living room. In order to sleep peacefully, I deliberately locked the door, but lying in someone else's bed, I still felt very awkward sleeping. I lay there in a daze for more than half an hour, still not really asleep, and I could just hear Xiaoya and Wang Yu arguing in the living room outside. "Stop it, don't touch me, you don't even care about me." "How can that be? If I didn't care about you, I wouldn't have come back early from my business trip." The two of them continued whispering, and even though their voices were very quiet, I could hear every word they said. "I haven't been back for so long, do you miss me? Come on, Vicky is still in our house. What are you afraid of? There's no sound at all inside, she's already asleep." Chapter 9, Uninvited Guests. Hearing the two of them flirting and arguing made me feel even more embarrassed. I could only pretend to be asleep, not moving a muscle, not even daring to turn around, not daring to let out a loud breath. Afterwards, I heard all kinds of evil sounds coming from the two of them as they did the things that couples do. Hearing this sound in the middle of the night is really a terrifying and agonizing experience for a woman alone. This made me suddenly think of the young man who delivered takeaway to me last night. Thinking about that scene made my heart race. So, I endured half an hour of agony, until there was no more noise outside, and I finally quieted down. But even so, I lay in bed, still unable to sleep. It was indeed a painful thing to be unable to sleep. At this time, I picked up my phone and looked at it. I didn't realize that it was only 3:30 in the morning, but I couldn't sleep. If I kept like this and couldn't sleep, what would happen when I went to work tomorrow? Not being able to sleep was indeed a painful thing. There was nothing I could do, so I had to sit up, get dressed, and go home to sleep. After all, I could sleep soundly when I got home. I wanted to sneak home quietly, but when I came out of the bedroom, I woke up Lin Xiaoya and Wang Yu. I was embarrassed to see them cuddled up so closely. Lin Xiaoya seemed to realize the awkwardness too. Blushing, she quickly jumped off the sofa. "Sister Weiwei, I'm sorry, I woke you up." "What are you doing?" I said, slightly embarrassed. "I'm sorry, I'm a bit strange. I can't sleep in a different bed, so I'd better go home and sleep. Besides, your boyfriend is back, and I'm here, so I'm not good for you too, am I?" When I said this, Lin Xiaoya and Wang Yu both felt even more embarrassed, and their faces turned red. Sister Weiwei, but it's so late, it's not safe for you to go home alone, is it? Why don't I ask Wang Yu to take you home? Lin Xiaoya finished speaking, looked at Wang Yu, gave him a wink, and Wang Yu politely said, Yes, Vicky, it's almost 4 a.m. now, let me take you home. My car is just downstairs. No, I'd better take a taxi home myself. I'm really sorry to bother you guys so late. While I was saying this, I walked out of their house, but at this moment, at Lin Xiaoya's insistence, Wang Yu had also changed his clothes and came out from inside, smiling and saying, Sister Weiwei, don't be polite, let's go, I'll drive you. Since he had already changed his clothes and was ready to see me off, I didn't want to refuse anymore. After all, deep down, it was safer to be seen off by someone familiar, and after all, it was nighttime, and it was dangerous for a strange woman, especially a pretty woman, to take a taxi. Wang Yu's car was an ordinary Volkswagen, not a good car at all, not as good as my Audi Q5, but when I got in, there was a faint smell of perfume. I was going to sit in the back, but when I was about to put on the seatbelt, Wang Yu suddenly turned around and smiled, saying, Sister Weiwei, why don't you sit in the front? Then you can show me the way home when I get lost. He said this with a smile, so naturally I had no reason to refuse. After all, he was being kind and driving me home in the middle of the night. I smiled slightly awkwardly, and then switched to the front passenger seat and sat down. Soon, after he asked me to enter the address of the house I lived in on the navigation, he drove me to my house. Along the way, Wang Yu seemed to be driving with particular ease, and his driving skills were very good. Compared to me, he was much more stable. The light music playing in the car at night was indeed enjoyable. After driving for 10 minutes, we were almost at the residential area where I lived, Donghai Garden Phase 1. As I was getting ready to get off the car, I looked around habitually, but what I didn't expect was that under the passenger seat, suddenly, I saw a condom. To be precise, it was an opened condom. At first, I didn't see it clearly and thought it was trash, so I bent down to pick it up, but I didn't expect it to be an opened condom. Seeing this, I blushed with embarrassment and was at a loss for a moment. I had planned to quietly throw it away, but at that moment, the car arrived and stopped directly. Wang Yu also quickly saw the opened condom in my hand. He said calmly, Oops, I'm so sorry, Vicky, this is the ultra-thin one that Xiaoya insisted I buy last time. She opened it to take a look, but before she could try it in the car, she was interrupted. Wang Yu finished smiling, reached out and took it directly from my hands, then opened the car door, walked outside, and threw it straight into the trash can by the roadside. After getting out of the car, my heart was in disarray. Looking at the quiet neighborhood, I suddenly felt a little scared and walked directly inside. Vivi, do you want me to walk you up? You're a pretty girl, and it's not safe to go home alone at night. Wang Yu was smiling at me, his eyes full of concern. No, I'll be fine walking back by myself. Our neighborhood is pretty safe. I declined his offer while saying this, then waved goodbye and walked alone into the neighborhood. As I walked into the community, Wang Yu was still there. He stood in the same place, keeping his eyes on me, with a smile in his eyes, making me feel like he had another agenda. I wondered to myself, is this how all men are? Are they all animals that think with their lower bodies? Suddenly, after I had just walked in a few steps, several security guards in the community hurriedly walked over and reminded me. Miss Gao, hurry home if you're okay. A thief just entered our community, and our property security guards are patrolling full force. I was fine before, but when I heard this, I suddenly panicked a little. Especially when I heard that a thief had come into the community, it instantly made me uneasy. You said it's the middle of the night, and a beautiful girl like me, if I run into a hungry thief, wouldn't that be very dangerous? Hearing this, I panicked immediately, and I didn't dare to take a step forward. But then I turned around and looked at Wang Yu's strange smile, and my heart was still a little messed up. After all, he was Lin Xiaoya's boyfriend. So at this moment, I gritted my teeth and hurriedly walked towards our building. To be honest, when I saw 3 or 4 security guards rushing around downstairs, I felt quite safe, but as soon as I heard that there was a thief in the community, I immediately panicked a little. Before entering the elevator, I deliberately looked around to make sure it was safe before getting in. Stop! Don't move! Suddenly, as I was about to swipe my card to enter the elevator, suddenly, a man in black appeared directly behind me and covered my mouth with his hand. Chapter 10 Xiaoya's Secret. I was immediately completely shocked by this sudden scene. I thought to myself, why is it that I am the one who is out of luck? Could it be that the thief is also eyeing my home? I was so scared that I started to cry and I began to resist. I knew that if I was dragged in like this, the consequences would be really unimaginable. Miss Gao, don't scream, it's me, it's me. I won't hurt you. After seeing my strong resistance, he began to shout out in a low voice, then let go of me. When I turned around and saw him, he had already taken off the hood and said somewhat excitedly, Miss Gao, it's me, June, the one who delivered takeaway to you tonight. Hearing him say that, I panicked even more, especially because of the face that I could not forget for a while. Before, he bullied me in my home. I never thought that he would actually come to my building in the middle of the night to gamble with me. When I saw him, I panicked, put my bag in front of my chest, and said in a very scared voice, "What do you want? If you don't go, I'm going to call the police." Miss Gao, don't get excited. I'm not going to hurt you, I just want to see you. Takeaway boy June, at this moment, was wearing a black suit and speaking very anxiously. Go away. Don't come any closer. When I saw him, my heart became even more chaotic, especially when I thought about the scene before, when he was inside my house and bullying me, which made me feel a sense of guilt and a sense of sin. Someone come, this thief is here. Suddenly, a man's shouting came from the side. I turned my head and saw that, at some point, Wang Yu had actually sneaked into our community. He saw that at the moment I was holding my bag and was confronting a person wearing black clothes, and mistakenly thought that he was a thief, so he immediately shouted. The delivery boy, June, heard someone shouting and was so scared that he quickly ran out. Wang Yu's shout quickly alerted the security guards in the community, who rushed over. Meanwhile, I was screaming inside, June, run, run, don't get caught, or else it'll be trouble. After seeing a few security guards chasing after June, Wang Yu came over with a smile. I was a little surprised when I saw him and asked, Wang Yu, why didn't you go back? What are you doing running into our community? Luckily I came in, otherwise, that person just now was in danger. Was he planning to rob the bag you're holding? Wang Yu said with a smug smile, and pointed to the bag in my hand. Oh yeah, you forgot your phone, it's on the passenger seat. Wang Yu finished speaking and handed me my phone with a smile. When I saw the phone, I was shocked. I had just been in such a rush and, when I saw the condom, I panicked and left my phone in his car. I awkwardly smiled and took the phone, saying, thank you. Wang Yu saw that I had obviously panicked a little just now and laughed, saying, Sister Weiwei, shall I walk you up? Perhaps it was because of the scene I had just experienced, but I didn't expect that the delivery boy, June, actually had quite a lot of courage. It was indeed a little scary for me that he still dared to come to our community to find me so late at night. Well, okay. Thanks. After I said that, I swiped my access card and rushed towards my home with Wang Yu. After arriving on the 8th floor, I thought that after Wang Yu had seen me to the door, he would go straight back, but he said, slightly embarrassed, Vicky, can I go to your place to use the bathroom? I'm suddenly in a hurry. Naturally, I was embarrassed to refuse when he said that, after all, he had kindly seen me home, and I was naturally embarrassed to refuse his suggestion. Despite the inconvenience, I agreed to his request. After he came in, I pointed in the direction of the bathroom, and he walked in alone. When he went in and closed the door, I suddenly realized the embarrassing situation. It turned out that I was in a hurry to go to the bar to meet Xiaoya, and the underwear I had changed into was still on the bathroom counter, and I had not had time to clean it up. Thinking about this, my face flushed slightly. I shouldn't have let him into my house, but now this embarrassing scene had happened. When he came out, I saw his complacent expression, and I felt embarrassed instead. It was as if I was the one feeling guilty, as if I had become the child who had done something bad. I had thought that after he had finished using the bathroom, he would say goodbye to me and go back, but at the moment, he shook the water droplets off his hands, and looked at my water dispenser with a glance, as if he had no intention of leaving. Vicky, do you have anything to drink at home? For some reason, I suddenly feel thirsty. He smiled slightly awkwardly, looking at me with a flirtatious look. His look made my skin crawl. There are some drinks in the fridge, go and have a look for yourself, help yourself to whatever you want. Since Wang Yu had asked for some water, naturally I couldn't immediately ask him to leave. Wang Yu was not polite at all. He walked directly over to the refrigerator, opened it, and to my surprise, took out a can of beer and started drinking it as if he were at home. At the same time, he asked me with a smile, Vicky, do you want some? Hearing this, I immediately shook my head. After all, I had drunk too much at the bar earlier that night. Although I was somewhat sober at the moment, my head did hurt badly. After opening it and taking a couple of sips, he suddenly asked with a smile, Vicky, where did you buy that black lingerie? What? Hearing this, I momentarily doubted if I had heard it wrong, but at the moment it was very quiet everywhere, and I believed that I could not have heard it wrong at all. Therefore, in an instant, my ears turned red. Wang Yu saw that I had reacted greatly, and also smiled slightly embarrassedly, saying, "I mean that the underwear you are wearing is quite nice looking, and I also want to buy a set for Xiaoya, so I was just asking where it was bought." I also forgot where I bought it. It should have been bought by Liu Hao abroad before, and it was delivered back by express. When he said that, I almost exploded. At this moment, I was obviously a little angry. After all, it was quite embarrassing for a man to casually ask a woman such an issue. "Ha, that's right, I guess this set of clothes only looks good on your body, and Xiaoya can't compare to your figure." After Wang Yu finished speaking, suddenly, he gulped down the beer in one go. Seeing that he had finished the beer and still had no intention of leaving, I became impatient. "Wang Yu, I'm going to go to bed now, it's getting late, so you should go home." Suddenly, he sat on the sofa without saying a word, and suddenly, he burst into sobs. I was shocked by his actions, but I didn't expect that after a while, he started to sob, looking sad. Seeing him suddenly crying in my house, I was also at a loss for words at the moment. "Wang Yu, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly crying? That Lin Xiaoya, she doesn't love me at all. Wang Yu, how could this be? Why are you suddenly saying such things about Xiaoya? Didn't you two plan to get married at the end of this year?" Hearing Wang Yu's words, I was also at a loss for words at once, feeling a little unbelievable. I suspect that Xiaoya has been cuckolding me. Chapter 11, Don't Get Worked Up. "Wang Yu, how could you? Why are you suddenly saying such things about Xiaoya? Didn't you two plan to get married at the end of the year?" Hearing Wang Yu's words, I was also flustered and felt a little incredulous. I suspect that Xiaoya has been cuckolding me." Suddenly, Wang Yu started to sob. Hearing this, I was particularly shocked and suddenly dumbfounded. After all, in my impression, Lin Xiaoya was still a pretty good girl, otherwise she wouldn't have become my best friend. "Wang Yu, you can't say that kind of thing, I believe Xiaoya is not like that." "Not like that?" "That's because you haven't seen how intimate he is with other men. And last time I heard from a friend of mine that I saw Xiaoya with a middle-aged man, acting very intimately, and they entered a hotel holding hands. What do you call that? If I wasn't on a business trip that day, I would have come straight back, but unfortunately I couldn't get back that night." "Oh." Wang Yu became more and more angry as he spoke, and it became more and more difficult for him to speak. He kept crying, and tears started to fall in big drops. This was the first time I had seen a grown man cry like that in front of me. To be honest, when I saw him suddenly cry like that, I didn't know how to comfort him for a while, and I could only think of the good things. "Wang Yu, could it be that things are not as you think? Then after you came back, what did Xiaoya explain to you? What could she say?" "She just told me that it was just a client and they went to a hotel for dinner. But if you think about it, it definitely wasn't like that. But I don't have any evidence, other than a big fight, what else can I say? But things are definitely not as Xiaoya said, otherwise, just look at it, recently, all those high-end cosmetics she bought, perfumes, lipsticks, and so on, including that LV bag that cost tens of thousands of dollars, I don't even have the money to buy them for her, but with her salary, where would she get enough money? And she told me she bought them with her credit card? Do you think I would believe that?" Wang Yu was getting more and more angry as he spoke, and the sound of his crying grew louder and louder. "I, definitely, have been cheated on, definitely." At this moment, after hearing Wang Yu say this, I also felt that Xiaoya's recent expenses seemed to be quite large indeed. With her salary, she should not be able to support her high consumption. Could it be that Xiaoya really did something to hurt Wang Yu? Or could it be that Xiaoya is being supported by an older man? Thinking about this, I couldn't help but take a cold breath, but I always felt that I didn't really believe that Xiaoya would be such a person. But at the moment, Wang Yu was crying more and more, and I didn't know how to comfort him. Plus, it was already past 4 a.m., and I was a bit confused. "Wang Yu, about this kind of thing, you should really talk to Xiaoya about it properly in due course, after all, there is no real evidence. Vivi, I feel really, really bad inside. Can you let me lean on your shoulder for a while?" Suddenly, Wang Yu looked at me with red eyes. Seeing his red eyes, my heart softened. I felt that his feelings for Xiaoya were absolutely sincere. "Well, that's fine." Although I was a bit reluctant at this time, I actually agreed by some strange force of nature when I saw him crying so sadly and painfully. So Wang Yu just lay his head on my shoulder and cried. To match him, I even leaned towards him. After crying for a while, he suddenly begged, "Vicky, I know you're a good woman, and I actually really like you. Wang Yu, don't say that, actually Xiaoya is quite a nice girl, she doesn't deserve your affection. Hearing Wang Yu say this, I actually felt a little happy. Vicky, I really feel quite bad right now. Can you hug me? Just give me a hug, okay? I really feel quite bad. Wang Yu was clearly a master of the romantic arts. When he was crying his eyes out, and then combined with the sweet words, I inexplicably agreed to his request. After all, it wasn't an unreasonable request. Seeing him crying like this, I politely gave him a hug, but I didn't expect that after I hugged him, suddenly he just held me tightly and didn't want to let go. At this, I was completely furious. Wang Yu, what are you doing? Hurry up and let go, you're going too far. At this moment, the more I said angrily like this, the more Wang Yu seemed to get excited. Suddenly, he started kissing me wildly on the face, and at the same time tried to kiss me on the mouth, but I strongly refused. At this moment, I was completely shocked and wanted to instinctively break free from his embrace, but he was too strong, and I couldn't break free at all. At this moment, Wang Yu seemed to become more and more excited, and in addition to wanting to kiss me wildly, his hands started to touch me all over my body. I was completely terrified this time. Wang Yu, let go of me, hurry up and let go of me. I saw that he had no intention of stopping, so suddenly I shouted, if you don't stop, I'll call the police. I have surveillance cameras in my house. After I yelled so angrily, Wang Yu seemed to come to his senses in an instant. He was so scared that he quickly pushed me away, then looked up with fear in his eyes and looked around at the ceiling. I said that there were surveillance cameras in the house, which seemed to completely calm him down. When he looked up and saw the camera mounted on the ceiling, he completely calmed down. At that moment, like a child who had done something wrong, he looked at me with fear and said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sister Weiwei, just now I lost my temper. I suddenly couldn't control myself. I'm sorry. As he said this, he leaned towards me. Seeing him lean towards me, I became a little panicked. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll call the police. At that moment, I picked up a fruit knife on the table and took a defensive stance, pointing it at him. Vivian, don't be impulsive, I'm not coming over, just put down the fruit knife, okay? Wang Yu saw that I was holding a fruit knife in my hand. At this moment, he was obviously a little scared too. I'm sorry, Vivian, I really don't know what happened. Suddenly I got a little out of control. Chapter 12, It was all premeditated. He finished and started crying again. Seeing him like this, I was also a little dazed at this moment, not knowing what to do. I thought about just now, when I was at their house, sleeping on the bed, and he was feeling me up like I was Lin Xiaoya, and I suddenly felt a little sick. Suddenly, I seemed to realize something, and I asked angrily. Wang Yu, before, at your house, did you recognize me? You deliberately mistook me for Xiaoya, didn't you? As I looked at him with red eyes and seriously questioned him, at that moment, Wang Yu did not deny it. He looked at me with deep affection and said, I'm sorry, Sister Weiwei, in fact, I have always really liked you. If it weren't because you married Liu Hao, I would definitely marry you. Hearing this, I suddenly became even more angry. I felt that this kind of talk from a man, no matter how disgusting it was simply a lying ghost. Okay, just stop talking and go away quickly, I don't want to see you. Vivian, okay, I'll go, but please don't tell Xiaoya about what happened tonight, okay? Otherwise, Xiaoya will definitely fight with me. Wang Yu looked at me with a very pleading tone, which made me suddenly distracted. In order to make him leave quickly, I could only nod against my will. Don't worry, as long as you are polite to me next time, I can pretend that nothing happened tonight. Thank you, Sister Weiwei, you are a good woman. After Wang Yu finished speaking, he picked up the remaining can of beer on the table, drank it in one go, and then quickly walked out of my house. After seeing him leave, I quickly closed the door and then locked it. After seeing him disappear completely through the cat's eye at the elevator entrance, my heart, which had been hanging in the balance, slowly relaxed. After that, I rushed into the bathroom, washed my face a few times frantically, and then crawled into the bedroom and started getting ready for bed. But the rest of the night, I didn't sleep at all, always feeling like there was another strange man standing outside the bedroom. And in my mind, the figure of the previous young man, Jun, kept flashing, as well as the actions that Wang Yu had just done to me. The next morning, after the alarm clock had gone off 3 times, I reluctantly got up from bed. In the bathroom, I saw my dark circles under my eyes and felt a pang of pain. After looking in the mirror, I saw the black underwear next to the sink, and I suddenly felt embarrassed. I thought about how these things had actually been seen by the young man Jun and Wang Yu, and I felt a little ashamed. After I finished washing up, I put on a light makeup and took the elevator to the underground parking garage. I got into my white Audi Q5 and was ready to go to work. It looked like it was going to be another unlucky day. My husband Liu Hao bought me this Audi Q5. In the 3 years since I got it, I haven't been in any traffic accidents. But today, not long after I drove out of the community, my car was rear-ended. The rear-end collision seemed to be quite serious, as it smashed the taillights and deeply dented the rear of the car. I was stunned, and as I had never dealt with a traffic accident before, I was at a loss as to what to do. Hello, I'm sorry, beautiful lady, I'm really sorry, it's my fault, it's all my fault. After I got out of the car, a man in a suit and tie immediately walked over with slight embarrassment, looking very polite and apologizing to me non-stop. Sir, I was driving normally, so what should we do now? Seeing my car smashed like this, I was also very distressed and panicked for a moment. Don't worry, beautiful lady, your car is an Audi Q5 and mine is an Audi Q6. I'll call the insurance company to deal with it, it'll be fine in a moment. He smiled at me very gentlemanly, then quickly made a phone call. After that, she signaled me to quickly move the car to the side of the road, so I followed him and moved the car to the side of the road. In a short while, the insurance company's people immediately rushed over, and after looking at my driver's license and vehicle registration, they began to handle the situation. In the end, they even specially called a tow truck and began to handle the situation. My name is Lu Fan, beautiful lady. Why don't you give me your phone number? I'll add you on WeChat, so we can communicate directly if anything comes up. Lu Fan said as he handed me a business card. I looked at it and saw that he was the operations director of an electrical appliance company. After the accident car was handed over to the insurance company to deal with, he laughed and said, "Beautiful lady, why don't I drive you to work first? It'll be hard to get a taxi at this hour. You're giving me a ride?" "No, your car was also hit, wasn't it?" I asked, a little confused. "It's fine, my car wasn't seriously damaged, it can still be driven, I'll just drive it to the repair shop later." Lu Fan smiled and opened the door, inviting me to get in. There was no choice, because it was indeed almost time to go to work, and it would be difficult to hail a taxi halfway there, so I had to agree to his request. From here, it was about a 10-minute drive to my company. It was obvious that he had very good driving skills, and drove very steadily and cautiously, so I found it a little hard to understand why he had suddenly rear-ended my car. But I only found out later that the rear-end collision today was actually intentional on Lu Fan's part. It was a ploy to get closer to me. Of course, all of this was in the aftermath, and I will talk about it in detail later. After arriving downstairs at the company, he added me to WeChat and asked me to pass something along. I didn't want to refuse in front of him, and since he had hit my car, I was worried that there might be something to discuss later, so I agreed right away. After agreeing, I had just walked into the building when, to my surprise, he sent me a 1,000 yuan red envelope, with a note saying, "Vivi, this is for the lost work time. Please accept it." Seeing how polite he was, I naturally refused, "It's nothing. Driving on the road, you'll inevitably encounter some accidents. No need." Seeing that I refused to accept it, he said with a smile, "It's okay. Since you don't want to accept it, how about I treat you to dinner next time?" Seeing how enthusiastic he was, I didn't know how to respond for a moment, so I politely declined, "Let's talk about it when you're free, I'm going to go to work now, bye." After that, he was very tactful and didn't continue to send me messages. At this time, I had already gotten into the elevator and habitually browsed WeChat, and found that there was actually an unread message. After taking a look, I didn't expect it to be from the owner of the pharmacy downstairs, Young. "Good morning, beautiful. Oh, I forgot to tell you something. Recently, a 24-hour convenience store specializing in sex toys opened next to my pharmacy. If you and your husband need anything, you can go and buy it yourself. Of course, you can also help introduce your colleagues and friends." Chapter 13 Compromise for a Living. When I saw this message, I couldn't help but scold Boss Yang in my heart. Thinking of that balding old man in his 40s, who smiles and acts warmly whenever he sees a beautiful woman, I couldn't help but hate him. I muttered to myself, am I really the kind of woman who seems open and indiscriminate in her relationships? I got a rear-end collision in the morning, and then this incident happened, which made me feel very uncomfortable. When I arrived at the office and clocked in, I realized that I was actually 10 minutes late. This was the first time I had ever been late for work at this company, and when my colleagues greeted me, I was too embarrassed to respond. I am the deputy director of the advertising creative department and the head of the creative department. There is also a second advertising creative department, which is directly supervised by the advertising creative department director, who is known to everyone as Fat Lee. We don't have a particularly good impression of Fat Lee. First, we don't think he's very capable. He's in his 40s, and he's very overweight. And every time he looks at the young girls in the company with lecherous eyes, it's a bit hard to bear. More importantly, according to hearsay, he was able to take the seat of creative director because of his father-in-law's connections. It is said that his father-in-law has a very good relationship with the owner of our Jiamei Media. I entered my office and just sat down when the phone above my office rang. "Hey, Weiwei, it's Director Lee, come to my office right away." Hearing this tone of voice, I immediately started to worry. I thought to myself, could it be that I've just been late for work and he's going to scold me? I adjusted my state of mind, took a deep breath, and then walked into Li Yong's office. "Come in." After knocking on the door, Li Yong told me to go in. I didn't plan to close the office door after entering, but Li Yong's look at me was obviously a bit off, and he said coldly, "Please close the door." I closed the door somewhat reluctantly, but my heartbeat couldn't help speeding up. I asked directly, "Director Lee, what can I do for you?" After seeing me come in, Li Yong stood up directly from the top of the boss chair, looked me up and down, and then questioned, "What's going on?" "Weiwei, in your department, there have been quite a lot of people who have been late for work recently. Look at you, you're late again today, no wonder your department's performance was so poor last month." After being scolded like this, I was almost about to cry with grievance on the spot, and couldn't help but retort in a small voice, "Director Lee, could you please check the attendance records? Do I often come in late?" He was furious when he saw that I had actually retorted to him, "Gao Weiwei, what kind of attitude is this? Do you think I called you over here to scold you? I'm doing this entirely for your own good. Don't you think about it, how much worse was your department's performance last month compared to other departments? How many advertisements did not meet the client's requirements? With that kind of performance, how do you expect your department to compete with Du Wanmei from Department 2? What do you have to compare with others?" I was going to continue arguing with Li Yong, but at that moment, after being scolded like that, I was intimidated. After all, last month, the performance of our creative department was indeed not good, and the few advertisements created also fell far short of the client's needs, which has put a lot of pressure on our team. "I'm sorry, Li Zong, I admit that our team really didn't do a good job and let you down. Although I am a strong-willed person and I don't like to admit defeat, last month, our department's performance was really poor, and we had to bow to reality." "Okay, don't tell me this useless stuff. Now that the opportunity has come, the company Meishong previously worked with us on an advertisement, and now the female model is temporarily unable to come. Why don't you temporarily guest star?" When Li Yong said this, he couldn't help but look me up and down again, and then stared at my breasts, pretending to be very concerned, and said, "I told them that only your temperament and figure can showcase their company's products." Me? I was surprised to hear him say that I could temporarily fill in for the female model. I knew that the company mainly produced women's underwear, swimsuits, and lingerie, and the female model they had hired before had a superb figure. So when I heard this request, my face flushed. I am naturally a bit sensitive about this kind of advertising, and if it weren't for the company's performance, we probably wouldn't have taken this ad. But I didn't expect that Director Lee would actually ask me to temporarily fill in. "Yes, do you have any issues with it? Let me tell you, I'm doing this for the good of your department. If you don't want to do it, I can give it to Department 2 and let Du Wanmei and the others do it. I believe they can definitely do a good job. But in that case, will your department have any results this month? Without results, and with just a basic salary, how will you feed and clothe your subordinates? How will you pay the mortgage? How will you pay the car loan?" Li Yong looked at me calmly at this time, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Looking at his eyes, he seemed to be confident. "Well, their company's products are here, and I want you to audition first. Don't worry, you won't be shown in the official shoot. If they think it's okay, they'll just sign a contract with our company, and the performance will be counted in your department. Think about it yourself." As Li Yong said, he directly threw a set of sexy black lingerie in front of me. Seeing this scene, and looking at this sexy lingerie, especially the fact that the bottom was actually designed with open crotch, I immediately blushed and was at a loss for words. Li Yong saw that I was hesitant and continued to say cunningly, "Vivi, you have to know that this time we are signing a 5 million contract with Meishong Company. After signing, how much bonus can your department get? Have you calculated it? How much bonus can you get yourself? I roughly estimated that you should be able to get at least 30,000 yuan. 30,000 yuan is just for trying on some clothes. You think that's easy? And you don't even have to show your face. If you don't want to, I'll call Du Wanmei right now. Seeing Li Yong pick up the phone on the table, I panicked and couldn't help but ask, do you want to try it on here? Do you want to try it on in the lobby in front of everyone? Li Yong suddenly asked me back, and when I heard him say that, I became even more embarrassed. He saw that I was hesitating, and secretly felt happy. On the surface, he pretended to be angry and said, Fine, Weiwei, since you don't want to fight for this opportunity, I'll call Director Du and have their team come. Li Yong shook his head while talking, and began to dial the numbers on the phone one by one. At this moment, I thought about last month's very poor performance, and that I could only get a base salary of 10,000 yuan, and suddenly the pressure became great. Because I have to pay off a mortgage of 5,000 yuan every month, as well as property management fees and utility bills. In addition, the cost of petrol and parking is a significant expense every month, and I usually have to scrimp and save if I want to eat out. And now, I just need to change into this sexy lingerie and take some photos without showing my face to earn 30,000 yuan. Isn't that more than many people earn? And I don't have to sacrifice my body, so it's even better if I do it as a modeling job, isn't it? When I thought about it, my heart felt like it was going to jump out of my throat. I made up my mind and, with my eyes brimming with tears, I immediately gave in. Okay, I'll give it a try. Li Yong's face immediately lit up with a satisfied smile when he heard me say that, and he looked at me with a lecherous expression. Okay, then you can try it on now. I'll turn around. Hearing him say that, I became even more embarrassed, and at that moment, he pretended to be very understanding and turned around. I picked up the set of sexy lingerie and looked at it in my hands. Seeing the almost naked underwear in the vacuum underneath, I blushed and thought to myself, what's the difference between wearing this and not wearing it? There was no choice. I took a deep breath, gritted my teeth, and went to the corner of the office, trying to stay as far away from Li Yong as possible, before carefully getting changed into the black sexy lingerie. Chapter 14, Feeling Like a Fool. At this point, I deliberately stood next to the sofa to make it easier to change clothes. Although I saw Li Yong's back facing me, looking out the window, I still felt extremely uncomfortable and aggrieved. After all, Li Yong is a normal man, and he is asking a beautiful woman to change clothes in such a large space. If by any chance he is not being honest and turns around suddenly, I will be exposed. At this moment, I could only crouch down halfway, covering my body with my hands as best as I could, and began to change carefully. I have to say, the design of this dress is very good. If we advertise it and release the promotional information at the right time, it should achieve good results for Meishan Clothing Company, Ltd. Because my figure is perfect, I can say that compared to the female model they hired, I am not necessarily worse than her. On the contrary, I think I may even be better than her in terms of temperament. After changing into the black outfit, I turned around. At this time, Li Yong had his back to me, and was looking out the window through the floor-to-ceiling glass. To be honest, at this moment and in this situation, I really felt quite embarrassed. After all, I am not a professional model, and I still cannot control myself. Vicky, are you ready? Li Yong saw that I had been dawdling for a long time and had not spoken, so he could not help but ask. Okay, take a look. There was nothing I could do, so I blushed and whispered an answer, while at the same time I couldn't help but use my hands to cover my chest. Li Yong heard this and turned around happily, and suddenly his eyes couldn't help but stare straight at my whole body. Wow, so beautiful, this outfit seems to have been custom-made for you, it's even more attractive than the female model Sasa. Wow, not bad, not bad. At this moment, Li Yong kept praising, and his eyes kept looking up and down. This look of his made me even more embarrassed. Oh, right, take your hands down, don't block it, I'll take a picture of you and send it to Meishan Company. If that's okay, we can sign the contract this afternoon. Li Yong said this while bringing out a professional SLR camera. He pointed the camera at me and motioned for me to move my hands away. To be honest, the moment I moved my hands, I felt as if I were naked, as if he had seen me in my underwear. I blushed, but for the sake of a living in this job, I endured. Seeing Li Yong taking random pictures with a camera made me feel very uncomfortable, and I felt my whole body stiffen. After he had taken a few pictures, I asked impatiently, Mr. Li, are you done? Okay, great, I didn't expect this, it's a pity that you're not a female model, Meishan Company, they will definitely be satisfied. Li Yong said with a smile, while slowly walking towards me. Seeing him walk towards me on his own initiative, I was immediately terrified. Mr. Li, what else do you want? Oh, I forgot, I was going to help you take your clothes for you, hee hee, then you take them yourself? Li Yong had a happy smile on his face, hee hee, this smile made me feel even more uncomfortable. Just as I was about to change back into my own clothes, I saw that Li Yong didn't seem to be about to turn around to hand over my clothes, so I said awkwardly, Mr. Li, could you please turn around, please? Oh, okay. Li Yong once again revealed his very satisfied smile, and kept staring at the camera in his hands, looking at it as if he couldn't bear to let go. After I had changed, I asked, Mr. Li, when will Meishan give us news? Don't worry, Weiwei, I'll send it to them in a moment. I'm sure they'll sign a contract with our company after reading it. But for now, don't tell President Du about this, or else their team might get upset too. Li Yong finished grinning and then gestured for me to leave. Looking at Li Yong's lecherous eyes, I suddenly felt uncomfortable, but I still backed out, especially when I heard the sound of his approving clucking, which made me blush. After returning to my office, several employees from our team spontaneously came to my office, looking a little anxious, and asked, Mr. Gao, what's the deal with the advertising collaboration with Meishan? Can our team get it? Yes, Mr. Gao, last month our team's performance was terrible, and the little salary we got wasn't even enough to eat. Oh dear, I doubt it, this advertising contract will probably be snatched away by President Du's team again. Yes, you don't have to look at it. President Du is very close to Li Fatso and the rest of the Meishan gang. I heard they went out drinking together last night. Hearing the employees in my department start talking enthusiastically, I was also taken aback. I didn't expect that they would care more about this cooperation with Meishan than I did. Hearing this news, I was undoubtedly shocked. It seems that I really was negligent, and I was also thinking too simply. I didn't expect that there was actually such an unspoken rule. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes, but at that time I was waiting for the bus across the street and saw them enter a nightclub together. Xiaoting said with certainty at this time. Upon hearing Xiaoting say this, my colleagues immediately panicked, and obviously, I also panicked a little inside. After all, just now, Li Yong specifically asked me to take a set of pictures for him, so that he could send them to the Meishan company. If they have already decided to cooperate with Du Juanmei's team, can it be understood that Li Yong is deliberately playing a trick on me? And at the same time sacrificing my pretty pictures? Yes, Director Gao, should we also think of a way to contact Mr. Li and the people at Meishan company first? I think the advertisement we created this time should be in line with their company's positioning. Yes, Director Gao, if we don't get this order, I think our team will have to eat dirt again this month. Seeing the disappointed and dissatisfied looks in the eyes of my colleagues, I really feel a little guilty towards them. I immediately gave my word and said, please rest assured, I will do my best to win this advertising contract. Just now, General Manager Li also came to talk to me. I think our team's advertising ideas are the best, and there is still a good chance that Meishan company will choose our team in the end. Really? Director Gao? Hearing my encouraging words, some people asked in surprise. Not wanting to disappoint them, I nodded vigorously, which also gave me confidence. I laughed and said, of course. If you don't believe me, you can compare. This time, let's compare our advertisement with Team 2 and see if it's obvious that our advertising plan better meets the requirements of Meishan company. When I said this, everyone became even more excited. So I quickly turned on my computer. Just as I was about to open those folders, suddenly some breast enhancement advertising plugins popped up on the computer screen, so sexy and ambiguous that even I, as a woman, couldn't help blushing. Chapter 15, A Secret I Can't Tell. I was immediately terrified, and quickly clicked with the mouse and fiddled with the keyboard, only to find that the computer was completely out of my control. In an instant, I became even more embarrassed, and at this time, my colleagues, seeing that I had not responded for a long time, were all preparing to walk up to my seat to have a look at my computer desktop. Director Gao, are you ready? Seeing that they were about to walk over to me, I pretended to be calm and smiled, sorry, there's been an issue with the computer. I'll show you everyone when I've fixed it. Anyway, everyone, just trust me, and trust that we have the ability to win this cooperation with Meishan. While saying this, I had a brainstorm and quickly shut off the power to the monitor in fear. Luckily, no one saw the computer screen just now, otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to explain myself even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Fortunately, everyone trusts me as the deputy director, so when I said that, they naturally had no objections and immediately believed what I said. After a brief meeting, they all left with a passionate enthusiasm, smiling, but I had a wry smile in my heart, because indeed I had no confidence, so at this time, I could only try my best to fight for it. After they had all left, I turned on the computer monitor again and found that the dazzling illustration of the breast enhancement advertisement was still shining on the computer. As I moved the mouse randomly, the computer screen began to become more and more suggestive. All kinds of erotic lingerie and drug advertisements suddenly flashed before my eyes. Seeing such provocative advertisements, I momentarily suspected that my computer had been poisoned by pornographic websites. No, that's impossible. This is my personal computer. As a woman, I would never normally click on those websites, let alone be exposed to that kind of stuff. So how did my computer get poisoned? Could it be that someone had secretly used my computer? Or had my computer been infected? After calming down and thinking for a while, I fiddled with the mouse again for a while, and suddenly the computer desktop returned to normal again. The previous embarrassing images disappeared instantly, and the computer returned to normal as before. I let out a sigh of relief, and then quickly opened the antivirus software to clean the computer of all viruses. Fortunately, the computer didn't detect any viruses, and everything seemed normal. The only thing that made me wonder was how that scene had happened. If that scene was seen by my colleagues in the company, what would be the consequences? Would it become a major news story again? Afterwards, I sorted through the advertising files and materials, and went to the pantry to prepare a cup of coffee. At this time, there were not many people in the pantry, as most of the employees were busy working very seriously. But as I was about to reach the pantry, suddenly, the voices of a man and a woman came from inside. The man's voice was Li Yong's, and the woman's voice was actually Du Juanmei's gentle and magnetic female voice. I immediately froze in place and peeked inside, and discovered that at that moment, Li Yong and Du Juanmei were standing face to face, with very ambiguous expressions on their faces. What's important is that they were standing very close to each other. Du Juanmei was beaming, reaching out to touch Li Yong's tie in different ways, and said with a smile, "President Li, you must help me win this contract with Mei Shang. Don't worry, there's definitely no issue. As for the details of the cooperation with Mei Shang, let's talk about it when we meet at noon." Li Yong looked at Du Juanmei with a smile, his hot gaze constantly sweeping over her body, making me feel embarrassed. "Great, brotherly, no problem," Du Juanmei said with a smile, and when she saw that no one was around, she deliberately gave Li Yong's stomach a gentle squeeze with her hand. This soul-stirring action immediately made Li Yong unable to stop smiling. It had to be said that Du Juanmei was a woman to be coveted. A woman in her 30s or 40s, she looked very mature and charming. The kind of temperament she exuded was not something ordinary young girls could match. Although she can't be described as particularly pretty, and her figure is not particularly good, she dresses up very exquisitely. In particular, her seductive eyes and talkative mouth are really not the match of ordinary men. Hearing their conversation and the scene of their exchange, I seem to have figured out something wrong in my heart. Could it be that they are engaging in a power and sex transaction? Or is there some kind of ulterior motive? Just as I was in a daze, Du Juanmei quickly walked out of the pantry with a cup of coffee in her hand. I quickly pretended to pour the coffee, walked in, so as not to let them misunderstand that I was eavesdropping on their conversation. "Oops, Weiwei, you scared me. How come you didn't even make a sound when you walked?" Du Juanmei was obviously startled when she suddenly saw me appear, and her body immediately stopped in place, and a blush of guilt immediately appeared on her face. "I'm sorry, Mei Jia, I almost knocked over your coffee." I pretended to be embarrassed and laughed apologetically. "Mei Jia, why don't I make you another cup?" Du Juanmei smiled awkwardly. "Never mind, it's fine." While she was talking, she deliberately glanced at Li Yong next to her. At that moment, Li Yong, also holding a cup of coffee, was walking towards the outside of the pantry with a smile on his face. However, Li Yong deliberately walked slowly. After Du Juanmei had left, he turned back and smiled at me and said, "Vicky, those photos I took of you this morning are really great. They are even better than those of the female models. I'm sure the company, Mei Shang, will be very satisfied." For some reason, when I heard these words from Li Yong, I felt sick, especially when I saw his lecherous eyes, which made me feel very uncomfortable. Li Yong had planned to flirt with me some more, but at that moment, other staff from the company came over to make coffee. Seeing this, Li Yong just smiled and left directly and strutted away. After brewing the coffee and returning to the office, I started to feel a little anxious. This morning, I had promised the employees in our group that I would definitely try to win the advertising contract with Mei Shang this time, but now it seems that Du Juanmei and Li Yong are secretly plotting something. When the time comes, they will strike a deal with their power and sex, and it is estimated that our group will still fail? By then, how should I explain this to my capable subordinates? In my mind, I quickly remembered the conversation between Du Juanmei and Li Yong and the ambiguous scene in the pantry just now. I thought to myself, could it be that what they said they would meet for at noon really involves something that they can't be seen doing? Thinking about this, I decided that at noon, I would quietly follow them around to see what secret they have that they can't be seen doing. Chapter 16, following. At 11:30 a.m., many colleagues had already started ordering takeout food for lunch. At this time, Xiaoting came smiling into my office. Sister Weiwei, we're going to order some claypot rice from Li Ji for lunch. Do you want to order some too? I heard it tastes really good. Thinking that I had to quietly follow Li Yong and do Wanmei at lunchtime, I smiled and immediately found an excuse to refuse. No, you guys order. I might go downstairs to eat later, and I have some things to take care of. Okay, Sister Weiwei. It was almost time to go home at 12 o'clock, so I started tidying up my desk and preparing to go to the lobby of the office, pretending to be waiting for Li Yong and Du Wanmei to finish work. At this time, most of my colleagues had already gone home, and they started leaving their seats, drinking water, eating, chatting, and the whole office was a happy scene. Soon, many delivery people entered our office lobby in a concentrated manner and started delivering takeaways to us. I pretended to stare at Li Yong and Du Wanmei, who were coming out of the office, but after a while, they didn't seem to be in a hurry to come out. Suddenly, I seemed to realize in the corner of my eye that someone was staring at me, so I glanced back. When I turned my head, I was suddenly startled. I saw the young man outside, Jun, who had had sex with me last night, at the moment, while putting down the lunchbox, staring at me. Instantly, our gazes met, and he was also taken aback. He probably didn't expect to see me in this company either. When I saw him, my heart skipped a beat. I never thought that we would meet here, in such a narrow place. I looked at him, and he looked at me. Both of our expressions looked particularly shocked and surprised. After being looked at like that, I seemed to realize that something was wrong, because at the moment, I didn't want to see him, and even less did I want to get involved with him in any way. What's more, the important thing was that I didn't want anyone to know about this little secret between us after the accident that happened last night. Suddenly, I slipped out directly from the side door of the office and hid directly inside the female restroom next to it. I went to the ladies' room, took a leak, then came out to wash my hands and pretend to fix my makeup. I waited for a while, thinking to myself, by now, the delivery boy, Jun, should have already left the company. I didn't come out of the ladies' room until I felt sure that Jun had already left the company. I sighed with relief, thinking to myself, I was going to follow Du Wanmei and Li Yong, but now they've already gone downstairs. Okay, Mr. Li, I'll be right downstairs. Just a moment. At that moment, Du Wanmei was holding her cell phone in her hand, walking outside the bathroom while talking on the phone. After she came out of the women's bathroom, she obviously froze for a moment. She probably didn't expect to run into me again outside the bathroom at this time. I was also slightly embarrassed, but I pretended to smile politely as a way of saying hello. In this way, I quietly followed behind Du Wanmei, but I didn't dare get too close. After she got into the elevator, I had to take another elevator and follow her downstairs in order not to arouse her suspicion. Fortunately, there were very few people in our elevator, and when it reached the first floor, I saw Du Wanmei walking out of the office building. At this moment, Li Yong parked his Mercedes-Benz on the roadside far away from the building. Although he did it very covertly, he was still recognized at a glance. After seeing Du Wanmei get into the car, I immediately panicked. At this time, a taxi happened to stop. Hello, driver, please follow the Mercedes-Benz in front of you. Thanks. After getting in the taxi, I immediately begged the taxi driver to help me follow the car driven by Li Yong in front of me. Stalking? Could it be that my husband is cheating on me? The taxi driver suddenly burst out laughing when he heard what I said. I was also extremely embarrassed by what he had said, and didn't know how to respond, so I just nodded. The driver also laughed a little when he saw that I was no longer speaking, and said, "Oh, I don't know what your husband is thinking. You obviously look much prettier and gentler than many women, so why is there still? Hey, it's a shame that such a good woman has been taken by a pig." Hearing this, my face immediately turned from green to white. I was worried that the driver had lost track of Li Yong and Du Wanmei, and impatiently said, "Driver, please keep a close eye on them, okay?" When I said this, the driver also became slightly embarrassed and said with a smile, Okay, don't worry, I definitely won't lose them." After the car had been driving for more than 10 minutes, it stopped in front of a hotel. I immediately took out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to the driver. Unexpectedly, the taxi driver suddenly smiled and said, "Beauty, seeing that you are also a pitiful person, forget it, I will give you a free ride this time." Seeing that he didn't take it, I had to take the money back and quickly followed Li Yong and Du Wanmei to the hotel. Who knew that the taxi driver kindly asked from behind, "Hey, beauty, do you want some help catching your cheating husband?" Hearing this, I was completely speechless and awkwardly waved my hand before walking towards the hotel lobby. As soon as I entered the hotel lobby, I saw Du Wanmei, very ambiguously, holding onto Li Yong's arm, walking towards the elevator together. Seeing this, I quickly followed, wanting to find out what they were doing. So, I first checked the floor where the elevator they were in stopped, and then took another elevator and quickly got into it. When I arrived at the floor where they were staying, I quickly started looking room by room, because it was noon, so most of the rooms were empty. Just as I was walking towards the other end of the corridor, I suddenly heard the sound of a door slamming shut. I thought to myself, that room must be the one that Du Wanmei and Li Yong were staying in. After I crept over, I immediately put my ear to the door and listened to the sounds inside the room, feeling like a thief. Perhaps the soundproofing in the hotel was relatively good, so I didn't hear the two people inside talking. Suddenly, I only heard the clang of a glass bottle breaking inside. This sound also startled me. After listening for a while, there was no sound from inside, but after a while, I suddenly heard Du Wanmei pleading there, "Brother Yong, please let me go, please let me go." Hearing this, I held my breath. What were they doing in there? Were they fighting? Chapter 17, There is another hidden story. Thinking about this, I couldn't help blushing and my heart was beating very fast. Suddenly, perhaps it was a serious curiosity that made my head unable to help but directly hit the door of the hotel room above. Such a loud noise was heard inside by Li Yong and Du Wanmei. Who is it? What came from inside was the voice of Li Yong. Hearing Li Yong's questioning voice, I was immediately scared. If the two of them found out that I was following them, then I would definitely be in trouble. So, I quickly and quietly slipped behind the fire door next to me, holding my breath. At this time, the door to the room really opened. Through the small gap in the fire door, I saw that Li Yong had actually only put on a dressing gown and walked out from the inside. He also deliberately looked around the door a bit and asked with some confusion, "Who is it?" But after looking around, when he found that there was no one in the hallway, he still felt a bit confused. At this time, I looked into the room through the open door and saw that at the moment, Du Wanmei seemed to be crawling on the large bed inside, covered with a bath towel. Seeing this scene, I blushed even more, and my heartbeat quickened. Oh my god, there really is something fishy going on. I never thought that the two of them really had an affair. After seeing that there was no one around, Li Yong cursed a few times, then walked into the room and slammed the door shut again. Seeing him go in, my pounding heart calmed down a little and I let out a sigh of relief. But in my mind, I imagined that an exquisite woman like Du Wanmei was actually willing to let an old man like Li Yong bully her for work and performance. I waited behind the fire door for a while, making sure no one would find out, before I walked out from inside. Thinking about the blushing scene just now, I was a little overwhelmed. If Du Wanmei had a power and sex deal with Li Yong, then there really wouldn't be anything for our department in the cooperation with Meishan Company. Then how can I fulfill my promise to the employees? Should I go to Li Yong now and let him use his own beauty to find a way to get Meishan Company to sign this contract with our department? When this bold idea appeared in my mind, I suddenly felt sick myself. In this day and age, is it really necessary to rely on money or power transactions, or even sex for power, in order to get results? I was a little dazed. After getting out of the elevator, I walked out of the hotel lobby. In front of me was a beautiful woman wearing a long white dress. She looked familiar. This woman was about 40 years old, a little overweight, not exactly pretty, but she had a voluptuous figure. Suddenly, I remembered, wasn't this woman Li Yong's wife, Jin Xiaohong, Hongshan? I froze for a moment, and in my mind's eye, I once again imagined a scene in which Li Yong was having a fierce fight with Du Wanmei. Could it be that his wife had sensed something and had come to the hotel to catch him in the act? But looking at her, it didn't seem like she had actually caught Li Yong in the act. Just as I was hesitating whether to call out to her and say hello to her politely, she suddenly stopped and turned her head back. When she turned around, I didn't have time to hide, and she saw me directly. I was also stunned when I saw her, and then I smiled awkwardly. "Hongjia, what a coincidence. How come you're here too?" "Oh, isn't this Director Gao? I happened to meet some friends here for tea." Hongjia explained a little awkwardly, but at the moment, I could clearly feel her cheeks turn red instantly, as if she had done something wrong. "Oh, I also just came here to meet a client." Hearing her say this, I quickly followed suit and told a lie. "Well, right?" When Hongjia said this, she smiled very unnaturally, completely different from the last time I saw her at our company. I remember the last time the company held a dinner party and Li Yong brought her here. She spoke with great eloquence, her demeanor was very light, and she looked like a very confident and capable woman. but today, I always felt that she seemed a little uncomfortable. Okay, Director Gao, you go ahead. I'm going to finish my tea and go home now, because my puppy is waiting for me to feed it. After Hongsheng finished speaking, she took a few steps and prepared to leave in big strides. After taking 2 sudden steps, she seemed to have remembered something and turned back, smiling awkwardly and asking, "Hey, Director Gao, let me ask you something. How is your English?" I froze at this question from Hongjie. For some reason, she suddenly asked me such a strange issue. I froze for a moment and said, "Well, it's not bad. I passed the TEM6 in college." "How about this, Director Gao, why don't you give me your phone number? It's like this, my son is already in his 3rd year of high school, but his English is really poor. I've tried to find him a tutor, but it hasn't had much effect. And I heard that he's fallen in love with a girl at school. He's going to take the college entrance exam next year, and this boy." Hongsheng sighed and continued, "The last time I saw my son, Xiaoyu, at a banquet, he seemed to be quite interested in talking to you. Why don't you help him? I see that you are both young people, and there shouldn't be any generation gap when you talk. You can also help him with his English at the same time. Don't worry, I will pay you the market rate for the tutoring sessions. I just don't know if Director Gao can spare some time to help with the tutoring? Even if it's just once or twice a week, that would be fine." Upon hearing what Hongshen said, I suddenly remembered Li Yong's son Li Xiaoyu. He is tall and thin, exceptionally handsome, and very sunny. If Li Yong hadn't said he was his son, we would never have guessed that he could be Li Yong's son. "Okay, Hongshen, I'll come visit you some other time and talk to him." After thinking about it for a moment, I quickly agreed to Sister Hong's request. The main reason was that I was thinking, Sister Hong is Li Yong's wife, and I heard that Li Yong is also a henpeck man. If I can get along with Sister Hong, then when it comes to work, I can ask Sister Hong to say a few kind words in front of Li Yong, and maybe, from then on, my work will be a lot easier. "Okay, Director Gao, why don't you give me your WeChat?" Sister Hong said, and then took out her phone from her bag, and then added me on WeChat. Chapter 18, The delivery boy came to the door. After adding each other, they exchanged a few pleasantries. Hearing Hongjie address me as Director Gao, I felt a little embarrassed. "Hongjie, we're all friends now, just call me Vicky, it'll be more casual." "Okay, Vicky, I'll leave you to it then, you're busy." After Hongsheng left, I quickly hailed a taxi and left from this hotel. When I got in the taxi, I couldn't help but ask the driver, "Master, is there a good place to drink tea at this Red Sun Hotel?" "Drink tea? How is that possible? If you want to drink tea, you must go to the Paradise Roadside. This Red Sun Hotel is not open to the public except for the guest rooms and the usual restaurants," the taxi driver skillfully explained. After hearing this, I became even more curious. Just now, Hongshen told me that she had made an appointment with a friend to come to this Red Sun Hotel to drink tea, but there is obviously no place to drink tea here. What is she doing here? Could it be that she came here to check into a hotel room? When I thought about this, I couldn't help but be shocked. I felt that my idea was really too bold. Could it be that Li Yong's wife, Qin Xiaohong, has also found a man outside? In that case, doesn't it mean that both Yong Li and his wife have betrayed each other and are doing things that they are sorry for? But I dare not think about it further, as I feel that this idea is too bold and unbelievable. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, and maybe they really just went there to drink tea. So, after the taxi arrived at the company building, I walked into a fast food restaurant, ordered a random fast food meal, and ate it there. When I was almost done eating, my phone suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw that it was a stranger calling. It seemed a bit strange, but I answered it anyway. "Hello, Miss Gao, this is Lu Fan. What time do you get off work tonight? Do you want me to pick you up after work?" Lu Fan? After receiving this call, I even doubted for a while whether someone had dialed the wrong number, because I didn't have a friend named Lu Fan. "Miss Gao, I'm Lu Fan, the guy who rear-ended your car this morning. I was thinking that I'll finish work early this afternoon, so I can pick you up on my way home. After all, I'm the one who hit your car, and now you're inconvenienced." Lu Fan spoke very politely on the phone, and his tone of voice was very pleasant to listen to. "Ha, Mr. Lu, doesn't your car also need maintenance?" I was a little curious when I heard him say that he would drive me home. "My company also has another BMW, but I don't usually drive it much," Lu Fan said with a smile. I heard and thought to myself, damn, it's really good to be rich, driving 2 luxury cars back and forth, and immediately driving the other BMW when the Audi Q6 is broken. Forget it, thank you, Mr. Lu, I'll just take a taxi home." Although this idea sounds pretty good, I don't want to take advantage of other people just like that. After all, I'm not the kind of greedy woman. Oh, that's fine, but if you need a car, remember to let me know. Your car will probably take a few days to fix. By the way, since it's like this, just take the 1,000 yuan red envelope I sent you as compensation for taking a taxi. Lu Fan said in a gentlemanly manner, continuing to kindly remind me. Seeing that he cared so much and was so polite, I really had no reason to refuse such a thing. I smiled and said, okay, thank you. After hanging up the phone, I couldn't help but shake my head. Could this be my good fortune? Nowadays, there are really not many good men like Lu Fan in this world. He is really too enthusiastic and too considerate. After dinner, before paying, I tapped into WeChat and accepted Lu Fan's 1,000 yuan red envelope. Soon after, Lu Fan sent me a smiley face, accompanied by a bunch of flowers and a handshake. Seeing his romantic expression, I smiled knowingly, said thank you and ignored him. I felt that his concern for me seemed to exceed the normal scope of concern and seemed to be for some purpose. After returning to the company, it was a little after 1 p.m. Many of my colleagues were already on their lunch break, so the office was quiet. I returned to my office and wanted to lie down on my office chair to rest a little when suddenly there was a knock on the door outside my office. Come in. I said a little suspiciously, after all, normally no one would come to the office to disturb me during lunch break. But after I said come in, the person outside my office still didn't come in at that moment, but stood outside. This made me a little suspicious, so I said louder, please come in. At this time, the office door opened, and in came a delivery boy wearing a yellow delivery uniform. He was carrying some fruit and various other food items, including some supplements. Who ordered this? I didn't order any takeaway. I looked at it and immediately expressed my confusion. At this time, he suddenly looked up and smiled at me. I was immediately shocked, because he was the same delivery boy, Jun, from last night, and I had seen him before, just before I left work this afternoon. Seeing him appear in our company again, I was taken by surprise, and my body instinctively took 2 steps back. I angrily said, why is it you? What do you want? Miss Gao, don't be nervous. I came to apologize to you. Jun saw that I was very angry and he also became a little nervous. His nervous eyes looked around, but he still carefully prepared to put the purchased items in his hand on top of my desk. Can you leave? Who asked you to apologize? Hurry up and go. And how the hell did you even get in here? When I saw him, I immediately panicked. Miss Gao, don't be nervous, I'm not here to hurt you, I really came to apologize to you, and these gifts are specially bought for you. Last night I was in a bad mood, and I also drank some wine, and I did something that I'm sorry for. I hope Miss Gao can forgive me. I'm sorry. Jun said this while placing the gifts on my desk, looking at me lovingly, and appearing very sincere. Take your things and go, I don't know you, just go. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, I quickly ordered him to leave, because I really didn't want my colleagues to know about the unspeakable things that had happened between us. Miss Gao, don't be nervous. I'll leave right away. Chapter 19, Bad Feeling. Jun said this while raising his hands, and quickly and slowly put one hand into his own pocket, then took out a few hundred yuan and placed it gently on the table, saying apologetically, Miss Gao, I'm sorry, this 500 yuan is compensation for you, please take it and buy something delicious to eat. Seeing him suddenly take out 500 yuan and place it on my desk, I became even more angry. What does he think this is? Am I a lady or a beggar to you? Don't put anything down, don't give it to me, I don't even know you, get out of here, or I'll call someone. Seeing this, I was so flustered that I started to feel a little dazed. He saw that I was very angry and upset. Suddenly, with a whoosh, he burst into tears, then slumped onto the sofa and said, Miss Gao, if you really hate me, then call the police now. What happened last night was really my fault, I was too impulsive. What do you want? Just go, I told you I don't know you, and I don't know what happened last night. Please go, okay? When I saw him crying like that and begging me to call the police to arrest him, I was so angry that I didn't want this nasty incident between us to be exposed. Just then, I heard footsteps outside the door. It turned out to be the security guards on patrol. Hearing the commotion in my office, one of the security guards immediately knocked on the door. Someone, quickly get this lunatic out of here. I was relieved to see the security guards approaching, and immediately shouted at the door. Hearing my voice, the security guards immediately unscrewed the door and rushed in. Captain Yang, what's going on with your security team? How can you let someone like this in the company so casually? Seeing the security guards, I couldn't help but rage and yell at them. I'm sorry, Director Gao, this is my mistake at work, I'm really sorry. After Captain Yang came in, he immediately bowed to me, made a gesture of apology, and then angrily told the security guards behind him, "Guys, get this person out of here." At the sound of his command, several security guards directly helped the delivery boy Ajun up and started dragging him outside. "Miss Gao, please forgive me for my mistake, please." Ajun saw that he was being grabbed by several security guards and was about to be blown out, so he immediately shouted for me to forgive him. However, Captain Yang immediately told the security guards to throw Ajun out, and soon his voice of pleading became smaller and smaller. After 10 minutes or so, Captain Yang embarrassedly came back and said to me apologetically, "Director Gao, do you know that delivery boy? He's crazy, how could I possibly know him?" Hearing Captain Yang's words, I immediately angrily cursed. "Oh, that's fine, we've already thrown him out of the building and he won't be coming back," Captain Yang said apologetically. "You haven't done anything to him, have you?" Suddenly, I asked this question out of the blue, worried that the delivery boy Ajun had been hurt by them. I suddenly realized that something was wrong when I said this carelessly. For someone who had hurt me in the past, I would actually care about him? "It's fine, we just escorted him out of the building." "Okay, you can go now." "Yes, Director Gao, if you need anything, just call us." Captain Yang once again made an apologetic gesture to me, and then he left my office with peace of mind. It wasn't until after he had left that I finally calmed down. The figure of the delivery boy Ajun once again appeared in my mind, constantly coming and going, especially when I thought about the scene from last night, lingering with him. It actually made me feel some strange thoughts. Thinking about that scene, I couldn't help but blush, and my heart beat faster. In the afternoon, Li Yong held a discussion meeting on the cooperation with Meishan Company. Director Gao and Director Du, after the discussion and exchange I just had with Meishan Company, their company is now relatively satisfied with the advertising plan of Director Du's group. The final result will not be known until tomorrow morning, when they will confirm it themselves. When Li Yong announced it, he deliberately looked at Du Wanmei in the audience. The two people's eyes met, as if they were discharging electricity. Seeing their look, I suddenly felt uneasy. It seems that Du Wanmei and Li Yong's purpose of trading sex has been achieved. As soon as Li Yong said this, the employees in the second creative department couldn't help cheering and celebrating, but the employees in our group, on hearing this, immediately became dejected and disappointed. Of course, the company Meishan has not yet made a final decision, and you can continue to maintain communication with them. Li Yong said these seemingly caring words to me out of consideration, but they were actually irrelevant. After the meeting, when I saw the disappointed and dejected looks in the eyes of our department's employees, I felt extremely uncomfortable. I immediately decided to go to Li Yong's office and find him. "Mr. Li, you dragged me out early in the morning to take those underwear photos, but now, after the people at Meishan Company have seen them, they have decided to go with the advertising plan from Du Juanmei's team?" "Well, yes, after General Manager Zhang had seen them, although he thought that the photos you took were very good, he always felt that they were still lacking, so they preferred the plan from Du's team." At this point, Li Yong was grinning from ear to ear, his face full of excitement. "Meishan's general manager Zhang made the decision?" I deliberately questioned him again loudly. "Well, yes." Li Yong seemed to be unaware that I had followed him at noon and discovered the dirty deeds he had done with Du Wanmei, so he said confidently at this time. "Wasn't it your own decision?" I sneered with some dissatisfaction, and my eyes clearly showed some dissatisfaction and mockery. "Gao Weiwei, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by my decision? Do I have that much power to decide the decision of Meishan Company?" Li Yong became very angry when he heard me say this. Obviously, at the moment, he thought I was questioning him. But to be honest, he knew very well what he had done in his heart. It was just that he thought I didn't know the dirty deals he had made behind my back. As for the truth of what happened, I think only you and President do know better, right? I didn't refute him directly, but just gave a strange laugh and then said these words. Chapter 20, The Drunken Man's Intent is Not on the Wine. "Gao Weiwei, what do you mean by that? You better explain yourself." After saying this, I was about to leave, but an angry Li Yong grabbed my arm directly with his hand, not wanting to let me leave so easily. "Mr. Li, what are you doing? Do you want to harass your female subordinate in person?" I originally wanted to directly speak of what happened at the Red Sun Hotel this noon, but since I had no evidence, of course I could not directly expose my thoughts at this time, so I could only say these words. Li Yong heard what I said and saw that he was holding my arm so firmly, so he felt that there was indeed something wrong and had to let go of my arm. After that, I walked directly out of his office. As I was about to walk out, I suddenly looked back at him and coldly said, "Mr. Li, please tell Mr. Du that you don't know who will win until the end. Maybe tomorrow morning, Mr. Zhang's side will choose us?" When I said this, I smiled a little strangely, and this made Li Yong also at a loss. But after I came out of his office, I secretly made up my mind that this time, no matter what methods were used, I must make the general manager of Meishan Company choose our group, for my own sake, and also for the sake of these people who have been with me all these years. The important thing is that whatever I promise them today, I must do it no matter what, otherwise, in the future, it is estimated that it will be difficult for me to gain a foothold in this company. After leaving Li Yong's office, I took a look around the big office outside and found that the employees in our group were completely dispirited, just like a deflated balloon, with no energy at all. Seeing their disappointed attitude and mood, I felt very bad in my heart. I couldn't help but walk over and say, "Brothers and sisters, we have not lost yet. Please continue to work hard. Don't worry. Regarding the cooperation with Meishan Company, I will find time to continue communicating and coordinating with them later. Maybe, it is not impossible that Meishan Company will choose our group's planning proposal tomorrow morning." After the meeting, I gathered my courage and directly called Mr. Zhang of Meishan Company. When Mr. Zhang heard my voice, he said with a smile, "It turns out to be Mr. Gao. Oh, I'm in the office right now. You can come to our company with your plan and we can discuss it further." Hearing these words from Mr. Zhang, I was overjoyed. It seems that there is still a chance for things to turn out well, even at the last minute. Okay, see you in a bit. After happily hanging up with Mr. Zhang, I was about to head out of the office and go to Meishan Company. Just as I arrived in the lobby, I unexpectedly ran into Du Wanmei. Du Wanmei looked at me with a strange smile on her face and said, "Mr. Gao, are you really planning to meet with that Mr. Zhang from Meishan?" Seeing her strange look and sarcastic tone, I said a little uncomfortably, "Sister Mei, I don't need to report to you where I'm going, do I?" "Oh, of course, sister, I just want to remind you that Zhang is a crafty old fox, and not everyone can survive with her. You might lose your body and end up with nothing." Du Wanmei finished smiling and said, then deliberately twisted her body and walked towards her office. The manner, the look in her eyes, the way she walked, seemed to be declaring war on me. At the same time, my subconscious seemed to be telling me that this advertising contract was something their team was determined to win, after all, with Li Yong's help. Half an hour later, I took a taxi directly to Meishan Company. Under the guidance of the beautiful receptionist, I quickly arrived at General Manager Zhang's office, with my advertising plan proposal in hand. When General Manager Zhang saw me, he appeared to be very polite, with a smile on his face. When I looked at his eyes, which kept scanning me, I felt very embarrassed and uncomfortable. But for the sake of this advertising contract, I could only desperately explain the contents of the advertising plan to him, hoping that he would listen and ultimately adopt our group's plan. But this old and cunning General Manager Zhang seemed even more difficult to deal with than Li Yong. He kept changing the subject intentionally or unintentionally, as if he didn't want to discuss this advertising plan with me at all. In this way, it was delayed until almost the end of the day. Seeing that there was still no result, I reluctantly said, "Mr. Zhang, why don't we find a place to eat and chat while we eat?" "Sure, no problem." Mr. Zhang seemed very happy to hear my suggestion. When we arrived downstairs at their company, Mr. Zhang said with a smile, "Mr. Gao, there is a restaurant near our company that has pretty good food. Why don't we go try it?" Since Mr. Zhang had made the suggestion, I didn't want to refuse, so I agreed to his request right away. So, I followed him to a restaurant near their company. I have to say that the restaurant's food tasted authentic, and the environment was very good, with a nice sense of privacy. President Zheng seemed to know the owner very well. After we entered, I was immediately shown to a private room. After entering, I discovered that the environment in the private room was extraordinary. I looked at the menu and found that the prices of the dishes were quite expensive. Although I felt a little bad about it, it was worth spending a little more for this contract advertisement. So, the two of us ordered almost everything on the menu. After we had finished ordering, Mr. Zhang asked me with a smile, "Mr. Gao, there are no strangers here, so why don't you and I have a drink?" Great! In order to please him, I had to reluctantly agree to his request, and I even specially ordered a bottle of sake. In order not to delay the business at hand, before drinking, I said with a smile, "Mr. Zhang, look, why don't we first finalize this contract, and then I'll have a couple drinks with you." When I said this, naturally Mr. Zhang was a little upset, and with a slightly embarrassed expression, he said, "Mr. Gao, forget it, I'd rather you call me Weiwei. You say it's mealtime, and suddenly you want to talk to me about work, isn't that a bit uncooperative?" Mr. Zhang said with a smile, while holding up the glass in his hand. His intention was clear, he wanted me to drink with him first and not talk about work. This put me in a difficult position. I was a little upset, but there was nothing I could do. I could only smile awkwardly and say, "Okay, Mr. Zhang, whatever you say. Here, have a drink." When I pretended to be happy and drank with Mr. Zhang, he naturally seemed very happy. I had originally thought that this sake didn't have much alcohol in it, and that based on my drinking capacity, I should be fine having 3 or 4 cups. But I didn't expect that after just 3 cups, I would suddenly feel a little dizzy. Chapter 21, Excessive Demands. Seeing that my cheeks were slightly flushed, at this moment, President Zhang, who had probably also drunk too much, began to laugh and say, "Vicky, actually, regarding that advertising plan, before I was quite partial to your team's plan. There is just one issue." "What issue?" Hearing this from President Zhang, I was suddenly overjoyed and felt that things were starting to turn around. "In the morning, President Li should have told you about the female model, right? I don't think the female model you hired, what's her name, Salsa, quite matches our company's requirements in terms of image and temperament. So we were wondering if you could try her on for me?" "Me?" Hearing this, my cheeks immediately turned red. "Didn't our general manager Li take some photos of you this morning?" I asked, a little puzzled. "Vivi, we did look at them, but as you know, things may not look quite the same in person as they do in the photos, so I was wondering if you could try on some underwear for me right now?" At this point, General Manager Zhang, who had been drinking, started to get bolder and bolder with his words. "General Manager Zhang, this is a place to eat, so it's not really appropriate, is it? And I'm not a professional model, and besides, I don't have any of your company's products with me." I felt very embarrassed by Mr. Zhang's words, and it was indeed quite awkward. After all, it was a bit embarrassing to be asked to wear a set of underwear at any time and stand in front of a strange man. After all, I am not a professional female model. "It doesn't matter if you don't have it with you, the important thing is that I already have it with me." After listening to my words, Mr. Zhang laughed very happily. At this moment, he even took his handbag from the side and put it on the table, and then deliberately took out a set of black underwear. "Vivi, I believe that if you were to be the face of our company's new product, this underwear would definitely attract many female friends to buy it. Why don't you show it to us now?" Mr. Zhang smiled, placing the clothes in front of me, his face showing a very expectant expression. Seeing the experienced Mr. Zhang already placing the prepared underwear in front of me in advance, it suddenly made me extremely embarrassed. I wanted to refuse, but it seemed impossible at this time. Seeing my blushing face and embarrassed expression, Mr. Zhang laughed even more heartily, pointed at the clothes and signaled for me to change in front of him and show them to him. "Mr. Zhang, this is a restaurant, I'm afraid that's not a good idea." In order to decline, I had to find a lame excuse. "It's fine, don't worry, no one will come in this private room without my invitation, and the privacy in here is excellent." Mr. Zhang smiled, then leisurely picked up a glass of wine and slowly drank it, his eyes staring directly into mine. Looking at him like this, it was obvious that if I didn't cooperate with him at this moment, then it would be almost impossible to talk about this contract today. "Vivian, actually I'm quite busy today. If you don't have the sincerity to cooperate with us at Meishang, I think it's better to forget it. In fact, I originally thought highly of the planning proposal of your general manager Du's team." Seeing me falter, Mr. Zhang deliberately looked a little unhappy and pretended to get up and leave. Seeing that he was about to get up and leave, I panicked at that moment, gritted my teeth and mustered up a huge amount of courage and said, "Mr. Zhang, don't go, okay, I'll show you now." Seeing that I took the underwear set in front of him, Mr. Zhang's face immediately revealed a very satisfied and happy smile. He immediately smiled and sat down, while happily saying, "Oops, Weiwei, that's right." I took the clothes, looked around the private room, looked up at the ceiling, and was really worried that there were cameras in it. Then I glanced around, became a little quieter, and said, "Mr. Zhang, then turn around, I'll show you now." "Oh, okay. Mr. Zhang pretended to be confused, but in his heart, he had already made up his mind. Seeing that he was reluctant to turn around, I suddenly understood what he was thinking. His eyes seemed to be telling me, "Okay, turn around first, what are you pretending here? I've seen all kinds of women." Seeing that Mr. Zhang had reluctantly turned around, at this time, I turned around as well, covering my key areas with my hands, and quickly changed. After changing, I was embarrassed and felt bad asking Mr. Zhang to turn around and look, because this black underwear seemed even sexier and more attractive than the one I wore in the morning. At this time, I didn't have much courage to face a strange man. "Vicky, are you done?" Seeing that I hadn't moved for a long time, Mr. Zhang became impatient. "Ah, yes," I answered, feeling a little embarrassed, and finally answered with a guilty conscience. Hearing this, Mr. Zhang's whole body visibly perked up, and he said with a smile, "Then I'll turn around." After Mr. Zhang finished speaking, he turned around with a smile. When he turned his head, he saw me wearing the latest black lingerie developed by their company. His whole body visibly became invigorated, his eyes became very surprised, and he stared at me straight on, mouthing non-stop exclamations of admiration. "Wow, it's really so beautiful, so beautiful." Being stared at like this and hearing the constant stream of praise made me feel incredibly embarrassed. I felt a little embarrassed to look up, and my body was visibly trembling, as if I was feeling uncomfortable. "Oh, this is really great. I feel that this is even better than the commercial you shot with that female model called Sasa last time." Being looked at so recklessly by Mr. Zhang really made me feel a little embarrassed. After all, I'm not a professional female model, and I'm not used to this kind of work. I said awkwardly, "Mr. Zhang, is that okay?" "Vivian, that's really good. Come over and have a drink with me?" At this time, Mr. Zhang deliberately ignored what I said, and instead he directly made another request, without the slightest regard for my feelings. He directly lifted a glass of wine and said with a smile, "Come on, have a drink with me." Seeing that he had already raised his glass, I felt embarrassed and moved away from the table. I picked up a glass from the table and was about to clink glasses with him. But at that moment, I didn't expect him to make an even more outrageous request, "Vivi, come on, sit over here and have a drink with me." While saying this, Mr. Zhang pointed his finger at his lap, indicating that I should sit on his lap. Chapter 22, His Wishful Thinking. Hearing these words and seeing this gesture, I immediately blushed. Was this not deliberately taking advantage of me? I said angrily, "Mr. Zhang, I'm afraid this is not a good idea. I'm afraid I'm not the kind of woman you think I am. What's so bad about letting you have a drink with me? Do you think you're pretty innocent? I was going to sign the contract with you after this drink, but never mind." "But I didn't expect you." "Hey, do you really think I'm that kind of person? Is that what I seem like to you?" Mr. Zhang was getting more and more angry, so angry that he stood up and grabbed his suit jacket and walked straight out of the private room. "Hey, Mr. Zhang, I didn't mean it like that, wait." Seeing that Mr. Zhang had just left, I was completely flustered. I wanted to chase after him, but at that moment, Mr. Zhang had already left in a hurry. And I suddenly realized that I was still wearing this black underwear. So, I quickly closed the door of the private room and retreated. I thought about it for a while, especially the sentence that Mr. Zhang had just said. Originally, he planned to finish the last glass of wine with me and sign the contract with me directly, but because of my last sentence, I completely angered Mr. Zhang, which made me feel a little guilty and self-blame. So, I quickly changed my clothes and hurriedly paid the bill. Unexpectedly, this simple meal actually cost me more than 1,000 yuan. I was shocked when I saw the bill, but at the moment I was in a hurry to catch up with Mr. Zhang, I didn't look at it carefully. I could only quickly scan the code to pay and then rush out. When I got outside the restaurant, I found that Mr. Zhang had completely disappeared. What should I do now? I angrily slapped my head with my hand. I was full of remorse and self-blame. If this matter is messed up, how am I going to face my subordinates tomorrow? I have promised them a package deal, and if I lose this time, how can I hold my head up in front of Du Wanmei in the future? And that damned fat guy Li Yong, if it weren't for him meddling through his power and sex dealings with Du Wanmei, maybe the Meishan company would have already chosen our group's advertising plan. Thinking about all this, my head went blank, and my whole person became obviously a bit messy. So, after standing on the roadside for a while in a panic, I calmed down and decided to fight for it with General Manager Zhang. Maybe General Manager Zhang really isn't like I thought. Especially a successful man like him, what kind of woman hasn't he seen? Am I really overthinking this? There was nothing I could do, so I took out my phone and dialed Mr. Seng's number again. The first time, he didn't answer, and I immediately panicked. So, I felt like dialing a second time. Fortunately, this time, he finally answered the phone. Mr. Zhang, it's Weiwei. I'm sorry about just now. My attitude and tone were bad, probably because I drank too much. Before I could finish, Mr. Zhang's deep voice came through the line. Vivi, I'm a bit tired now, so I'm going to rest at the Jinbi Hotel nearby. My room number is 8105. If you still want to talk about the contract, then come over and talk. If not, I'm going to sleep. After saying this, Mr. Zhang hung up the phone directly, and soon there was a beep from the other end of the line. After thinking about it for a while, for the sake of the team's interests, my own work, and my own face, I decided that I should still go to the hotel and find Mr. Zhang, because I thought about all the people under me and the disappointed looks in their eyes, and it made me feel really bad, because I am a very dedicated person when it comes to work. I looked around and found that the Jinbi Hotel was just across the street. So, I gathered my thoughts and calmed my mood a bit, and walked towards the hotel. After entering the hotel, I wanted to take the elevator directly to the 8th floor, but unexpectedly, I was stopped by the receptionist. Hello, beautiful, which room are you going to? You need to register at our reception. Seeing that I was stopped, I answered rather awkwardly, hello, my friend is staying in room 8105 right now, and I need to see him about something. After that, I was about to walk directly towards the elevator, but I was still politely stopped by the receptionist, who insisted that I register. I smiled awkwardly and, with no choice, took out my ID and handed it to her, asking her to register. At this point, I noticed that their looks at me had become a little strange, as if I were a prostitute or someone's mistress. Seeing their strange looks made me suddenly feel a little embarrassed. My face turned red. After they had finished registering, I snatched the ID card and quickly rushed towards the elevator. Soon, the elevator reached the 8th floor. When it arrived at the door of room 8105, I quickly stopped. At this time, my heart was beating very fast, and I was extremely nervous. After all, this was a hotel, and Mr. Zhang was also a big and strong man. If he had drunk too much and really wanted to take advantage of me, I didn't think I could defeat him. Standing in front of the hotel entrance, I took a deep breath to calm myself down, took 2 more deep breaths, and summoned up the courage to ring the doorbell. Come in. Mr. Zhang seemed to have anticipated my visit. He quickly came over and opened the door directly. At this time, he was wearing a hotel robe, looking at me with a charming expression on his face, gesturing for me to go in. At this moment, I didn't dare to look him in the eye, lowered my head, and walked past him. But at this moment, my heart was beating extremely fast. Seeing that I had taken the initiative to come in, he poked his head out of the hotel room, took a look, then retreated back inside and closed the hotel room door. My heartbeat accelerated again as soon as the hotel room door closed. Feeling a little embarrassed, I said, Mr. Zhang, earlier in the restaurant, I may have drunk too much and said things I shouldn't have. Please, Mr. Zhang. Vivian, what's done is done, there's no need to talk about it. Now, go in and take a hot shower, and when you come out, we'll talk about that advertising plan. At this time, Mr. Zhang seemed particularly calm, gesturing for me to go in and take a hot shower. Me? Go in and take a shower? I'd rather not, I'll go home and shower later. Hearing Mr. Zhang's words, I was once again shocked and dumbfounded, my eyes wide open. Do you think it's appropriate to talk to me about a cooperation project after working all day and smelling like sweat? Mr. Zhang looked a little unhappy, and walked over to a chair, where he picked up a glass of red wine and sipped it slowly. Chapter 23: Unexpected Injury. And I don't know if it was because I drank too much sake at the restaurant before, but at this moment, I clearly began to feel a little dizzy, and I began to feel the strong aftereffects. But at this moment, after President Zhang said this, I still gave in. I wanted to get angry, but I didn't dare, so I could only say with great grievance, okay, I'll go take a shower first. Soon, I walked into the bathroom. After entering, I quickly pulled the bathroom curtain down, for fear that this Mr. Zhang would peek. After confirming that it was safe, I carefully removed my clothes and began to wash. In order to prevent Mr. Zhang from gossiping, I used a lot of body wash and tried my best to make myself smell nice. To be honest, thinking about this, I couldn't help but cry in distress. My tears almost flowed down with the hot water, but for the sake of my job, I held back, trying my best to control my tears and not let them fall. After I finished my hot shower, I put my clothes back on and carefully walked out of the bathroom. When I came out, I saw that Mr. Zhang was just staring at the bathroom door, which made me feel a little embarrassed. Vicky, I have to say, you really have a great figure. Hearing him say this, and seeing his eyes, I seemed to realize something was wrong, so I quickly turned my head and looked at the glass wall of the bathroom. When I looked with my eyes wide open, I was so scared that I almost cried out, because the glass wall seemed to be transparent, and what was going on inside could be seen in its entirety from the outside. I was standing inside before, and I really couldn't see outside. Seeing this situation, I immediately blushed, my eyes red, and I almost wanted to cry. Mr. Zhang, what are you? I was about to lose my temper, but at this moment I deliberately controlled my emotions and resisted the urge to explode. Vicky, I haven't done anything, all of this is your own volition, you came to my room voluntarily to discuss cooperation with me. At this moment, Mr. Zhang, like an old fox, leisurely lifted a glass of red wine and sipped it slowly, as if he had done nothing shameful. Standing there, I almost burst into tears, but I finally held back. Afterwards, I went to my bag, took out the advertising plan and the contract, and went directly to Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, this is our group's advertising plan, I believe you have seen it before, I hope you will take a serious look at it now. I believe that as long as your company chooses our advertising idea, sales and word of mouth will definitely skyrocket. I forced a smile and handed the advertising plan to Mr. Zhang with both hands. Mr. Zhang was sitting down at the moment, but I was indeed standing in front of him, looking down on him. He smiled slightly, a very strange smile, and then slowly reached out and took my advertising proposal, pretending to read it very seriously. Suddenly, Mr. Zhang reached out and grabbed my wrist, pulled hard, and directly pulled me into his arms, and I, as a whole, just sat directly in his lap. Mr. Zhang, what are you doing? Let me go, let me go. I was suddenly shocked by Mr. Zhang's sudden move and wanted to break free from his embrace, but I found that I was no match for him at all, because his arms were really strong and he was holding me tightly. Vivian, don't struggle, as long as you submit to me, I will sign the contract right now, and as a personal favor to you, I can also give you a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Mr. Zhang, the old fox, threatened me while luring me at the same time. I froze when I heard him say that. He thought I had tacitly agreed to it. Suddenly, his hands started to get unruly. In an instant, I was terrified. I felt this was the greatest insult and disrespect to me. Suddenly, I opened my mouth wide and bit his arm hard. Ah! He screamed in pain. At this moment, I took the opportunity to break free from his embrace. He looked at his bitten arm and said coldly, "Go, just go now. I promise you will definitely regret it once you leave this door." At this moment, tears fell uncontrollably down my face. I felt very uncomfortable and aggrieved. When he saw me crying, he seemed to become impatient and angrily said, "I haven't done anything to you, why are you crying? You're such a big person, can't you act more maturely?" I stood there, looking at him warily. At that moment, he suddenly stood up, grabbed his bag, and took out 20,000 yuan in cash, which he threw at me. "There, take this as your tip, and stop crying." At that moment, I felt even more aggrieved, because the 20,000 yuan hurt my body, and I felt even more that this was the greatest disrespect and injustice to me. Seeing that I still had no intention of compromising, he suddenly tore the advertising plan I had prepared to shreds, and angrily said, "Vivi, I'm not saying this to offend you, but do you really think I'm interested in your advertising plan? To put it bluntly, I'm interested in you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even bother talking to you. Understand?" These words from President Zhang completely made me despair. I picked up my bag, picked up the 2 bundles of money on the ground, and smashed it directly onto President Zhang's body. "Take it, your stinking money." Then I ran straight out the hotel door without looking back. "Damn it, what are you putting on? Sooner or later I'll get you." Mr. Zhang angrily shouted abuse at me from behind. After leaving the hotel, I took a taxi directly and returned home. When I arrived home, I couldn't help but sit on the sofa and cry loudly. Finally, I poured a glass of wine and drank it in big gulps. This was the first time I had encountered such a situation in my years of work. What should I do now? How should I face Du Wanmei and the others tomorrow? How should I face my subordinates? After lying on the sofa for a while, just as I was about to go take a shower, suddenly I noticed that my left foot was beginning to hurt a little when I walked. It seemed that I had sprained my foot during the fight with General Manager Zhang. I endured the pain and went to the bathroom. Suddenly, I noticed that there was also a place on my back that was piercing with pain, and the clothes in that area were also dyed red. I took them off and saw that, to my surprise, I had actually been cut by something, a long wound with obvious bloodstains that was piercing with pain. Chapter 24, The Attentive Boss Yang. When he saw my injured back and sprained left foot, I almost burst into tears again. However, my strong character did not let me give in. I endured the pain and went to the room to find medicine. I found that, apart from some common medicines such as cold medicine, there were no medicines for treating bruises and skin injuries. There was nothing I could do but decide to go downstairs to buy some medicine. But just as I was about to go downstairs, I suddenly realized that my sprained left foot really hurt a little, making it difficult for me to continue. At this moment, I suddenly thought of the owner of the pharmacy downstairs where I bought medicine yesterday. So, I quickly opened my phone's WeChat and contacted him. "Mr. Yang, are you there? I sprained my left foot. Can you send me a bottle of medicine?" I didn't expect that as soon as I sent the message, Mr. Yang replied immediately, "Yes, okay, can you take a picture for me to see?" I froze for a moment when I read this. "I sprained my left foot, what picture do you want me to take?" "Of course it's your foot, I want to see if it's swollen or anything like that, so I can prescribe the right medicine." Seeing Mr. Yang's words, I let down my guard and reluctantly took a picture of the injured left foot and sent it to him. Mr. Yang looked very carefully, asked me some more details, and then said, "Okay, I'll send it over to you right away, but there are still customers in the store getting medicine." I nodded, and then remembered that I had also cut myself on my back and was bleeding, so I needed medicine for that too. After sending the photo this time, he didn't reply for a long time, and I thought to myself, could it be that he's already on his way? I didn't think about it. After a while, he asked me again to take a picture of the wound on my injured back and show it to him. I didn't think much about it and was about to take a picture, but I couldn't take a picture of my back at all. I said with some difficulty, "I can't take a picture of my back because it's been cut." Finally, I sent an expression of grievance. After a while, he asked me to send him my address. I thought about it for a while and sent it to him directly, but 2 minutes later, my doorbell rang violently. Hearing the doorbell ring, my heart immediately skipped a beat, because I was afraid that the delivery boy, Jun, would appear in my home like a ghost. Taking a deep breath, I looked through the peephole and was surprised to see the owner of the pharmacy, Mr. Yang, carrying a small medical kit. I opened the door and said, "Mr. Yang, I'm really sorry to trouble you at this hour." But before I could say anything, Mr. Yang spoke first. "Sorry, beautiful, but 2 customers suddenly came into the store just now, so I was delayed." I smiled awkwardly and was about to take the medicine from him, but he said with a smile, "I have a lot of medicine in here, and you may not know how to use it, so why don't I go in and show you how?" "Oh, okay." He said this so enthusiastically that without even thinking, I opened the door directly and let him come in. After he came in, he quickly opened the small medical kit in his hand and took out a bottle of Chinese herbal medicine. He smiled and said, "This bottle is homemade and I'll give it to you for free. If you use it together with this zodiac essence, the effect should be very good. And these are for treating your sadness, but I don't know what your back injury looks like, so I've prepared a few more. Can I take a look at your wound?" Boss Yang took out several kinds of external medicine and looked at me with a pleading expression. I had planned to take a picture for him before, but because the wound was on my back, it was difficult to take a picture. But at this moment, when I heard what he said, I nodded and slowly lifted up my shirt. To be honest, when he looked at me at that moment, I felt incredibly shy at that moment, and my cheeks couldn't help but turn red instantly. After taking a look, he said with some concern, "Oh, it's okay, it's just a superficial wound, it's not serious, and it won't leave a scar. Why don't I clean the wound for you now?" After he finished speaking, I saw that I was a little hesitant and embarrassed, so he said again, imploringly, "Beauty, don't worry, don't look at the fact that I own a pharmacy, but I also have a license and I am also a doctor." Seeing that he said this so sincerely, I nodded, a little embarrassed but with no choice, because it would indeed be a little difficult for me to do it myself, so I lifted up my shirt again and let him help me treat the wound. In order to better treat the wound, he suggested that I sit on the sofa with my back to him. So, I slowly walked over to the sofa with some difficulty and sat down. After sitting down, he put on a pair of disposable medical gloves very professionally and began to disinfect my wound. When it came time to apply the medicine, he said with a smile, "Beauty, move your clothes a little more, I'm afraid the medicine will stain your clothes." I blushed with embarrassment when he said this, and had no choice but to move my clothes a little more reluctantly. "Hold on a second, this may hurt a little when I apply the medicine." Hearing this, I immediately held my breath and nodded. I have to say that the iodine used for disinfection was applied to the wound, and at that moment, it did hurt a little. At that moment, my tears almost fell. After all, it was equivalent to sprinkling salt on the wound, which was indeed not very pleasant. "Okay." He saw my expression of some pain and smiled slightly. When I took the clothes off, he saw the black straps of my underwear and his eyes drifted a bit, which made me feel very uneasy. Afterwards, he placed the remaining medicine on the coffee table next to the sofa and said with a smile, "This remaining medicine should be enough for you to rub it on your own a few times in the mirror tomorrow. Of course, if it's really inconvenient, you can also ask me, I'll help you for free." After laughing, Boss Yang looked at my sprained left foot and asked very concerned, "Does your foot still hurt?" After saying that, I was going to get the medicated wine he gave me to apply it myself, but I was very clumsy, and as soon as I got some on it, I felt the pain in my ankle increase. After seeing this, he said enthusiastically, "Beauty, why don't I help you? I'm also very good at bone setting." "Well, Mr. Yang, my name is Weiwei, not Beauty, but if you help me like this, what will happen to your pharmacy down there?" Seeing that Mr. Yang was so enthusiastic, I also felt a little embarrassed. "It's okay, it's late and there are not many people left, I've already closed the shop." Mr. Yang smiled slightly embarrassedly, then deliberately brought a stool and was about to sit next to me to massage my injured left foot. "Weiwei, then take off your shoes and let me help you rub it, I believe that in a while it shouldn't hurt so much." Chapter 25, Misunderstanding His Good Intentions. Mr. Yang smiled and said, "I believe it won't hurt so much after a while." As I was about to bend down to take off my shoes, Mr. Yang suddenly laughed and said, "Why don't I help you?" Don't. After all, it is indeed embarrassing to let a strange man take off my shoes, and I was also worried that my feet stink and make things even more embarrassing. But before I could finish speaking, Boss Yang used incredibly skilled movements to directly take off my shoes, without waiting for me to refuse, and directly grabbed my left foot tightly with both hands. To be honest, when his hands grabbed my left foot, at that moment, I felt an unusual embarrassment all over my body, and I wanted to struggle to break free of my left foot, but his hands were very strong, and there was no way to break free. Without caring about anything else, he began rubbing medicinal wine on my foot and started to massage and realign my bones. I have to say, Boss Yang's technique was indeed superb. Perhaps he really is a professional doctor. After a few movements, I felt that my entire left foot was less painful the next day, and the pain instantly disappeared by half. He applied a lot of medicated wine, rubbed it for a while, and then said with a smile, "Vicky, how is it? Feeling better?" I nodded to express my gratitude. "Next, this last move may be a bit painful, bear with it." He finished with a smile, then gave it a strong massage. Even though I was prepared, I couldn't help but let out a scream at that moment. That scream made me extremely embarrassed at the time. He looked calm and smiled, saying, "Well, it should be fine now. Try walking down a few steps." He stood up after he finished speaking, gesturing for me to get off the sofa and take a few steps. After I got off the sofa, I found that my ankle had really improved a lot. I could no longer feel any pain, and it was almost completely healed. I really could not believe how powerful Mr. Yang's treatment was. After seeing that I was fine, he smiled and said, "Vicky, can I go inside and wash my hands? They're full of medicine." As he said this, he held up his hands, which were covered in Chinese medicine. I felt a little bad about this and nodded. Soon after, he came out of the bathroom after washing his hands. In order not to use my household paper towels, he actually wiped his hands directly on his clothes. I smiled awkwardly when I saw this, and then asked, "Mr. Yang, how much do these 2 medicines cost in total? Can I transfer the money to you now?" Mr. Yang laughed, packing up the small medicine box while he said, "The 2 medicines only cost a few tens of dollars." "Never mind, it doesn't matter." "How can this be?" "How about this, I'll transfer you 100 yuan. If it's not enough, let me know." Thinking that he had come to my door to deliver the medicine and even helped me apply it, I felt bad about it, so I gave him a red envelope with 100 yuan in it. But he didn't seem to want to accept it. Suddenly, he smiled and took out a small bottle of medicine from the mailbox and said to me with a smile, "Take this medicine, it's very effective for recovering your health. A friend from abroad introduced it to me before, and it really works quite well." Recovering my health? I froze for a moment and didn't react at first. He probably also saw that I didn't react for a long time, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, "Vivi, didn't you take that Yuting pill last night? After taking that pill, it can be quite harmful to a woman's body for a period of time, and the side effects are not small. I can see that you are still young, so if you don't take this pill to make up for it, I'm worried that it may have some impact on fertility in the future." Mr. Yang finished speaking in a calm and collected manner, and at the same time had already hung his small medical kit around his neck and was ready to leave. When he said this, it was as if he were a doctor treating a patient, except that he was very enthusiastic and attentive. However, after I heard this, I couldn't help blushing, and I pretended to be calm and nodded, "Well, thank you." After seeing him off and closing the front door, I let out a deep sigh of relief. When I returned to the sofa, I noticed that my previously sprained left foot seemed to have no major problems. When I walked, I almost didn't feel any pain, which inevitably made me feel somewhat favorably towards Boss Yang. Although Boss Yang looked to be in his 40s, a bit balding, slightly overweight, and wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, anyone who had not had contact with him would never have guessed that he was such a meticulous and warm-hearted person. Later, I took out my phone and glanced at it. I didn't expect that the red envelope I sent to Boss Yang was still not accepted, and he also sent me a voice message. Weiwei, right, I think I told you yesterday, it's next to my pharmacy. I opened a 24-hour convenience store for sex. Ha, there are some ultra-thin condoms and other things in it. When your husband comes back at night, tell him to come buy some. You still need to take precautions next time. After all, taking medicine is too harmful to your body. Hearing this voice message, I couldn't help blushing. If he knew that my husband had been away for the past few years, what would he think of me? What would he think? Hearing this voice message from him, I felt that his concern for me seemed to go beyond the normal. Although he helped me a lot today, I felt that I still had to keep my distance from him, so I didn't reply to this message. However, a little while later, unexpectedly, he sent another text message. Vivi, I have to say, that black lingerie you left in the bathroom looks quite good. This text was followed by a huge smiley face. Seeing this made me instantly angry at the little bit of goodwill I had left for Boss Yang. It turned out that he was just like every other man, an animal that thinks with his penis. They were also disgusting and perverted. I immediately snapped. Mr. Yang, what kind of underwear I wear seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Is it appropriate for you to just casually peek at other people's privacy? After saying this, I deliberately wore an angry expression. But I didn't expect that as soon as I sent the message, Boss Yang immediately replied to me, Vivi, I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood what you said. In fact, I'm not the kind of person you think I am. I'm looking at this from a doctor's perspective. The specific situation is this. There are some things I don't know whether to say or not. It's because before, a friend of mine got breast cancer after wearing this kind of underwear and passed away. Chapter 26 Unreasonable Demands. After Mr. Yang finished speaking, he deliberately sent me the brand of that type of underwear. I took a look and the style was surprisingly the same as the one I was wearing. Did I really misunderstand Mr. Yang? But I was still a little angry and said, do you have any evidence for what you're saying? What does getting breast cancer have to do with wearing this type of underwear? Seeing that I didn't seem to believe him, Boss Yang quickly sent me a test certificate. The certificate stated that the brand of underwear, the model, and the ingredients inside had caused great harm to women's bodies and could easily cause breast cancer. After reading the statement, I became suspicious and thought that Boss Yang had deliberately produced a fake statement to deceive me. So I deliberately searched the internet and suddenly found a relevant report in this regard. I found that what Boss Yang said was actually true, which immediately made me feel a little inexplicable fear and worry. After all, this underwear was specially delivered to me from abroad by my husband last year. At that time, he said how expensive it was, saying that just this underwear cost more than 2,000 yuan. The style is good looking, and many foreigners are wearing it. Sitting on the sofa for a while, I couldn't help but ask, Boss Yang, how do you know so much about this? Sorry, my ex-wife wore this bra and died of breast cancer. After saying this, Boss Yang followed it up with a sad, tearful expression. Seeing this, I was also shocked. I never thought that Boss Yang had suffered such a blow. I immediately felt some sympathy for him. Sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned this, it's touched a nerve. I'm sorry. I couldn't help but apologize to Boss Yang. It seems that I really wronged him. It turns out that Boss Yang really isn't the kind of person I thought he was. It's okay, it's all in the past. I was just trying to warn you kindly, so please be careful. After replying to this message, Boss Yang didn't reply to my messages anymore. Seeing that he never collected my red envelope made me feel really bad. After all, he had just helped deliver medicine to my door and massaged my sprained ankle, but I had wrongly accused him. I felt a little bad about it. After not talking to Boss Yang, I went online to read about this underwear. I thought about the underwear Liu Hao bought for me last year, and then I thought about last night, when he seemed to be acting very ambiguously with his new female assistant Zhang Xiaoqian. My thoughts suddenly became a bit confused. It was also a coincidence that at this time, I was just sitting on the sofa, daydreaming, when suddenly the video call on my phone rang. Unexpectedly, it was from my husband, Liu Hao. I looked at the time, it was already after 11 p.m. there, and because of the time difference, it should be 1 a.m. there. What was he doing sending a video at this hour? What do you want? I was already upset about the incident with my assistant Zhang Xiaoqian, and combined with what Boss Yang had just said, I was instantly unhappy. After I connected the video call, I looked angry and dissatisfied. What's wrong, honey? You seem to be angry with me? Liu Hao was puzzled when he saw my unhappy face. What happened with that Xiaoqian? I suddenly couldn't help asking. What? What did you say? The signal here is not very good, could you speak a little louder? It did seem that the signal was not very good, and my husband Liu Hao didn't seem to have heard what I was saying at all. Since he had said that, I suddenly took back the words that were on the tip of my tongue. After all, his assistant Zhang Xiaoqian and my husband were only in a working relationship, and I couldn't speculate without any evidence. I still had a minimum of integrity, so I quickly changed the subject and asked. Honey, do you know that the 2 sets of underwear you gave me last year, the black ones, I heard today that they may cause cancer? Oops, if you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. A few days ago, Xiaoqian also mentioned this to me. Now this type of underwear has been taken off the shelves and can no longer be sold here. I heard that after many women wore them, their bodies experienced various effects, and some even developed breast cancer. That's horrible. So you should throw them away now and stop wearing them. Liu Hao looked very distressed and concerned as he spoke. Oh? What a coincidence. You remembered this as soon as I mentioned it? I was obviously a little upset by Liu Hao's attitude. I felt that in his heart, he simply didn't care about me. I'm not lying to you, I video called you today to tell you about this. Weren't you busy yesterday? Liu Hao said apologetically. To be honest, just looking at his crafty, broken mouth, I wanted to slap him. After staring at the screen for a while to calm down, I suddenly asked, Hey, right, what did you say just now? Did Xiaoqian tell you about this? Why would she tell you something like that? As soon as I asked, Liu Hao also immediately looked extremely embarrassed. After all, something like this seems to be a relatively private matter, and it's related to a woman. Zhang Xiaoqian is just her husband's assistant, so why would she talk to her husband about such issues? Oh, Weiwei, you're overthinking it again. Here's the situation. Previously, I went on a business trip with Xiaoqian, and her underwear happened to be damp when she left the house. She asked me what style looked good, so I recommended the one I bought for you. So? It's just that. Recently, the news has come out. Liu Hao said helplessly, looking very innocent. But his words made me feel that something was wrong. How would a young girl who needs to buy underwear take the initiative to ask a man like you? Something is obviously wrong here, isn't it? Did Xiaoqian's husband also take the initiative to buy her underwear? Vivian, listen to me, the atmosphere here in foreign countries is different from that in our country. People are very open-minded here, and they discuss these issues directly all the time. Liu Hao continued to forcefully explain to me. But his explanation really made me very dissatisfied. I even suspected for a while that Xiaoxian and Liu Hao had hooked up, but unfortunately, I don't have any evidence at the moment. After a while of silence in front of the webcam, Liu Hao suddenly begged. Vicky, can you let me take a good look at you? Hearing this, I was puzzled for a moment and said, Aren't I right in front of the webcam? Can't you see clearly? After I said this, Liu Hao laughed, slightly embarrassed, and said, You're wearing so much, how can I see? Take your clothes off. Chapter 27, Asking for Help from a VIP. Hearing Liu Hao's words, I immediately blushed. I never thought that after a distance of 100,000 li, he would actually make such a request of me. At first, I would never have agreed, but he is really good with his words. Under his persistent pestering, I inexplicably and strangely agreed. I don't know if it was because I had drunk too much tonight, but driven by the alcohol, I agreed to his feeble request. Afterwards, Liu Hao saw that I didn't seem very happy and asked with a smile, Vicky, why don't you look so happy? Has something happened? It's nothing, it's mainly work-related. Upon hearing this, I sighed. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, he kept asking me what contract I hadn't managed to get done, to see if he could help me. I casually said, it's a clothing company called Meishang. He wants to talk to us about the contract. Logically, our advertising plan should be the most reasonable, but their general manager Zhang. Never mind. Just thinking about how that general manager Zhang deliberately made a pass at me this evening makes me so angry. General manager Zhang? Which general manager Zhang? It's that Zhang Bin. Oh, Meishang Company. I came into contact with it when I was in Binhai before. This way, I'll give you a phone number in a bit, you go find this person, you call him Sange, and say that you're my wife, he should be able to help you get rid of that Zhang Bin tomorrow. This really works? Hearing my husband Liu Hao's words, I was still shocked. I didn't quite believe it, because before in Binhai, I had never thought that my husband Liu Hao would actually be so capable. Of course, don't worry, we've been good friends for many years, this Sangu has a lot of energy. After my husband Liu Hao finished speaking, he quickly hung up the video call and sent me a phone number via WeChat, telling me to just call it. I quickly went to the bedroom, found a new set of casual clothes to change into, and then immediately made the call with a last glimmer of hope. Hello, Sangu, this is the wife of Liu Hao. Before I could say anything, a deep, magnetic voice came from the other end of the line. Vivi, right? I just heard from your husband. How about this, bring the contract over now, I'll take a look at it right away and give you some advice. Huh? Now? Isn't that a bit late? It's almost midnight. At this point, I touched my head and noticed that it was a bit dizzy. It seems that before I was with Mr. Zhang in that restaurant, and the sake I drank started to have a stronger and stronger after effect. Vivi, if you bring the contract over, how can I help you analyze it? If you want me to help you, you'd better come over. It's more appropriate to talk face to face. Of course, if it's okay with you, just forget it. Hearing the other person's voice, I began to hesitate. It was indeed a bit difficult to ask me to come over in the middle of the night for a face-to-face meeting. But thinking that he was introduced by my husband Liu Hao, I don't think he will trick me, so for this contract with Meishan Company, I decided to meet this Sangu. No, that's not it, Sangu, the main reason is that I see it's getting late now, and I'm afraid I'll disturb your rest. How about this, I'll come to you now, where's your address? I was worried that my attitude had angered Sangu, so I had no choice but to find an excuse to back down. Okay, I'll send you the address in a bit. After Sangu finished speaking, he sent me the address. When I received the address, I froze for a moment. Isn't this a hotel? Why is Sangu living in a hotel? In addition to the address, there was also the room number of the hotel, which made me very confused. I couldn't help but call Liu Hao directly. Liu Hao, is this Sangu reliable? Why did he ask me to go to a hotel in the middle of the night? Does he not have a house in Binhai? Does he stay in a hotel every day? Well, it may be his habit. Anyway, this person has a lot of energy. If you go, I believe he should be able to help you get this contract done. Okay, it's late, I'm going to sleep. Liu Hao hung up the phone after saying this. I stood there in silence for a while, struggling with my thoughts, but I decided to go to the hotel that Sangu had mentioned. After all, I really didn't want to give up this contract, and I didn't want to see the disappointed looks in the eyes of my subordinates, nor the smug looks of Du Wanmei and Li Yong. Of course, at the same time, I was also warning Mr. Zhang that I was not someone to be trifled with. After making up my mind, I put on some casual clothes, then a pair of flat shoes and a cap, and went out in the middle of the night. When I got downstairs, I took a taxi directly and rushed to the hotel that San said. After arriving at the hotel, before I could introduce myself, when I heard my surname Gao, the beautiful receptionist at the front desk immediately smiled politely and said, Miss Gao, please follow me this way, San is already waiting for you in the room. This warm attitude suddenly made me feel a little overjoyed and obviously a little surprised. When we arrived at the entrance of the hotel, the beautiful receptionist gently knocked on the door for me. After getting permission, she smiled and said, Miss Gao, Sangu is waiting for you inside. Please come in. I nodded a little nervously, said thank you, and then walked into the room. I have to say, it was indeed quite embarrassing to enter a strange man's room in the middle of the night. After entering, I glanced at the room and surprisingly found that there was no one around. I immediately wondered if I had done something wrong. Here he comes, just sit on the sofa. Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind me. I turned around and saw a very handsome man standing in front of me in a dressing gown, holding a glass of wine in his hand. I originally thought that this third brother should be older, at least older than Liu Hao, but I didn't expect that after meeting him. I felt that he seemed even younger than me, like a little brother. But it must be said that he is quite tall, and he looks very energetic, and his hairstyle is also very trendy. I smiled slightly awkwardly, and then sat on the sofa. Vicky, do you want to drink something? Red wine? Coffee or milk tea? Sanga smiled and indicated, casually lifting up the glass in his hand and taking a sip of the fine wine. Chapter 28, Accident or Premeditation. It's late, I'd better not drink anything, I still have to go back early to rest, I still have to go to work tomorrow. I laughed slightly embarrassed, I don't know why, ever since I saw this side of Sangu, I feel a bit of pressure, and the atmosphere feels quite tense. It's okay, I'll ask someone to pour you a cup of lemon tea. It's good for your skin. He finished with a smile, then picked up his phone and immediately sent a voice message, instructing someone to bring me a cup of lemon tea. At this point, I took out the advertising plan I had prepared earlier, as well as the contract I had drawn up with Mei Shan. Sang-gu, please take a look. Sang-gu took a sip of the wine, smiled slightly, gave me a strange look, and I always felt that his eyes were strange. Weiwei, did you drink tonight? Why do you feel so nervous? When he said that, it made me even more embarrassed. I had no choice. I had accompanied Mr. Zhang to discuss the contract and had 2 drinks. After seeing it, Sang-gu gave a faint smile, and then took the advertising plan from my hands and slowly read it. He looked very professional and meticulous, as if he was very confident, but I was still very worried, so I asked, Brother San, are you familiar with the general manager of Meishan Company, Zhang Bin? I originally thought that they should know each other, but after listening, Brother San shook his head and said, not very familiar. Hearing what he said, I was immediately a bit discouraged. Since he didn't know the general manager, how could he help me with this contract? At that moment, the doorbell rang again. When the door opened, a beautiful waitress handed me a glass of lemon tea. Vivi, have a sip of water first, and let's have a good chat. But from the current situation, I don't think there are any major issues. Hearing these words from my brother, hope once again ignited in my heart. I asked in surprise, really, San? He nodded with a smile, picked up the glass of red wine next to him, and gulped it down. I was also happy to pick up the glass of lemon tea and take a sip. I have to say, the taste was really quite good. After drinking it, I felt very comfortable. At least my head, which had been dizzy before, seemed to be starting to come around. However, after I slowly finished the glass of lemon tea, I began to feel my head getting more and more dizzy. It seemed that the alcohol from the previous glasses of sake was also having a stronger and stronger effect. Afterwards, I don't seem to know anything about what happened in a daze. The next day, I was awakened by a full bladder. When I opened my eyes and realized that I was sleeping in my own bed, I was shocked. How did I get home last night? What happened? After I got out of bed, I was shocked. I immediately blushed, my heart raced, and I felt like the sky was falling. Because I had actually slept naked, what on earth had happened? How had I returned to my own home last night? What on earth had happened? Thinking about this, I couldn't help but call my brother San directly. Although I was scared and panicked, I still dialed his number for my own sake. San's phone seemed to be difficult to get through to, and after dialing a second time, he finally answered the phone, as if he hadn't woken up. Hello, who is this? Sang-gu, it's me, it's Weiwei. May I ask how I got home last night? Oh, that. I drove you home. Sang-gu didn't seem to have woken up at all at this point, and his voice was a little out of breath. You drove me home? Hearing these words, my whole body trembled violently. I thought to myself, the thing I was most worried about has finally happened. Did this son of a bitch bully me last night? My surprise probably woke up Sang-gu, who probably realized that he had said something wrong and quickly explained, Oh, Weiwei, it's true that I sent you home last night, but I called 2 beautiful hotel waitresses to help me send you home together. Don't worry, they helped you home, I didn't touch you. If you don't believe me, you can ask the 2 beautiful waitresses from last night. After Sang-gu finished speaking, he hung up the phone. A little while later, he sent me a WeChat message with the contact information of a beautiful woman, saying that she was the beautiful waitress who had driven me home last night. I always felt that something was not quite right about this. Even if the beautiful waitress really drove me home, why would she take off all my clothes? And let me sleep naked? This doesn't seem to make sense, does it? As I thought about this, my mind went blank, and I felt something wrong with my thoughts. So, I hurriedly put on my pajamas, went to the bathroom, and after drinking a glass of water, I thought about the surveillance camera in the living room at home. Thinking about this, I quickly turned on the surveillance camera in the hall at home and began to look for clues from last night on the surveillance footage. From the surveillance footage, I found that at around 3 a.m., I was indeed helped into the room by 2 beautiful women, and Sang-gu followed behind them, only that he also helped carry my handbag. Not long after entering, the 2 women helped me and deliberately let me enter the bedroom inside, but because there was no surveillance in the bedroom, I did not know what happened inside. A few minutes later, the 2 beauties finally came out of the bedroom. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they left with Sang-gu and never returned. The surveillance camera continued to record, but it was as if time had stopped. It seemed that nothing had happened, but when I fast-forwarded a while, about half an hour later, suddenly, the surveillance camera was in a signal loss state. It was almost half an hour before the surveillance screen returned to normal. Seeing this, I became panicked, and I had a bad feeling in my heart. Could it be that I really was slept on in my sleep? Afterwards, I hurriedly went back to check the door and the front door, and found that the lock on the front door was intact, and my key was also in my bag, so it was impossible for anyone else to come in. After all, when Sangu and the others went out, the surveillance showed that they had clearly closed the door. Chapter 29, The Grievance in My Heart. Just as I was daydreaming, suddenly my phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was from an unfamiliar phone number, but it seemed familiar. So I immediately pressed the answer button. "Hello, Miss Gao, it's Liu Fan. Have you got up for work yet? Why don't I drop you off on my way to work? I'm really sorry about yesterday, I rear-ended your car." Liu Fan said this with great politeness and enthusiasm. "Oh, forget it, I'll take a taxi later, thank you." I hung up the phone, because at that moment, my mind was still thinking about last night, and the thought of lying naked in my own bed made me feel a sense of foreboding. After a quick shower and a quick makeup touch-up, I left the house. To be honest, when I left the house, I was still in a bad mood, thinking about what happened last night in the contract with Meishang. Last night, I bid General Manager Zhang of Meishang at the hotel, and now this contract, there is a risk that he won't sign it with our company, and in that case, the consequences are more than I can bear. But at the same time, I was also holding on to a last ray of hope, that Sen could really help me, as Liu Hao had said. Could he really be that capable? After leaving the residential area, I originally wanted to go straight to the company by taxi, but it was rush hour and after waiting for a long time I didn't even see a taxi. Later, I had no choice but to try to book a ride-hailing car, but I found that I would have to wait a long time for one too. There was no other way. I was worried about being late. After all, this morning there was a product exchange meeting with Meishan Company, and I had already been late yesterday morning and was severely criticized by Li Yong. So I could only walk to the nearby bus stop and choose to take the bus to the company. I hadn't taken the bus for many years, and I found that during the morning rush hour, there were really a lot of people. It felt like once I got on, apart from the space taken up by my feet, there was simply no other space at all, and people were almost touching each other, which made me very uncomfortable. After sitting like this for 2 stops, suddenly, when we arrived at a stop, I didn't expect that there were even more people getting on. At that moment, I was completely squeezed into the corner. At this time, a handsome young man happened to be standing right behind me, his body pressed very close to mine, making me feel a little uncomfortable. I could clearly feel the hot breath he exhaled, which hit the top of my hair, and a wave of heat approached my body. Suddenly, after the bus bumped a little, the young man's body suddenly slammed into mine, and I clearly felt a strange feeling, instantly blushing. I looked back at the young man awkwardly and noticed that his face had turned even redder with embarrassment. At that moment, I wondered if I had encountered a pervert on the bus. He had just taken such a big advantage of me. But after I glanced at him, I didn't expect the bus to suddenly jolt again. I could clearly feel his body slam into my back, which made me even more embarrassed for a moment. I couldn't help but mutter, "Hey, what do you want?" "I'm sorry, beautiful, I'm sorry." He blushed and apologized awkwardly to me, which made me angry, but I didn't want to fight. After all, it didn't seem like he meant to do it on purpose. Finally, after 10 minutes, the bus finally arrived at a stop below our company building. At this moment, quite a few people got off, and this young man, before I did, hurriedly walked outside. Unexpectedly, when he got off this time, his arm actually touched mine, and immediately my face turned red. I wanted to scold him for being a pervert, but I didn't expect that he got off the bus so quickly that before I could fully react, he had disappeared from my sight. After I got off the bus, my emotions slowly returned, and thinking about the scene on the bus just now, I had an indescribable feeling both excited and stimulated, but also a little annoying at the same time. Thinking about the strange feeling in my heart, I couldn't help but scold myself in my heart, "Gao Weiwei, what are you thinking?" After arriving at the company, all the employees in our group had already arrived, but looking at their expressions, everyone was wearing a disappointed expression. "Director Gao, I heard from the people in Team 2 that it seems that Meishang is ready to sign the contract with them." As soon as I entered the office, Xiaoting came over to me, while the other employees looked at me with disappointment on their faces. I looked at their disappointed expressions, and I felt a little sad myself, but at the moment I pretended to be very strong and said, "It's not over yet, and it's not certain who will win or lose. Maybe things will turn out for the best?" I pretended to be very strong after saying this, and then hurriedly walked into my office. After sitting down, I adjusted my emotions, and then took out the proposal that our group had prepared for Meishan Company again, and compared it with the proposal that Du Juanmei's group had prepared. I couldn't understand why Meishan Company would choose Du Juanmei's group's proposal. Could it really be because of Du Juanmei's affair with Li Yong that Li Yong deliberately favored Du Juanmei and let Zhang, the general manager of Meishan, choose their group? Thinking about this, I let out a deep sigh. Maybe, if I had agreed to Zhang's request last night and slept with him, the contract would have already been signed with our group by now. But then, what would be the difference between me and Du Juanmei? Sacrificing one's body in order to achieve one's goal? After preparing in the office for a while, I brought the materials to the large conference room. At this moment, Zhang Zong and other representatives of Meishan Company had already arrived. Du Juanmei and the others were chatting cheerfully with Zhang Zong and the others. It was obvious that they were having a very pleasant chat. Vicky, what happened to you yesterday? I heard Zhang Zong of Meishan say that while you were chatting, you actually injured someone? Li Yong immediately called me aside and scolded angrily when he saw me come in. Mr. Li, it's because you don't know Mr. Zhang. He was so outrageous, he wanted to sleep with me directly. I was so angry that I almost burst into tears when I was suddenly called into the office and scolded like that by Li Yong. Vicky, what kind of words are these? How can you say such things about Mr. Zhang? I heard from Mr. Zhang that he asked you to go to a hotel, but you said that he wanted to sleep with you, even though he was just drunk and wanted to dance with you? Li Yong was now shouting at me, glaring at me with his eyes wide open. Chapter 30, Another Motive. I was drunk, and it was obvious that he wanted to sleep with me. Do you really think that I would sleep with him in order to get the contract? At that moment, tears began to well up in my eyes, and I felt very aggrieved. Really, look at you, you're such a coward. You haven't even said anything, and you're already in tears. Do you think that after you bit Mr. Zhang's arm, he would just let it go? If you anger Mr. Zhang and cause our company to lose this order, can you bear the responsibility? Weiwei, no matter what, you should go and apologize to Mr. Zhang in person. At this moment, Li Yong, without any discrimination, started to yell at me and told me to go and apologize to Mr. Zhang immediately. To be honest, at this point I really wanted to just resign in a fit of anger, but then I thought, I still have to pay half of the mortgage, almost 5,000 yuan, every month. If I suddenly resign, what will happen to the mortgage in the future? Thinking about this, I felt very aggrieved again. I took a deep breath and said, okay, I'll go apologize to Mr. Zhang now. After seeing that I had given in, Li Yong's eyes became obviously pleased, and he smiled a little wider. So, I gathered my courage and walked over to General Manager Zhang and the others. When I walked over, the employees in Du Juanmei's group looked at me as if I were an enemy, their eyes clearly full of hostility. I could even hear some of the employees in her group muttering, look, I heard that Director Gao tried to seduce General Manager Zhang last night, but not only did she fail, she even bit him. Yes, relying on her youth, beauty and good figure, she thought she could win over Mr. Zhang with her body, but unfortunately, Mr. Zhang doesn't fall for that. Yes, if I had to say, our one would still be the more feminine one, huh? Hearing their group of employees discussing me in a low voice, I blushed when I heard this. I never thought that things would end up like this when they got their mouths involved and turned the truth upside down. But I still suppressed the anger in my heart, walked over, and went directly to General Manager Zhang's side. General Manager Zhang, I'm sorry, I apologize for my impulsive behavior last night. After saying this, I stood directly in front of General Manager Zhang, bowed, and felt very aggrieved, but I had to suppress it. However, what I didn't expect was that General Manager Zhang pretended as if he hadn't seen me at all, completely ignoring me, and continued to chat warmly with Du Juanmei. Weiwei, can't you see that I'm discussing the contract with Mr. Zhang? How can you be so blind? Seeing that I had taken the initiative to step in and greet Mr. Zhang, Du Juanmei angrily scolded me. Mr. Zhang then smiled complacently, stood up and said with a smile, Mr. Du, I'll go to the bathroom first, and we can discuss the planning proposal later. After saying that, Mr. Zhang stood up directly and walked towards the bathroom outside. Gao Weiwei, what do you mean? Why did you suddenly come and interfere when I was having a good chat with Mr. Zhang? Don't you think what you did last night was humiliating enough? You tried to seduce him but failed, so you bit him on the arm. You're really something. After seeing that Mr. Zhang had left, Du Juanmei, without giving me any face, directly yelled at me in front of everyone. At this time, the employees in her group also stood behind Du Juanmei, looking at me with a strange and annoying expression. I was so angry when I heard this that I was speechless. Tears welled up in my eyes, and I wanted to cry, but I held back at that moment and pretended to be very strong. Hey, what are you doing? There are so many of you, and you're bullying Director Gao alone. Is that interesting? Besides, How could Director Gao be the kind of person you're talking about? At that moment, my assistant Xiaoting couldn't help but come over and scold them after hearing what they said. Yang Xiaoting, when are you going to butt in when the two of us, the deputy directors, are talking? Ha! Hearing Xiaoting stand up for me, Du Wanmei was immediately very unhappy and directly scolded Xiaoting. Xiaoting was immediately at a loss for what to say. Seeing that Xiaoting really wanted to stand up for me, I stood up directly, dragged Xiaoting behind me, and signaled to her not to continue to stand up for me. I held back my tears, looked at Du Wanmei calmly, and said, President Du, the contract hasn't even been signed yet, and you're celebrating so early. Aren't you afraid of being slapped in the face later? Ha ha ha. As soon as I said this, Du Wanmei and her subordinates couldn't help but burst out laughing, as if they were laughing at my joke. Gao Weiwei, I'm saying that you drank too much last night and you haven't sobered up yet. Mr. Zhang is right here, and he will be the one signing the contract on behalf of Mei Shang. Are you forcing Mr. Zhang to sign with you? Ha ha. At this moment, Du Wanmei looked at me like I was a clown, laughing so hard that her whole body was shaking. At this moment, the deputy director who was standing aside and saw the two of us arguing deliberately walked over, unhappy, and angrily shouted at me, Gao Weiwei, what are you still doing here? Didn't I say to go and apologize to Mr. Zhang? Have you apologized? And you still have the mood to sit here? I can tell you, if you mess up the cooperation between our company and Mei Shang, you can just wait for a punishment. Li Yong came over and angrily shouted at me. At this time, I did not make any explanation, patted Xiaoting's shoulder, signaled her to go back and sit down first, and I turned around and walked towards the bathroom. At this time, I don't know if it was deliberately arranged by Li Yong or not, but there was actually no one in the entire bathroom. What's more, the men's bathroom was actually blocked off with a sign that said out of service. Seeing this, I was a little curious, but I couldn't help but ask, General Manager Zhang, are you in there? I'm in the women's bathroom, you can come in. Suddenly, the voice of Mr. Zhang came from the women's bathroom. I was immediately surprised to hear Mr. Zhang's voice coming from inside the women's bathroom. I looked around and saw that there was no one around. The entire bathroom, including the distant corridor, was silent. There was no choice but to hold my breath and walk directly into the women's bathroom. At that moment, Mr. Zhang was holding a cigarette in his hand and smoking it there. Chapter 31, This is the Unspoken Rule. Mr. Zhang, what is this? After entering, I still felt a little incredulous. I didn't understand what Mr. Zhang meant by coming to the women's bathroom. Don't think too much, don't worry, from now on, no one will be able to come in. Mr. Zhang took a strong drag on his cigarette and then smiled happily, saying with a smile, also, to set your mind at ease, there is no surveillance in here, so. Mr. Zhang, what do you mean by that? I still don't quite understand. Although I can probably guess what Mr. Zhang is thinking, at this point, I still don't want to say it out loud, because my idea is really a bit crazy. Don't you understand yet? Okay, I'll tell you. If you agree to my request now, later, I can just sign my name directly on the contract for your group, understand? Mr. Zhang was laughing particularly wretchedly at this point, and his eyes couldn't help but stare at me again, taking me in from top to bottom. Seeing his hateful eyes, I felt very uncomfortable. At this time, I pretended not to understand and asked coldly, Mr. Zhang, what is your request? Take it off. What? At this moment, I even doubted if I had heard wrong. Don't understand? I mean, you are here now, take off all your clothes, understand? Mr. Zhang laughed exaggeratedly at this moment, showing a very pleased and arrogant smile on his face. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, I'm not that kind of woman, you've got the wrong person. Hearing this, I almost burst into tears of anger. As I turned around, my tears finally couldn't be held back and fell in big drops. Vivian, then you'll definitely regret it later. Seeing that I had strongly rejected his request, Mr. Zhang sneered with some reluctance. After coming out of the bathroom, I wiped away the tears from the corners of my eyes and then walked towards the large conference room. After entering, I found a seat in the back and sat down. The employees in our group were also all sitting there with disappointed faces, without any joy on their faces. At the moment, only Du Wanmei and the employees in her group had very happy smiles on their faces, and everyone was laughing so hard that their waists were aching. A few employees even laughed there and said, President Du, after the contract is signed later, where are we going to celebrate tonight? Seeing their happy expressions, I felt very uncomfortable and aggrieved. Did I really have to agree to Mr. Zhang's request in the bathroom? Sacrifice my body to get this contract? I sat there quietly without saying a word. My heart was in a mess. I knew that if we lost this contract, it would be a huge blow not only to me, but also to my team. At this time, Mr. Zhang walked in from outside with a smile on his face, looking full of energy. When he came in, he deliberately greeted Li Yong and Du Wanmei. "Let's welcome Mr. Zhang from Meishang Company, please." Li Yong immediately led everyone in giving a big round of applause when he saw Mr. Zhang come in. Amidst the applause, Mr. Zhang walked to the front of the stage, smiled and said a few polite words, and then suddenly announced, "After unanimous discussion in our company, we feel that the advertising plan proposed by our colleague Du Wanmei and her team is more suitable for our company, so we have chosen to sign a contract with them." While saying this, Mr. Zhang smiled and greeted Du Wanmei and Li Yong with his eyes. At this time, he also deliberately looked at me with his eyes, as if it were a kind of great provocation. Hearing what General Manager Zhang had said, at that moment, all the employees in our group were dejected. Everyone lowered their heads, feeling very disappointed and miserable. And I, at that moment, was also distressed and aggrieved beyond endurance. I didn't know why things had turned out like this. It was obvious that our planning proposal should be more suitable for Meishang Company, but because I didn't agree to their unreasonable demands, it was just like that, it was abandoned? I felt resentful, but at the moment, there was nothing I could do. At this time, Du Wanmei, as the representative, took the contract that had already been prepared and walked to the front desk, where she signed directly in the presence of General Manager Zhang. At this moment, looking at General Manager Zhang, Zhang Bin was about to sign the contract. Once signed, the contract would officially come into effect. Just as Zhang Bin took the pen from Du Wanmei and was about to sign, his phone suddenly rang. Zhang Bin was prepared to sign directly, but the sudden ringing of the phone made the atmosphere suddenly feel a little off. Mr. Zhang couldn't help but take out his own phone and hang up directly. So, he smiled awkwardly, holding the pen and preparing to sign. At this time, his beautiful assistant's phone also rang suddenly. The beautiful assistant immediately stood up and whispered, "Mr. Zhang, it's the boss's phone." Mr. Zhang, who had been beaming with joy, froze at the sound of the phone call. At the assistant's prompting, he quickly put down the pen and said to Du Wanmei with an embarrassed smile, "Ms. Du, please hold on a moment." Soon, Mr. Zhang took the phone from the assistant and said in a sincere tone, "Yes, boss, I know." After hanging up the phone, Du Wanmei smiled and handed the contract she had already signed to Zhang. "Mr. Du, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't sign this contract with you," Zhang suddenly said with some disappointment. "What? What's going on? What's going on?" Zhang's words immediately shocked everyone below, and Li Yong was also stunned. The employees in our group, who had been looking like they were about to die, seemed to suddenly gain a huge burst of energy when they heard this, and a glimmer of hope suddenly appeared on everyone's face. "What do you mean by that, President Zhang?" Du Wanmei was shocked and stunned when she heard what President Zhang had said. However, at this time, President Zhang did not directly answer Du Wanmei's question, but instead turned around and walked directly towards me. In an instant, all eyes in the room were drawn to our side, and everyone looked at me in amazement. "Director Gao, our company, Meishang, has finally decided that your advertising plan is the best fit for our company. Please sign the contract." Chapter 32, A Huge Surprise. After saying this, Mr. Zhang waved his hand at his assistant and added, "In addition, our company will pay an additional 10% of the advertising fee. I hope you can produce results and not let us down." Soon, Mr. Zhang's beautiful assistant directly handed me a brand new contract. At this moment, everyone was shocked and stunned, and I myself was also frozen in place, completely at a loss. For a while, it seemed that I had not yet reacted, and I felt that it was all too unreal. "Director Gao, please sign." After Mr. Zhang had signed his name, he handed the contract directly to me. At this moment, shouting immediately came over excitedly. Seeing that I was still frozen in place, she gestured for me to hurry up and stand up to sign it. After all, at this moment, Mr. Zhang was standing right in front of me. "Oh, okay." I finally came to my senses and signed the contract without even looking at it. Immediately, Mr. Zhang and his beautiful assistant were the first to applaud, followed by shouting. After that, all of our team members stood up excitedly and applauded enthusiastically. Li Yong was naturally overjoyed to see the contract signed, and the other company had even increased the advertising fee by 10%. At that moment, only Du Wanmei and the employees in her group were very disappointed and felt very bad, but Du Wanmei held back her tears and gave us a round of applause to congratulate us anyway. After the contract was signed, General Manager Zhang smiled and came over to shake my hand. I was reluctant to do so, but I thought it was a matter of etiquette, so I politely held out my hand. General Manager Zhang behaved like a gentleman at this moment, shook my hand in thanks, and then shook hands with Li Yong and the others in thanks. However, at this time, he did not intend to shake hands with Du Wanmei and the others. As Mr. Zhang and the others were preparing to leave, Du Wanmei finally could not hold back any longer and walked up to him, calling out to him. Mr. Zhang, what on earth is going on? Clearly, haven't we already agreed on all this? How could this be? Seeing Du Wanmei's aggrieved and miserable expression, as if she were about to burst into tears, I felt extremely happy and began to feel a little smug. President Du, I'm really sorry, this is what our boss wants. After saying this, President Zhang directly led his assistant and his subordinates and walked straight out the door. Seeing President Zhang just leave like that, at the moment, Du Wanmei was also completely panicked. She hurriedly came to Li Yong's side and complained, President Li, you hurry and talk to President Zhang and the others, our group has even prepared a celebration dinner, and suddenly they pull this on me. Seeing this, Du Wanmei was about to burst into tears, but I had a smug smile on my face. However, Li Yong let out a sigh, ignored Du Wanmei, and walked directly towards his office. Unexpectedly, Du Wanmei still relentlessly followed Li Yong and came into his office. Li Yong saw Du Wanmei rushing in, and quickly gave her a blank look and said, Mei, quickly close the door. Du Wanmei's eyes were a little red, and she quickly closed the door, very unhappy and saying, Brother Yong, what is going on? Obviously, we have already agreed with President Zhang and the others, right? Why is this happening? Mei, what's the point of you telling me this? I'm also at a loss right now, and I've also suffered a lot of losses. I was supposed to get a kickback from Mr. Zhang, but now? It's probably gone. Li Yong sighed with reluctance. You lost money? Didn't I? Apart from losing money, I also lost my body. Apart from having to stay with you, you also made me go to that bastard Mr. Zhang. Do you know that Mr. Zhang is a pervert? When Du Wanmei said this, she couldn't help but burst into loud, aggrieved sobs. Don't believe me? Look at the injuries on my body, look here, they're all bruises from that pervert, Zhang. What have I sacrificed so much for? Isn't it just to be able to get this contract with General Manager Zhang? When Du Wanmei said this, she cried even more sadly, and tears instantly streaked down her cheeks. Mei, that's not what I meant. I didn't say you didn't sacrifice anything. It's just that this happened, and I didn't want it to. I don't know why that Mr. Zhang changed his mind at the last minute, and I don't know what method that Weiwei used. Li Yong saw that Du Wanmei was having a hard time crying at the moment, so he deliberately walked over and couldn't help but pat her on the shoulder. Suddenly, Li Yong directly picked up Du Wanmei and threw her directly onto the desk, forcibly tearing off her skirt. After a while of rain and clouds, Li Yong opened his office drawer and took out a few thousand yuan, saying to Du Wanmei, Mei, here's 3,000 yuan, take it, go have dinner with your people tonight. Du Wanmei I was still getting dressed as she said spitefully, this Gao Weiwei, I don't know what kind of trick she used, but she actually made the boss of Meishang change his mind at the last minute. I'm going to make you taste my tricks. After saying this spitefully, Du Wanmei stamped her high heels and strode out of Li Yong's office. At this time, I had already returned to my office. I was still excited about the sudden private jet. Could it be that the third brother I found last night really played a key role? At this time, Yang Xiaoting had already brought all the staff of our group to my office. Everyone's face showed a very happy expression, completely different from the previous disappointed and difficult expressions. Sister Weiwei, you are amazing. Yes, Sister Weiwei, you have never let us down, and this time you have given us a big surprise. Hearing the employees in my group praise me so highly at this moment made me feel incredibly happy. Naturally, I couldn't dampen their spirits. Okay, I'll host a celebration dinner tonight. Xiaoting, go arrange it. Okay. Hooray. After I said this, the entire group of employees immediately erupted into cheers. Seeing their happy expressions, I was very happy as well. But then I thought, for this contract, it seems that I lost my innocence last night. Thinking about this, my heart ached again. Chapter 33 I never thought it would be him. At this moment, my phone suddenly rang. I never thought it would be my husband Liu Hao calling. After seeing the caller ID, my colleagues quickly left in a tactful manner. Vivian, how is it? Have you settled the contract with Meishang? Liu Hao said happily. I never thought he would still remember this. Honey, did this contract really get done by that Sangu you mentioned? I said with great doubt in my heart. Of course, I already said that Sangu is a very capable person, so after it's done, you should give him a call and invite him out to dinner to express your gratitude. Okay, I got it. I'll give him a call later. After saying this, I originally wanted to ask Liu Hao about some of the circumstances of this third brother, but my husband said that he had a meeting to attend to, so the phone call was quickly hung up. There was nothing I could do, so I had to call the third brother. When the third brother received my call, he appeared to be particularly calm. "Oh, Weiwei, what are your instructions?" I immediately laughed at his sense of humor. "Sangu, here's the thing. It seems like what you promised to help with last night has already come to fruition today. I never thought that Mei Shan would actually sign a contract with our team." "Ha, of course it's fine. I already told you yesterday to rest assured that there would be no issues." Sangu sounded a little smug as he said this. "Sangu, thank you so much. How about this? I'll treat you to lunch at noon to express my gratitude." "At noon? I might not be available. How about tonight?" "Okay, see you tonight." After that, I hung up the phone directly. After the phone hung up, I suddenly felt a little regret. Tonight, I'm not going to have a celebration dinner with the employees? Just when I was in trouble, Shouting knocked on the door and walked in. "Sister Weiwei, before our human resources department helped recruit new employees, now one of them has entered the second interview. They would like you to go over there for a second interview and see what happens." I was very happy to hear that someone had made it to the second round of interviews. After all, the company's recruitment process is a bit complicated, and the salaries they usually offer are not as high as those of other big companies, so it is quite difficult to recruit the right employees. This recruitment of employees is also the result of my repeated requests to the higher-ups. I was quite looking forward to the idea of being able to recruit a new employee immediately to reduce everyone's workload. I followed Xiaoting and arrived at the meeting room. When I saw the young man in front of me, I immediately widened my eyes in disbelief. "It's you?" Because I didn't expect that this young man was actually the one I met on the bus this morning, and it seemed that intentionally or unintentionally, he had taken advantage of me quite a bit. Xiaoting saw my great surprise and was also stunned. "Sister Weiwei, you know each other?" At this time, the young man blushed and looked at me, bowing his head and saying, "Director Gao, my name is Xia Chao. I'm really sorry about what happened this morning." After Xia Chao finished speaking, he deliberately bowed to me. Seeing me in this state, Xiaoting also laughed and asked me, "Sister Weiwei, what actually happened between you two this morning?" "Xiaoting, let him go, I don't need this kind of employee," I said angrily. After all, thinking about the scene that happened on the bus this morning, it made me a little embarrassed. This. Yang Xiaoting was also a little surprised when she heard my order. After all, it was not easy for an employee from the company department to enter the re-examination process, and now I had so easily dismissed him. "Director Gao, please give me a chance." Hearing that I was about to dismiss him, Xia Chao suddenly knelt directly in front of me, and tears of sadness welled up in the corners of his eyes. Seeing a grown man suddenly kneel directly in front of me, at this moment, my nose became a little sore, and I suddenly began to feel a little soft-hearted. After all, I saw that at the moment, his eyes and expression were very sincere, not like the kind of young man who liked to play the rogue, nor the kind of slacker. "Okay, I'll give you a chance. I'll give you 3 minutes to tell me about the advertising industry, especially advertising planning. Tell me what you know. If you can impress me, I'll hire you right away." In order to hurry him up and get him to stand up, I had to give him a way out at this point, which actually gave me a chance as well. After Xia Chao heard what I said, he immediately stood up happily and started talking enthusiastically. I have to say, Xia Chao's business skills are quite good, and he also has a lot of insight. After hearing him speak, I have to admit that his explanations are much more thorough than some of the older employees in our group. "Okay, you have a 3-month internship. If you're capable, you can stay." After I said this, I walked directly out of the meeting room. Xia Chao and Xiaoting were overjoyed and started dancing. Seeing Xia Chao's happy face, I couldn't help but smile. I have to say, Xia Chao is actually quite sunny and handsome. Thinking about this, I couldn't help but scold myself in my heart, because at a certain moment, I suddenly thought of the delivery boy Ajun. I felt that this Xia Chao looked quite handsome with Ajun, and he was also quite handsome. When I thought about this, I felt a strange feeling in my heart, and I couldn't help but scold myself in my heart. "Gao Weiwei, are you a flirt?" After that, I returned to my office and happily and seriously got back to work. I signed the contract and was in a very good mood. Towards the end of the lunch break, I received an unexpected text message from an unknown sender. "Vicky, it's Xia Chao. I'm really happy that you gave me the opportunity to intern with you. To show my appreciation for this morning, I'd like to treat you to lunch. Seeing that Xiaochao had taken the initiative to send me a message and wanted to invite me to lunch, I immediately smiled and rejected his message. No thanks, just do a good job. Doing a good job is the greatest appreciation you can give me. After that, after getting off work at noon, I went to a sushi restaurant alone, sat at the revolving sushi bar, quietly enjoying myself, and suddenly realized that life is really quite good. Just as I was about to finish eating, suddenly, a stranger added me on WeChat. I didn't know him, but he seemed to know me and called me cordially Director Gao. Chapter 34, Extortion. At first I thought it was the client, or a friend recommended by the client, so I quickly added him as a friend, thinking that I was in luck and could close another deal soon. But what I didn't expect was that suddenly he sent me a video. Looking at the background of the video, I felt that it was somewhat familiar, but I wasn't sure where, so I clicked directly on the video. But when I clicked on the video, I was immediately shocked, my heart pounding in my throat. I was in a state of shock. Unexpectedly, this video was actually a recording of the last time, the delivery boy entering my home and forcibly molesting me. And in the video, I looked like I was enjoying it and cooperating. After watching it for a few seconds, I turned pale and was very nervous. The other person seemed to have guessed that at this moment, I had clicked on the video, and soon he sent a message. Miss Gao, what do you think? Are you surprised? By the way, is the sushi in this restaurant delicious? I felt completely shocked when I saw this message. I felt like looking up and around, and I suddenly saw what seemed to be a dark figure quickly leaving the sushi restaurant. At this moment, I was blushing, my heart was beating very fast, and I made a quick decision to stand up and quickly go outside the sushi restaurant and look around, but I didn't seem to see any suspicious figures. Who are you? What do you want? At this moment, I was extremely nervous. I felt like my privacy had been monitored. After all, this video was obviously taken through the surveillance camera in my living room. Who was it? It doesn't matter who I am, what's important is that you know who you are. I'll give you 2 days to prepare 300,000 yuan in cash, and then come and exchange it for the original data. 300,000? Where am I going to get 300,000 yuan? I really don't have that much money. Hearing the other party's demand, at this moment I felt like my whole world was about to collapse, because 300,000 yuan is indeed a huge expense for me right now, and I simply don't have that kind of money on hand. Haha, how is that possible? You live in Donghai Garden and drive an Audi Q5, and you're telling me you don't have any money? Who would believe that? I really don't have any money. After saying this, at this moment I wanted to cry. Isn't this blackmail? Unexpectedly, the other party immediately said, don't even think about calling the police or anything, otherwise these videos will be sent to your husband, your friends, your family, and your colleagues at work. By then, not only the whole country, but probably the whole world, will know about you. Ha ha. Okay, you have 2 days, wait for my notification. After sending me this message, the other party stopped contacting me, and no matter how many messages I sent, he never replied. At this point, I was completely panicked. What was going on? What was going on? Why was he able to get the surveillance video of our home? Who the hell was he? At that moment, everyone who had been to my home started to flash through my mind, scene after scene. Who was it? Who? Thinking about this, my tears could no longer be controlled, and I felt like I had completely lost my mind. After returning to the company in the afternoon, I no longer had any joy, and I started to feel dazed. What should I do? 300,000. Where am I going to get 300,000? I had no choice. The first person I thought of was my husband, Liu Hao. When Liu Hao received my call, he was also taken aback and asked me what I was calling about. I didn't say anything else, just that a relative from my hometown needed money urgently for an operation and I was wondering if I could borrow 100,000 yuan. As soon as Liu Hao mentioned borrowing money, he immediately started to find excuses. In the end, he decided to send me 20,000 yuan first, and then hung up the phone in a hurry, saying he had a meeting. To be honest, seeing my husband Liu Hao's attitude, I was quite disappointed. I felt that he had never really treated me as his family. That afternoon, my thoughts were in a daze the whole time. I felt very uncomfortable and depressed. I didn't know who had sent me the video, or who this person with the screen name 9 turns intestines was. At one point, I thought about going to the police, but when I thought about what the other person said, if I reported it to the police, he would send this video of me to my husband, to all my colleagues, to my family, and to countless good friends. if that really happened, then I really couldn't clear my name, because from this video, although at first I seemed like a victim, later, under the coercion of the delivery boy Ajun, I actually became proactive. Thinking about this, I couldn't help blushing. I don't understand, at that time, I actually became such a woman. I don't know if I did anything wrong. After work that night, Yang Xiaoting had already found a hotel for the victory celebration, but I wasn't in the mood. I waited until they had all left the company before I was ready to leave. Because my mind was in a mess, I was in a terrible mood. At this time, I had been completely disrupted by this video. From the navigation sent by Xiaoting, the hotel where the celebration dinner was held was not very far from our company building, about 20 minutes on foot. But taking a taxi there, I found it difficult to get a taxi. After all, it was the late rush hour, and it seemed like a long way to go. At this time, I saw a row of shared bicycles placed on the roadside downstairs from the company building. I thought that if I rode a bike, I might be able to get there faster and it would be very convenient. So I scanned for a shared bicycle and prepared to rush over to that hotel. But unfortunately, I don't know if it was because I hadn't ridden a bike for a long time, but as I was about to reach the hotel and turn the corner, I went the wrong way for a few dozen meters in order to get to Jiutian as quickly as possible. As a result, I head-on crashed into a brand new Porsche. The car wasn't going fast, but unfortunately, my bike crashed right into it, scraping a large area of paint off the brand new Porsche. Although I fell off the bike, I was unharmed. The other driver looked like a burly man with a thick gold necklace around his neck and tattoos on his arms. After getting off the bike, he scolded me in a loud voice. "Hey, beautiful girl, why don't you watch where you're going when you ride a bike? Do you know how much this car costs?" "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." After seeing this man get off the bike, I immediately picked up the shared bicycle and came over to apologize to him. Chapter 35, A Trap Set in Motion. Does being sorry help? Tell me. Should I pay in cash or by bank transfer? This man was also direct and spoke right away. How much? I'll pay, big brother. Although I wasn't sure how much it would cost to repair the paint, I thought that it would be the most I would have to pay, around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Don't worry, I won't make you pay more than that. 50,000 yuan. After the man finished speaking, he directly held up 5 fingers at me, his face full of smugness. Brother, it's just a piece of paint, how can you want 50,000 yuan in compensation? I've driven before, so I know a bit about it. At this point, I realized that I had definitely run into a pottery smashing scam, but I didn't dare say so directly in the face of such a burly man. What? You mean you don't want to pay compensation? When the tattooed man saw that I didn't want to pay compensation, his face immediately changed, and he looked at me with dissatisfied eyes. Brother, that's not what I meant. It's just that your request is really a bit much. I really can't afford to pay so much right now. At this time, I said very aggrieved, and at this time, my assistant Xiaoting also called me. After all, the celebration party was about to start. But as a leader, it is indeed a bit unreasonable that I have not yet arrived at the scene. Fine, I won't waste any more of your time. You can tell my brothers. The tattooed man didn't waste any more time either. He suddenly snapped his fingers and the door slammed open again. Unexpectedly, 2 burly men got out of the car again. They looked like they belonged to a gang and walked straight past the car. What do you want? I was a little panicked when I saw the 2 burly men get out of the car and walk towards me again. I couldn't help but take 2 steps back. But what I didn't expect was that after these 2 men got out of the car and saw that there was no one around, they directly embraced me and carried me into the car. I was instantly completely shocked and cried. I struggled and cried there, struggling desperately, but after they got me into the car, they directly closed the door. One of them saw me yelling and screaming, and said with a smile, "Beauty, don't scream. If you scream again, be careful of this knife, it will slash your face a few times." After he finished speaking, he directly took a knife and waved it in front of my face. As a daughter, I was taken hostage by 2 strong men, and they even pulled out a shiny dagger. I was immediately scared by this scene in front of me and didn't dare to make a sound. At this point, I was so scared that I could only curl up in the corner of the car. The 2 men said with a smile, "Beauty, you just hit our brother Hao's car, so you have to pay 50,000 yuan in compensation. Of course, if you don't want to pay, that's fine too. Our brother Hao usually likes to make small movies and upload them to some foreign websites to make money. Of course, if you don't have the money to pay, you can be our heroine. Yes, this reward, it will definitely be more than what you earn at work, so why don't you consider it? The two strong men were staring at me with their eyes fixed, leering at me with unbridled eyes, scanning my whole body recklessly. Seeing their leering eyes, I was so scared that my body shrank even tighter. Ah, what are you doing? Suddenly, one of the strong men lifted my clothes directly with his hands, and I immediately screamed in fear. Ah, beauty, this is really interesting. I believe that if Brother Hao asks you to be the heroine in our movie, many people will like you. You can consider it. The burly man couldn't stop laughing when he saw my flustered appearance. At this time, the car door opened again, and the man called Brother Hao just now said with a smile, "Beauty, what's your decision?" After that, he asked them to take me directly to the car. At this time, Brother Hao took out a business card and handed it to me, smiling and saying, "Beauty, remember, call me before 8 o'clock tomorrow night. At that time, whether you compensate me for the 50,000 yuan repair fee or use other methods, it's fine. But remember, you must not try to escape. You must remember that there are cameras all around, and if you escape, we can sue you for hit and run, and no matter where you run, we can find you. Think about it." After Hao finished speaking, he walked directly into the driver's seat of the Porsche, and said to me with a smile, "Beauty, remember to call me tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. After he finished speaking, he directly hit the gas, and the Porsche disappeared directly in front of me. I looked at the business card Hao gave me, which said, General Manager of King Entertainment, Xiao Jiahao. It wasn't until the car had completely disappeared from my sight that I slowly came back to my senses. I was really shocked by what I had just witnessed in the car. At one point, I thought they were going to rape me right here. Seeing that scene, I was really scared. For a moment, tears suddenly filled my eyes, and I couldn't help but burst into tears. I never thought that I would encounter so many unlucky things recently. Thinking about this, I cried out of frustration. Afterwards, I pushed the broken shared bicycle that I had broken, and after pushing the bicycle to the vicinity of the hotel, I threw the bicycle down. At this moment, Brother Hao drove the Porsche to an intersection and suddenly stopped. At this time, on the roadside outside the car, there was a handsome man dressed in fashionable clothes sitting there. He was the Wang Tianheng, that we had mentioned before. After Brother Hao and the others got off the car, they immediately hurried over, smiling and saying, "Wang Xiao, it's done." After we threatened her like that Gao Weiwei almost cried. Yes, Wang Xiao, it's obvious that Gao Weiwei seems to be relatively short of money recently. When I said that I could use her as the leading actress in exchange for her salary, I could clearly see her eyes linger for a moment. Yes, Wang Xiao, I don't understand. With your wealth and good looks, you can have any woman you want. Just wave your hand on the street, and there are tons of women who will sleep with you. Why do you have to go after that Gao Weiwei? After a while, Wang Tianheng's subordinates were eager to impress him. Wang Tianheng lifted the cup of coffee in his hand, took a small sip, and then laughed. What do you know? It is precisely because the more you can't get it, the more interesting it is. What's the point of girls who come on to you? Chapter 36, Their Goal. Wang Xiao, I understand. The three men heard Wang Yuheng say this and specially gave him a thumbs up at the same time. Okay, I'm going down. Remember, never mention me in front of Miss Gao Weiwei, so as not to make her suspicious of me, got it? Wang Tianheng looked at his subordinates with strange eyes at this time and said coldly to them, "Yes, Wang Xiao." After saying that, Wang Tianheng waved his hand at them, signaling them to hurry up and leave. This way, I hurriedly came to the hotel's ballroom. After that, Xiaoting and the others were all waiting for me. I saw Li Yong and a few other senior leaders from the company, but I didn't see Du Wanmei and the employees in her group because they didn't feel comfortable attending our group's celebration dinner. Fortunately, my assistant Yang Xiaoting had prepared my speech in advance, otherwise, after this afternoon and this scene, I wouldn't know how to explain it. After I finished speaking, I told everyone to start eating, drinking, and having fun, and to take the work to the next level in the future. Xiaoting quickly noticed that something was wrong with me and came over to me in private to ask if I was okay. "Vicky, is something wrong? You don't seem very happy." "I'm just really tired lately, it's nothing." I smiled awkwardly at Xiaoting, and an embarrassed smile immediately relieved the troubles in my heart. Soon, all the other colleagues in our group came over to offer me a toast. Seeing that everyone was so happy, I had no reason to refuse. Even though I was in a bad mood, I accepted their request and toasted with them one by one to celebrate. After all, everyone in our department had contributed to being able to sign this contract with Mei Shang today. After everyone had toasted, Xia Chao, the new employee who had just joined the company today, also walked over slightly awkwardly and offered to toast me. Unexpectedly, at the celebration dinner that night, Xia Chao, who had changed from formal attire to casual wear, looked really handsome. He was tall and handsome, and at first glance, I felt like I was about to fall. However, thinking about the scene I encountered on the bus in the morning, and the fact that this Xia Chao had taken advantage of me, I deliberately maintained a cool demeanor and did not have much interaction with him. Halfway through the banquet, suddenly, I saw Du Wanmei arrive at the scene of the celebration. When she came in, I saw her exchange words with Li Yong and several senior leaders. During that time, it seemed that I also saw several senior leaders scold Du Wanmei. Afterwards, Du Wanmei walked over to me with a forced smile, picked up a glass of wine and said with a smile, "Director Gao, congratulations. Sister Mei, you're too kind, I still have a lot to learn from you in the future." Although it seemed that the two of us were being polite, I could tell from Du Wanmei's eyes that there was something different about her. It was obvious that Du Wanmei was up to something, but I just couldn't figure out what. But there was nothing I could do about it. This is the workplace, and it's the cruelty of the workplace. Don't look at two colleagues who are usually very close, it's likely that behind their backs, they're stabbing you in the back. After toasting me, Du Wanmei suddenly left the venue. Afterwards, since it was a celebration dinner, and I was the deputy director of our department, I naturally had to drink a lot. I have to say, I really drank a lot of red wine tonight. Later, after seeing that I had really drunk too much and was worried about issues, after all, I now live alone, Xiaoting suggested that Xia Chao, a new hire, take me home. The other colleagues, however, continued to stay and have fun, obviously they had not had enough. Xiaoting, another female colleague, and Xia Chao walked me downstairs. I looked at Xia Chao's bashful smile and suddenly said coldly, "That's enough, I'll go back alone. I'm worried that he'll eat me alive in the car later." As soon as I said this drunkenly, I made Xia Chao extremely embarrassed, but it made Xiaoting and the other female colleague laugh out loud. At the same time, Xiaoting half-jokingly said to Xia Chao, "Oh, Xia Chao, handsome guy, you've been noticed by our sister Weiwei." When she said this, Xia Chao suddenly became even more at a loss. I couldn't help but smile knowingly when I saw his embarrassed smile. When I saw him, for a moment, I felt like I was seeing my first love. I would have been more than happy for him to walk me home himself, but suddenly, at a certain moment, I refused. Maybe this is just being a woman. Sometimes, even though you really want to, you say you don't. Soon, the taxi arrived. Xiaoting and the others saw me into the taxi and made sure the driver took me to my destination, Donghai Garden Phase 1. This driver was also a very kind person. When he saw me walking unsteadily, swaying from side to side, he said enthusiastically, "Beauty, you seem to have had a bit too much to drink, don't you? Shall I call your family to come and pick you up?" "I'm fine, I can go up there on my own," I said to him with a smile, gesturing for him to hurry up and drive. The driver, seeing that I was still relatively sober, did not say anything, but did remind me that there was mineral water behind the seat and a bag, and that I could open the window to get some air if I felt unwell. The original 20-odd minute ride was very smooth, but what no one expected was that when the car was about to reach the first phase of Donghai Garden, as it was about to turn into a small road, suddenly, our taxi was suddenly rear-ended by a white car. After being rear-ended, the taxi driver immediately stopped the car. At this time, a young man immediately got out of the car behind and hurriedly said, "Oops, I'm sorry, it's my fault, I'll pay for the damage." The taxi driver looked at the vehicle that had been rear-ended and started to discuss it with the young man. At first, they talked nicely, but as they talked, they started arguing, and it didn't seem like they were going to resolve it happily. At this time, the taxi driver, seeing what was going on, came over apologetically and said to me, "Beauty, I'm really sorry, someone just rear-ended my car, and I have to deal with it right away. The East Pacific Garden is just ahead, so why don't you just walk back there? This time I won't charge you." Seeing them arguing here, I knew it would take a while to sort things out, so I immediately agreed to the driver's request. "Okay, it's not far, I'll walk back." "Thanks, driver." I smiled and pushed open the door, walking up from the taxi. But I didn't realize that this was a premeditated accident, all of it arranged by human design. Chapter 37, I'm not following you. At this moment, standing not far away, a beautiful woman, purposely wearing a cap and a mask, said to the two lecherous men behind her, "Can you see clearly?" The beautiful woman who got off the taxi was Gao Weiwei. This beautiful woman wearing a cap was none other than Du Wanmei. At this moment, she was holding a photo in her hand, saying to the two men behind her, and at the same time, she handed the photo in her hand to them, wanting them to see clearly what I look like. Okay, Sister May, we've seen her face clearly. One of the men replied with a smile. Okay, hurry up and go over there after you've seen her clearly. Remember, take a clearer photo and video of her later. Yes, Sister May. After the two men finished talking, they deliberately put on a pair of caps and black masks, then quietly slipped out from behind the trees and followed me quietly along the alley. After I got out of the taxi, I felt a little dazed as I walked. Although I had drunk a lot that night, my head was still spinning, but I was still relatively sober and conscious. Just as I was about to cross the alley and walk to the community on the other side of the road, suddenly, two people wearing baseball caps and black masks appeared in front of me. One in front of the other, they stopped me directly. The look in their eyes told me that they were up to no good. What do you want? After seeing them, the first thing I did was instinctively cover my bag with my arms. My first reaction was that I had encountered robbers who would rob me in the middle of the night. Beauty, you're so pretty, come play with us. The two of them said with a smile, and immediately took the initiative to surround me one after the other. Hearing their words, I was immediately scared. Half of my drunkenness had worn off, and I wanted to immediately escape from the side. However, as soon as I took a step, the young man behind me grabbed me. Ah, help! Before I could scream for help, the man in front of me also rushed out and directly covered my mouth with his hand, not wanting me to scream for help at all. Because it was already the early hours of the morning, there was no one in this alley. At this moment, I was completely terrified. Seeing this, these two men, one covering my mouth with one hand, and the other, together, prepared to carry me as a whole to the small grove next to them. Because next to the alley was a lush grove. Oh! I struggled desperately, but I was no match for them. Soon, the two of them dragged me over like this, and once we got to the small forest, they just threw me on the grass. One of them couldn't wait to rush up and tear my shirt open. When they saw the black underwear, the two of them laughed unscrupulously and were very happy. Ha, black, don't worry, take a picture first, take a picture. I was so scared that I quickly covered my clothes with my hands. Unexpectedly, this move of mine attracted the anger of one of them. He came over and slapped me directly. Damn it, do you want to die? I was stunned by this sudden slap. Coupled with the fact that I had drunk a lot before, the aftereffects of the alcohol were beginning to kick in, making my head even more dizzy and my body had no more strength. At this moment, I wanted to stand up and run away, but I couldn't even stand steadily. Seeing that I was about to escape, the other person rushed over and pulled my short skirt down directly. Seeing my underwear, the two of them, like a beast, laughed greedily. Ah, help! Help! At this moment, I shouted wildly. Although I knew that there was a very small probability of someone being in here at this time, I still called out loudly. Damn, you really yelled. The two men, after slapping me earlier, saw that I was scared and quieted down, but they didn't expect that at this moment I would yell for help. This loud yell obviously also scared them. The louder you yell, the more excited our brothers will be. Seeing that the two men were about to charge at me, I was completely scared at this moment and struggled to escape. However, one of them grabbed my thigh directly, and he grabbed my calf so hard that I couldn't break free at all. The whole person was dragged to the ground by them and dragged deeper into the grove. At this moment, I was really scared silly. If they were dragged in, the consequences would be really unimaginable. Just at this moment, suddenly, I saw a dark figure rush out. It seemed that he was holding a stone or a brick or something on his head, and he smashed it directly onto the head of one of them. The man immediately let out a loud scream and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the man holding my leg at this moment was obviously also panicking. Before he could react, he was also hit by the black shadow with a brick directly on the head. He screamed in pain and covered his injured head, fleeing to the side. Hurry up! At this moment, the black shadow rushed to my front, grabbed me directly, and tried to take me away quickly. Perhaps it was because I had drunk too much, and I could not keep up with his pace, so I could not run fast. Seeing this person directly picked me up and ran crazily towards the main road. He ran very fast, and with great strength. I was carried on his shoulders, and he still ran quite fast. At this moment, my heart was filled with great gratitude. I thought that just now, if this person had not appeared, I might have been raped by them. We soon reached the main road, and when we were almost at our residential area, he slowly put me down from his shoulders. This big brother, thank you so much. After I was put down, I immediately said thank you to him with great gratitude. However, what I did not expect was that when I looked clearly at his appearance, I was instantly and fiercely shocked, and my body instinctively took 2 steps back. This person was no one else but the delivery boy, Jun. How could it be you? Why have you been following me? When I saw it was the delivery boy Jun, I became angry again. After all, that time, he bullied me when he delivered the food to our house, so I had a barrier in my heart towards him. Miss Gao, don't get me wrong. I'm not following you, I just happened to pass by there. Chapter 38. I actually softened when I saw him. Jun saw me scolding him angrily and immediately panicked, looking very scared. Coincidence? How could it be a coincidence? Tell me, were those two just now with you? At that moment, I was on full guard, completely angry, and I didn't quite believe what Jun had said. Miss Gao, I really didn't lie to you. It's because I couldn't sleep tonight, so I wanted to go for a walk in the park. Who knew that as soon as I arrived, I heard someone screaming for help? Jun said with some grievance. At that moment, the two criminals whose heads Jun had just broken actually really followed him. They were wearing caps and masks, and were walking out of the alley. I panicked completely when I saw that they were each holding a fruit knife in their hands. Hurry up and go inside. In a panic, I yelled at Jun, signifying for him to follow me and hurry into the community. So the two of us hurriedly walked towards the gate of the community. Perhaps the sound of our running alarmed the security guards of the community, and soon, 3 or 4 of them came over. Miss Gao, have you encountered any trouble? I just encountered a robbery. As I said this, I deliberately pointed at the 2 people across the street. When the 2 men saw this, they were immediately scared when they saw so many security guards with riot sticks in their hands. They quickly spread their legs and ran towards the alley, turned their heads and ran out. Miss Gao, then you hurry back, I'm going back. After seeing that I was safe at this time, Jun was about to turn around and leave. At this time, I had already walked into the community, but when I saw the somewhat eerie and quiet community, at this moment, I was still a little scared, and suddenly turned back and said, "If you're okay, walk me up to my building." Perhaps I felt a little guilty about my earlier behavior. After all, Jun had really helped me. After Jun arrived, a security guard from the residential compound quickly approached me. Miss Gao, I'm sorry, but the 2 robbers have already escaped, we didn't catch them. Do you want to call the police? No, it's okay, fortunately, my friend just suddenly saved me, and I didn't suffer any losses, so let's forget about it. When I heard that I had to call the police, I refused immediately because I was afraid of trouble and didn't want to know that I had just encountered 2 rascals who tried to molest me. Well, that's fine, Miss Gao. Pay attention next time. If you need anything, feel free to call our duty room. The handsome security guard finished smiling and quickly went back to his duty. At this time, Jun followed behind me all the way to the elevator. After the elevator door opened, I walked in, but I noticed that Jun was still standing outside, a little timid, and had no intention of coming in at all. Come on in, go up and have a glass of water. I originally wanted to tell him to leave directly, but for some reason, I suddenly wanted him to go up and have a glass of water. Perhaps it was because I am a compassionate person. After all, just now, he saved my life, so I planned to go up and invite him to have a glass of water. Oh. He gave a somewhat awkward oh and hurriedly got in. After entering the elevator, he deliberately stood further away from me, as if he didn't want to have anything to do with me. Seeing his shy behavior, I couldn't help but smile knowingly. After arriving home, I opened the door, changed into slippers and walked directly in, but he stood in the doorway and asked, "Do you need to change your shoes?" I looked at the pair of white sports shoes he was wearing. It seemed that when he had just run away from me like crazy, he had got a lot of dirt on them, and there was even a lot of mud on them. Seeing this, I said, "There are a lot of slippers on the shoe rack, so you can take a pair of big slippers and change them." He let out a sound, and then quickly changed into a pair of large slippers and walked in. The whole person was very constrained, and he didn't even dare to sit down. "Don't stand there, hurry up and sit down." After hearing my request, she slowly walked over to the sofa and sat down, looking very awkward. I was really impressed by his actions. You have to understand that this state of his is completely different from the whole me when I first met him. I opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of Red Bull, and handed it to him. After taking a look, I couldn't help but ask, "Have you encountered any trouble recently?" "Huh? No." He smiled awkwardly and then lowered his head. "Weren't you quite talkative before? Last time you were so bold as to go to my company to find me." Why? At this time, when I said this, I was obviously a little angry. I'm sorry, Miss Gao, actually, I'm really not what you think. I went to your company to find you because I really just wanted your forgiveness. That night, I was really too impulsive. I'm sorry. Jun heard that I was a little angry, and at this time he seemed to be completely shocked. The sound of his voice was obviously showing signs of fear. Seeing him look so scared, my heart suddenly softened a little at the moment. At this time, I didn't bother to look at him, and I took a bottle of mineral water out of the refrigerator and started drinking it in big gulps. After all, I had drunk too much wine this evening, so I was feeling very uncomfortable at the moment. But I didn't expect that after a while, I suddenly felt very uncomfortable in my stomach. After this tossing and turning with the cold water, I felt my stomach immediately turn upside down. Oh! I immediately covered my mouth, rushed to the bathroom, and then the whole person directly lay on top of the toilet, and began to vomit hysterically there. Maybe the sound of vomiting was too loud, or maybe Jun felt that I was having a hard time vomiting, so he came over on his own initiative. Miss Gao, are you okay? I was lying on top of the toilet, feeling like my entire stomach had been emptied, and at this point, I was completely exhausted. I tried to stand up, but I found that I couldn't stand steadily at all, and I almost fell. Jun saw this and quickly rushed over, supporting me with one hand. Perhaps he felt a little embarrassed holding me, and quickly blushed, then let go of his hands. But he was afraid that I would fall, so he carefully followed behind me, watching me walk out of the bathroom. After I went out, I slowly came to the sofa. Seeing this, Jun looked at the side of the water dispenser and quickly got me a glass of warm water. Miss Gao, have a glass of warm water. Clang! Boom! When he held the glass and brought it to me, I was so angry that I directly pushed the glass in his hand away, and the glass immediately fell to the ground and shattered. Chapter 39, A Crazy Night. He was shocked by my sudden move, and the whole person stood there at a loss for what to do, like a child who had done something wrong. And at this moment, after vomiting, my whole mind began to clear up a bit. Soon, the video of that blackmailing me came to mind, and the video about Jun bullying me when he delivered takeout to our house last time. My heart was very aggrieved and saddened. What should I do now? What should I do? This video is going to make me pay 300,000 yuan? 300,000 yuan? Where am I going to get that? Miss Gao, did I do something wrong? Maybe I should go home first, and you get some rest. Jun saw me suddenly became extremely angry, and the whole person was also confused, and also felt very scared. Don't you know what you did wrong? Do you know how much harm and emotional damage you caused me last time? Do you know? After I finished speaking, I choked and took out my phone, opened the video recorded by the home surveillance camera, and placed it in front of Jun. Look at the good things you've done. Jun was shocked when he saw the video. He didn't expect that it had been completely recorded by the surveillance camera. What do you say, what should we do now? Now someone is actually using this video to blackmail me, trying to extort me, 300,000. Tell me, what should I do now? What should I do? At this point, I couldn't help but burst into tears, my eyes filled with tears. 300,000? Jun was also shocked when he heard the news. He probably never dreamed that this matter would have developed to this point. At the moment, I ignored him. Jun looked up at the surveillance camera installed on the ceiling in the hall of my house. He looked coldly at me and said, Miss Gao, why don't I go up there and unplug the power to this surveillance camera for you? What's the point of unplugging it? But he's already there, and they've already got a backup, you know? You know? At this point, the more I said, the sadder I became, and I was crying my eyes out, as if I had completely vented all my recent grievances. Seeing me crying so sadly, Jun was also dumbfounded, and kept apologizing there, saying, Miss Gao, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, I didn't know I would cause you so much pain, I'm really sorry. At this point, I was curled up on the sofa, about to fall to the ground, because I felt like I had been hit by a huge blow. Seeing this, Jun hurried over, gently supporting me. When he saw my body, almost about to fall to the ground, he quickly came over and hugged me. At that moment, when Jun's huge hands embraced my whole body, I felt a different feeling. It was as if, at the saddest moment, my body felt a huge warmth. At least at the moment, there was a shoulder for me to lean on. But after a while, my head started to hurt more and more. At this time, I felt the effect of the alcohol getting stronger and stronger, and my head also hurt a lot. Suddenly, I fell headfirst and almost fell to the floor. Seeing this, Jun lay down on the ground, letting me fall directly on top of him. He helped me go inside and rest. Feeling a headache, I gestured for Jun to help me enter the room and rest. After hearing this, Jun helped me into the room with great enthusiasm. However, at this moment, he deliberately kept an appropriate distance from me, probably not wanting me to feel that he was taking advantage of me. After arriving in the bedroom, he gently laid me down. At this moment, he helped me take off my high heels. After covering me with the quilt, he seemed to say with some concern, "Miss Gao, then get some rest, I'll go back first." Before he left and about to close the door, for some reason, I suddenly called out in a daze. After hearing my cry, Jun froze for a moment, thinking that I wasn't feeling well. He quickly came back and asked anxiously, "Miss Gao, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "Water. I want some water." This was probably just a feeling. After all, women who drink too much are very thirsty at this time, so subconsciously I wanted some water. After hearing this, Jun immediately poured me a glass of warm water and brought it to me. Afterwards, I tried to raise my head, but found that I didn't have enough strength. I yelled, "Help me!" Jun stood there a little overwhelmed. After hearing my request, he slightly embarrassedly helped me up, supporting my back with his arm, and let me sit up to drink. Perhaps I was drinking too fast. After 2 sips, I choked on the water and immediately started coughing uncontrollably. At the same time, the water from my cough not only wet Jun's clothes, but also wet mine. "I'm sorry, Miss Gao, is the water too hot?" At this time, Jun thought it was because the water he poured was too hot, and he couldn't help but blame himself. At the same time, he quickly helped me take the cup in my hand and even brought me a tissue. At this moment, I clearly saw Jun's eyes staring at my chest. I saw his cheeks turn red, and he looked very embarrassed. In that moment, it was as if I was in another world. It felt like Jun was my first love. In an instant, I felt like I was starting to fall. My whole body was numb from the alcohol, and I suddenly lost my senses. I asked, "Do you like me?" "Huh? What did you say?" "Miss Gao, have you had too much to drink?" Hearing my sudden and bold question, Jun was completely confused. He looked embarrassed and at a loss for words, and the whole person seemed very constrained. "I haven't drunk too much. Come here and hug me." At this moment, I felt that my whole body seemed to be out of my control. At my loud rebuke and request, Jun carefully hugged me. But at this moment, I boldly took the initiative to kiss him. After a moment, I was instantly ignited. That night, I felt extremely crazy. In a daze, it seemed that Jun and I had sex 3 times. The next day, I woke up with a splitting headache. I was very thirsty. I opened my eyes and found a glass of warm water by the bedside. Jun had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 40, Ulterior Motives. After I finished a large glass of water, I slowly came to my senses. I could no longer remember clearly what had happened last night, except that afterwards I had experienced a sense of happiness as a woman that I had not felt for a long time. After arriving in the living room, I looked around and noticed that the originally messy living room had been tidied up, and even the rubbish in the rubbish bin had disappeared. On the table in the living room was a note. I went over to take a look and saw that it said, "Miss Gao, I heard about the surveillance video in the living room yesterday. I feel very sad and I blame myself. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I have turned off the power supply to the surveillance camera for you. I have also taken out the memory card for you. Please keep it safe." After reading this note, I saw next to it that there was also a memory card stored inside the camera. I turned my head and looked at the camera installed in the corner and found that the power of the surveillance camera had been turned off at this time, because the red dot that had been flashing before was not flashing anymore. After seeing that the surveillance had stopped, my heart was much quieter. Thinking about the blackmail video and the fact that I had probably been hacked before, which had caused me to be exposed to people's prying eyes almost every day, I felt a tingling sensation throughout my scalp. Because I have lived alone for the past 3 years, I have often changed in the living room after taking a shower or changing clothes. After all, there are no outsiders, and my home is my private space. But when I think about the videos of me changing clothes or walking around naked in the living room being watched by many voyeurs, I feel a wave of fear. After washing up, I changed my clothes and took out my phone to check it. I didn't expect to find a WeChat message from my brother and a missed call from him. The message said, "Vivi, didn't we say we'd have dinner together tonight? Why can't I get in touch with you? You're not answering your phone either. Seeing the missed call, I couldn't help but smack my head. I thought, last night, I was afraid of being disturbed during the celebration dinner, so I turned my phone to silent mode. Afterwards, I drank too much and when I got home, I just forgot about it. Thinking about this, I couldn't help feeling a little self-reproach. I felt that I had returned a call to Sang-gu. After all, he had helped me out so much yesterday. If it wasn't for his help, we wouldn't have been able to get that contract with Mei Shang. Hey, Sang-gu, I'm really sorry about last night. I drank a bit too much at the company celebration last night and forgot about it. I also turned my phone to silent, so I'm really sorry. I'm sorry, I said to Sang-gu, feeling very self-reproachful. Sang-gu listened to my sincere apology, and when I added a somewhat coquettish tone, he immediately said with a smile, "It's fine, Weiwei, I'm not the kind of petty person who likes to argue. How about this, if I was busy yesterday, then tonight, and the location? I'll send it to you then." Yes, no issue, definitely. Brother San said with a smile, but he spoke so quietly that if someone heard him, they would feel goosebumps all over their body. Well, that's fine, I'll see you tonight. After hanging up the phone, I looked at the time and found that it was almost 8:30. So I hurriedly prepared to go downstairs, worried that it would be too late soon. As I arrived downstairs in the community and was about to go out the gate, suddenly I heard someone calling my name. "Miss Gao." I turned around and saw that it was actually Mr. Yang, the owner of the pharmacy downstairs, holding a box in his hand. I looked around curiously and asked, "Mr. Yang, what's wrong?" "Miss Gao, this is it. This Chinese medicine is a nourishing Chinese medicine recently launched in our store. It has a very good health effect on women. Since you are now a member of our store and just took the contraceptive pill a couple of days ago, I would like to give you a free one." Mr. Yang laughed and prepared to hand me the packaged Chinese medicine. I saw beads of sweat on his forehead in his innocent smile, and I felt slightly embarrassed. "Mr. Yang, it's okay, I'm in a hurry to go to work now." "Ah, is that so? Never mind, how about this, come by after work tonight to get it, I'll put it in the refrigerator for you. Trust me, this Chinese medicine is very effective." While Mr. Yang and I were talking, two old ladies from the neighborhood happened to walk out. When they saw Mr. Yang, they immediately smiled and greeted him. "Hey, Mr. Yang, do you still have any of that Chinese medicine for health preservation that you sent me recently?" "Yes, I heard from Sister Wang that after she drank the Chinese medicine last time, her complexion has obviously improved a lot recently. What's more, I also heard from Sister Wang that it seems like she and her husband have recently returned to the state they were in when they were young. I heard that they are quite capable in that area." When the two older women said this, it suddenly made Boss Yan feel slightly embarrassed. After I heard their conversation, I couldn't help blushing a little. I didn't expect that these older women were quite open-minded. Seeing this, I, who was originally anxious to go to work, said hello to Boss Yang, quickly hailed a taxi, hurriedly got in, and then rushed to the company. After arriving at the company, I noticed that the employees in our group all had a different spirit. When they saw me, they all had very pleasant smiles on their faces, especially bright smiles, and they all greeted me warmly and sincerely. Judging from yesterday's cooperation with Mei Shang, I have now been deified in their hearts. To them, I am now a god, because no one could have imagined that I would snatch the contract from Du Wanmei at the last second. After exchanging a few words with them in the lobby, suddenly, I saw Du Wanmei walking in from outside the company. It was obvious that she seemed to have lost a lot of weight after just one night. When I saw her, she happened to see me as well. When she saw me, her expression obviously froze for a moment, a little surprised. She didn't seem to expect that at this moment, I would still be so relaxed and in a good mood. Du Wanmei pretended to say hello to me politely, then turned her face into a bitter expression and went into her office. Soon, Du Wanmei angrily took out her mobile phone and immediately made a call. As soon as the call was connected, she started to swear. "Chen, how did you handle the matter I asked you to do last night? Why did I just see that little bitch Weiwei looking so happy?